recently just had my whole platform deleted by Tick Tok.
I have to look this up. I'm busy just creating something right here, so I'm really not here live, right? I'm not here live right now. Let me get to this piece over here. Oh boy, so many pages open. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, let me see. This one has to shut down. Let me just shut this down. Shut this down. Keep this open. Okay, this one was, okay, this one had to, this doesn't make any sense. Where's that mouse? You know, I wish I had a computer one day I can move my mouse and, oh, there it is. Like it wasn't there. Okay, it seems like things were frozen, not frozen. Okay, got too many windows open on this old caboose. Oh, there it is. Like from outer space, the sound. Welcome, Kevin. Welcome, Kevin. Sometimes I start off slow. Sometimes I start off quick. Sometimes, and most of the time, whether I start out slow or quick, I lose everybody along the road as I speed on away with my explanation of what I do. People are just lost. It's okay. Come back over and over. I try again to better the thing that I do here, to better the thing that I do. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but lo and behold, I removed the batteries. So, yes, I had to look this up. Two things I had to look up before I began. And one of them is Rubik's Cube. You know, the thing about Rubik's Cube, the numeric value for Rubik's Cube, RUBIX, is R18U21B, okay? B2, I9, number 29, equals to 11, and 39 equals to 50. And then I and X is 59, 69. Is it 84? I thought it was 74. I'm just having a little bit of trouble writing things down on the book right over here. Just give me a second. I'll just have to flip the camera over. Do I get a little space over here? Honey, 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 I just want to write Rubik's Cube down. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I like to look at the cub and say it's the three little bears into the E world. It was told to me today, breathe, right? And it wasn't the breath. To breathe and talk about the breath, right? Two different things. The E added onto a word. Let's say it's the electronic world. It's the E world. It's where you bring two worlds to one world and you communicate between them both. Let's call it 55, S and S. So when you have Rubik's, you have 39, 18, and 21, and 2, and 9, and 24, 33, 34, 35, 45, 55, 56, 56, 66. Just give me 1 second. That was crazy. Yeah, I wanted to flip around my colors. Is it red and or what colors flip around? Is it green to blue? Excuse me. Is it green to blue and orange to red? Is that what it is? and white to yellow. So for those of you who don't know and you just joined and you don't know what I do, okay, I study numbers, I study algorithms, and they tell me stories. They tell me stories. Big deal, right? So they tell me stories about every single word, right? Now, I'm not complete. Obviously, I only have a few stories out here. I had to learn the system before I can create any stories. In fact, I don't really need to create any big story myself, right? I only need to share the information on how we brought the algorithms and we connect all the stories through all the words that have ever been created. Right now, I was just working on something small in the background, and I was just trying to figure out what the opposite colors were um, of Rubik's Cube. And I'm just looking at it over here. And it looks like yellow, green, and red. It looks like red and orange come together, green and blue, red, orange, green, blue, yellow, white. So that's what I'm seeing more often than not here. So yellow, red, and blue do not touch each other. Yellow, red, and blue. Okay, don't touch each other here. Okay. So I am going to be going to one of my pieces that I'm working on. I'm working on the birth, part of the birth zodiac. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete it right now. So I'm going to have to go, I can't go green, blue, right? I can't go green, blue. If I did blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blue would go here. Now, I'm not sure if I'll be able to complete this properly. I did it here just to show you the end result. What it is with this is I'm going to have 12 zodiac signs here. And then on the next one, okay, I'm going to break it down to 9, then over to 8. I did it to 9 over here, but I'm not sure if it's going to work. How did I do that? Right? I broke it all the way down. I hope this is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Here's the 12th one. And the 12th one ends with the 9th one over here. So I'm hoping this works. And my gap or separation, where was the 9 areas worked as 4s, where the 12 areas worked as 3s, right? But my thing is, when we work with this, will the 8 area, right, go into the 36 over here? And it goes in at 4.5 marking. So I'm going to have to check that to see if it works. So I'm going to have to put the second one as red instead. I hope you're just sticking with me to do this. I want to see what I can't do red just like that because I'm going to touch on that color. So I'm going to have to do, I have to do red. Wow. What do I do? I'm going to have to change that whole outside line for let's say a purple, because I don't have any purples. Okay, so now I can go and do red. There, I can go do red. So we have red, green, yellow. Excuse me. And then opposite of the green, right? Opposite of the green. What was opposite of the green? Okay, it was over here. Opposite of the green was the blue. Opposite of the green, right, was the blue. So the first and the 6th sign. Then opposite of the red was the orange. So that would have to be over here would be orange here, right? And then over here, opposite of the yellow would be white. So I would keep the white zodiac. And then what I would do is I have to create the other 6 zodiac signs, right? I have to create the other 6 zodiac signs. So when I go to create the other 6 zodiac signs, I'm going to do a little bit of cheating here. Can I cheat like this? Or will the first 6, right? What's going to happen to the first 6? Will they overlap here and I'll start over with the green one here, right? The first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the 6th one, right? The 7th one goes over here. What do I do for my colors? So I'm not going to bother thinking of that right now. Just going to do something simple. I came here with nothing in particular right now in my video. I will be talking about, as I said when I left the video earlier, it's already written on the page. So let's see if this works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I have 12 zodiac signs. Now, in order to work out to my next one, right, I need to encompass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is definitely not going to work compared to what the first one I had, right? And the first one I had 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 dots over here. Yeah, I had 4 dots. So let's see if this one's going to work. I'm going to have to choose another color, right? So I'm going to go like this. See, I have to see now I'm going to change it. Now I'm going to go blue and then I'm going to go orange. I'm going to go 1. So I went 4 areas, right? Here I went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas. Now I go 4 areas. And now the orange, I'm going to do I don't want to do a white. So let's make the white a baby blue, you know? And then we're going to put, right? We had the dark blue, the orange, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to go on to the yellow. Look at that. The yellow one overlaps and this one over here, right? Because I'm putting 4 areas. I'm hoping that this comes out the way I want it. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the last one is in green. So 1, 2, right? And you see where I got to inside of this? So I think in order to make 9 inside of this, right, I had to make my sizes. So here is 12. I'm coming down into 9. So this is wrong. This is wrong. I have to bring it into 9. So therefore, this is wrong. I need to do this. That's better. Now I can bring it into 9. And now I'm going to put this 1, 2. How many did I have? I needed 4, 5. Okay, that's right. Now I'm going to go 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's better. I think that's better. Now I'm going into yellow and I'm going 4 over to 5 and then the 6, 1 in yellow. And then I'm going to go to the baby blue. Oh no, that's the red. I'm going to the red. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2. And then I am going to go over to the next one, which is the green, right? We don't have green. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 1, 2. Now, right, I get to double that again. What's going to happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I got 5 over here. How many are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means I'm going to end up with 10 over here in this scenario, right? I don't want to end up with 10. I can't end up with 10. I have to end up with 9. So if I did this and added 2 more onto each one. So let me see. 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I got to do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now after this one, I have to repeat this again. So I have to repeat it with 7. So I'm just going to continue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to see if I can fit 9 inside of this, right? And then I'm going to have to see if I can fit 8 inside of that one equally. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we want the orange. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now how many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a total of 60 over here. 60, 60, 5 each. So when I want to go 9 times what will equal to 60, there is no number. But 8, there is a number, right? 8 has a number. But in this one, I ended up with a number. It was 4 of these and 3 of these that created this. 9 by 4 was 36. This is 9 times 4 equals to 36, right? And then when I came over to the 12, right, it was 3 by 12 equaling to 36. So it has to work out. I just might be doing something wrong right now, right? And now if you want to get to 8 times 4.5 equals to 36. Running around in a 360 degrees, not counting the heart position. Now, can we get to 7 times what equals to 36? But it does work out, right? When we end up at 364, right? The 364 days in the year. So anyways, we're going to get off of that Rubik's Cube, the hand of God. It says Jesus, it says the cube, it says go to jail within that design. So we're not going to do this one anymore right now. I'm going to continue on and do it a little bit later. Just going to get a little bit of water in the kitchen over here. If anybody has any questions for what's going on, I just want to look a little neater. Not really sure what we're going to talk about. Like I said, I ended the last video. The last video ended on somebody wanted to say the word F you, you know? And so I just said to the word, use the letter K for the canine, right? The canine, the K is the 11th letter. The 9 is the birth, born into the house of vet. It lower than. You see this? When you have an arrow pointing to a 1, what does it mean? Lower than? Is that what the K means? So when you look at the M letter, what do you see with this letter over here, the letter M? That's the letter M. Oh, sorry, I'm not very good, you know. So the rabbit ears connecting both sides, right? I also spoke that we'll speak about the rabbit and what the significance with changing the rabbit and the cat and the Chinese zodiac sign. It's based on communication. It's also 2 antennas in the same house. 2 antennas, the same house. So a truck, an 18-wheeler drives down the road and there's 2 antennas in the same house. Is that the sun house? The numeric value for the sun, okay, is 18. And it takes 3 times 18. The thing is, in order to create the 8, you need 4 times. You need to light up Venus 4 times. So when you light up Venus 4 times, my question, when you do light up Venus the 4 times and you get to 80, do you count everything less than 80? Then if you do count everything less than 80, you'll be igniting number 17, number 18, and number 19. The 8, okay, the 8, very special number. It's the only number word, and when you say eighth, you do not have to add the T. Not adding the T, meaning for some reason you don't have to add on the haven, the heaven. You don't have to add on the heart. You don't have to add on the 4 worlds. So it's telling you already that within the 8 is both these worlds, is both this area space. It's the wheel that is within 8. It's 4 times 2. Okay, 4 times 360, 4 times 90, okay, equals to 36. 4 times 4 times 7 equals to, no, not, that's not the one. 4 times 9, right, equals to 360. That's what I wanted to say. And 7 times 90 equals to 630. The 7 and the 4 work together. 7 and 9, 4 and 9, 7 and 9 is the mother. 79. 97 is unlike the mother, as like it is the mother. It is not said the same way. When you say 79, okay, you're going to say 60 plus 19. When you say 97, you are going to say 4 times 20 plus 10 plus 7. So we don't say it the same way. We say it a little bit differently. One is going to be connecting one object, the other is going to connect something else. And just to tell you the numbers, that the 4th planet is Mars. The 4th finger is the marriage finger. The 4th finger can also be used as the 9th finger, 4 and 9, birth and marriage into holy matrimony. 7 times 9 is 63. 4 times 9 is 36. They come together as 99, the house of Jupiter. HJ, like Howard Johnson's. 7-4 equals to GD or JID or God, if you want to say it that way. You need 1 and 2 coming together to create 3 in order to create 6. This is your first, besides 1 and 3. Okay, besides 1 and 3, right? 1 and 3 is not, wait a second. 1 and 2, okay, is your first half. What is your second half? 2 and 4 or 3 and 6? 3 and 6 is unlike what 2 and 4 is, and it's alike at the same time. 2 will be half of 4, 3 will be half of 6. Our basic creation is this over here, 9. All the 9 areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and all the stories that go along with 9, in which I read off of this cube. They call it a dice cube, the face of this calculator, and games. Wow, we are 100 million people, and it is time for some water. Time for some water. Oh, time for this. Yes, this is my snacky. Wow. Time for the snacky. That is good. Give me a minute. Just having a little snacky here. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen around the house, right? Have you ever seen in the house? You want to just take a look at it? I'm gonna go over to the men's room. Wow, look at that beautiful sun outside. Is that beautiful? Wow. Wow, the sun is extremely beautiful. How come you're sitting like that, kitty? Well, let me put this. I'm gonna put this in the sink. Just want to put this over here. Pick this up off the floor so I don't kick it again. Yeah, I just when things are out of order sometimes, I just need to put some things in order. This thing is over here. Okay, here is my hat. I gotta put my hat back on. What are you doing, kitty? We're gonna be starting again. We're giving everybody a chance to go make a wee wee. The 1 and the 2. Hey, we're still all one of us. So since we're one, it says we're one. It's really weird, right? I have to like myself to unjam the page just a little bit. So what do I do? Where am I going to take this? I'm just going to talk again about the letter M that I just got off of and what I showed here to begin with. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 gives me 1 and 2. If a child was looking at this and 1 was next to 2 without the plus sign, you would see maybe it's the letter L. Maybe it equals to 3C. Maybe it's the 21st letter if I did this first, and it would be the U. It would say cluck. 1 and 2 is 1 and 2. 2 and 1 is 2 and 1. 12, 21 can come out of this. 11 is noted to be the pole. Why is 11 the pole? This is a game. The game is taken out of this dice cube over here. I look at it and I tell you what its dynamics are. We look it over. You tell me whether it's possible or it's not possible. And yes, it can be so much more. It can be so much more than what I say because I'm not saying everything. I'm giving you the skeleton artifact of the totality. And you know what? I just got off this channel 2 seconds ago. And you know what? I'm looking to, I really want to understand. I listened to 3 people today. All 3 of them said the same thing I say. Same thing, different way. But I am not a professional in their realm. And I see within their realm, they're putting the thing about when I say I'm not a professional is I see them putting others down. Well, the others can't do what I can do, and the others can't do what I can do. I'm an alchemist. I am an alchemist astrologer, and I'm the best. Okay? Show the differences. Just stop boasting. I mean, I watched it and I just keep seeing the same thing over. It bothers me because I think the guy knows a lot of stuff and I can't learn anything if all I keep hearing is I'm better than everybody else. And I'm like going, okay, what do I have to do to learn anything at all? Show me anything. Okay, that can help me like wielder my sword. And when I say wielder my sword is wielding my thoughts. I want to be able to show me the difference. I want to see the difference. I can see Rubik's Cube. I want it to be as simple as Rubik's Cube, right? You know what I sort of miss is a picture I can never miss, part of my collection. Um, oh, here. This was my original floor. Before I changed it to mathematics, this is what I did. And what these are is like everybody's sticking their nose out, everybody's getting crunched by the system, and I just removed it all, and I just wanted to look like more sanity, not what I saw. This wasn't what I saw. This was the beginning of the first one. You see this original one over here? Right. Well, that one still exists. You know that one still exists. That's like I think it was that one or one of these. You know, Hebrew time 5772. Looks like, you know what year this is? This is 2012, right over here. Look at that. 3 and 3. When you mirror it, what does it tell you? Where have you come to? Do you know when you write this out, it looks like the number 3, but the letter E is the 5th letter. The thing about 3 is 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is 1 and 2. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 1 plus 2, 1 times 2 equals 2. 3 and 2 equal 5. E. One of my favorites was this one here. This one here. I'm trying to see if I can. Oh yeah, this one is. See the way it's squared off here, and it goes up different levels, and it goes up to here, and then it goes forward. It's almost like it's a glass, and you're seeing through as the water comes up, and the cross pours it into the bathtub, the oil into the bathtub. Come over here, my pretty. This one is connected to the chirping it all out. See that little bird? Where's that bird? Chirp it out, or you're biting off the bull's foot. See, but this bull over here, it's spotted. We have the spotted bull. We have pretty kitty, eh, pretty kitty? I won't bother you. I won't bother you. I won't bother you, pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. So, what is my end result? Somebody says to me, what's going to be the end result of everything? And I said, like this. In my game, they're talking about what's the end result in your game. I said, if we can get this game into every household for absolutely, okay, the bare cost of whatever it is to get it into their household, that would be just perfect. Okay, just perfect. Okay, maybe the cost of a stamp or something. How would it be done? Well, whatever it costs to get there, that's only the cost it would be. All right, somebody has to come and help me build the system. So that's where the cost would be. Whatever the cost is, right? It's not going to build itself. I bring the system to you. I show you what the system is. Now, how do we put it together? That's the question. How do we put this together? Right? So before we even want to get it together, I'm still going over 20 years, okay, piecing this together. And explaining how the relationships between numbers all the way back, and it does not matter if people say it's man-made. It does not matter. The only time it does matter when they say man-made is when they try to differentiate. So for every time you differentiate, you now have two halves or three parts or 4 out of 4. So I need to understand that balance of difference. All right, that's all I need to know. So I do know for a fact, that you need 1 between 2 before you create 3. I know we have the 9 birth. If I divide anything by 3, you know what I like about 3 is that 1, 4, 7 divided by 3 will all equal to 3. 7 divided by 3 equals to, look at that, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 4 divided by 3 equals 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 7 divided by 3 equals 3. 7 divided by 3 equals 7 divided by 3 equals 7 divided by 3 equals 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Now you want to go 13 divided by 3 equals, look at that. Look at the number I get to, right? If I go to 12, right, divided by, 3, look what I get to. I get to a fixed number. There is no rotation. It's another level. So that's the difference between 12 and 13 when divided by 3. When you divide 2, 5, and 8 divided by 3, 3, 6, and 9 are different, and so is 12. That's what number 3 does. Number 3, the cardinal sign, the rotation movement of 3, 6, and 9. We connect 3 and 3. When we connect 3, 6, 9, I'm going to connect these 3. I need 3 to create my 360 triangle. My first triangle. Now, do you want to call it 120 degrees? How should I go around my triangle to create 360 degrees when I have 3 points? Am I supposed to create them as the widest on a 45-degree angle and then come together? Or do I create it? Hold on, I'm going to show you. This is actually this. So which of my first 360s do I have? Is this my first 360? The ace hasn't even begun yet. This is going to be a 720, yet it's going to be my first part of the tetrahedron. Do you follow what I'm saying? Look what happens first. Okay. First, we had the point up top here, divided equally between 2 sides. Scales. Now, the point is over here, and this world goes off in this direction, and this one goes off in that direction, only because I split off this one. Or maybe I should have never created the 2 and created each one separately. Maybe bringing the 2 bulls together, right? 3 and 3, but this 3 is inside its own house. When you create the 4th one, you can complete your first area space. So this is a half area space to start with. What do you think about that?
That's interesting. Holy crap. Never thought of it like that. What's up, Mr. Tech Fan? How you doing?
I think I have a phone call. Hold on a second.
No worries.
Hello, Chief. This is Max. Yeah, 86. Yeah, go ahead. How you guys doing? How girls, boys, whoever you are, avatars, souls, and the forbidden souls of the crafty avenues of Dave.
How are you today, my teacher? Are you good? Are you well?
How are you
So I
doing?
think my sound might be turned off because I don't hear anything. Yeah, it was. My sound was turned off.
How are you
How are
today,
you
my
today,
teacher?
Machina?
Are you good? Are you well?
Am I well? Yeah.
Good. I just woke up. I have not been sleeping well.
I have not been sleeping well.
Actually, I've been awake.
Is that, do I hear Soul talking?
Yes.
How are you doing, Soul?
Good, Mr. Tech Fan. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. What brings you here?
Numbers. Numbers bring me here.
Numbers.
I
So,
saw I saw dreams of numbers and I ended up somehow it vibe. I guess I was going through, little awakenings and meditations and then I used TikTok to do my meditation. It's really weird. And I stumbled across your channel one day. You know what I mean? Through J Wasps and stuff. And I felt some weird connection and somehow ended you ended up on my For You page. So I was like, oh, well, all the channels I follow are always on my For You, and I've realized it's always someone who's tapped in a little more than most people, if you catch my drift.
so where is for you? Where am I'm just because when I say for you, that's pretty cool because right away everybody's connected to a unity, to a moon. The U letter is the 21st letter, right? But when you say for you, it's four times the 21st letter equals to
Right.
84. 84 is a conjunction of when you finish off the cycle of three moons or 84 days, you will complete also the roll of two sets of cubes. 21, each cube times four is 84. There are other numbers. I'm only talking with the dots. I have not used the voided speech very much,
Okay.
meaning I'm not, you know about the value of this, right?
That how they all add up to 21, is that what you said?
Yeah, how they all add up to 21,
Yes.
but you do know that they all add up to 54.
Right, because behind the six, there's actually the three through it.
369. Every
Yeah.
face is nine.
Right.
So you have six and
Oh, 6 and 9.
what's missing? One
The
of
three.
these, what?
The three.
One of these things are missing. One of these things that are missing. So yeah, that's
Uh,
a three. So, and I also look at it another way, right? Is that when the six is like this, you'll have the three or the four up. So there's another story. You see the four up. When you
uh,
have it like that, okay, with mine, I can hold it this way. You're gonna have four up and you're gonna have 14 arounds. So that's 18. When you have the three up, right, and 13
mhm.
and 14 around, that's 17. That's 17 and 18. Those different reality. I mean, it's just anyways, just to keep it basic. So when you
Okay.
have 2 and 7, right?
Uh-huh.
3 and 6,
Six. Yeah. 4,
5 and 4, 3 and 6,
6, 3,
6 and 3, 4 and
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay,
3.
2 and 7,
Oh, 7, 2, and so 5.
Yeah, 2 and 7 is 9.
3 and
6.
6,
Okay.
5 and
4.
4, 4 and 5,
Oh my.
and 4, and 5, and 4, and 4, and 5,
5,
and 2, and
7,
So now, what is the opposite of 2?
7, 5. Oh my God. What the fuck?
Now, 5 is
It's a
missing what?
2.
What is 5 missing?
7,
What is 5 missing?
1.
1,
What is missing here?
1.
7.
1.
7.
Oh, 7.
Uh,
Look, 2 and 7 is 9. What's missing?
if it's 2 and 7, it's be 6, be 3. So
So what's missing? No, just what's a singular number is missing. If every side is 9, what's missing if you see 2?
7.
And if I flip it around to the other side, 5 is opposite of what? Opposite. What is the opposite side of the 5?
The 2.
Okay, now how many are missing?
2.
No, how many are missing on its face?
Oh, on its face.
How many do you see?
We're missing 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're missing 4, and on this side you'd be missing
7.
7 plus 4 is
11, which is 2.
5, and 2 is
7.
7.
and 7 and 4.
11.
5 and
11.
2 is 7. 7 and 4 is 11. Let's do this one more time. 6 comes along with what's missing?
3.
The 3.
And I flip it around. I have 1 and 6 equals,
7.
and 1 plus what equals to that?
8.
8 and 1 equals to
9.
8. So there's 8 missing here. And there's how many missing here?
3.
8 and 3 equals
Oh, 11.
11. And 1 and 6 equals to?
7.
So if you're missing 3 here, how many are you missing here? How many around here? How many around here?
There's 9 all the way.
Right. So you're missing 8 and 3 equals 11. So when you see 6 and 1, you're missing 8 and 3, 11. 7 come 11.
Okay.
Now this one over here, how many are missing?
You're missing 6.
So how many are supposed to be on the other side of 3? Always equals to 7, right? So what are you missing here?
Oh, the cross.
You're
Oh,
missing
6.
5.
5. Yeah.
So 5 and 6 equals?
11.
So all
11.
that you don't see on this cube is 11, 11, 11. 11 and 22 are the master numbers, and it's all because of this and this. And this is what's fair and square to the whole entire world.
That's crazy.
Hello, Ladybug. 1111, okay, is 600, okay? When you 671, 11 hours is 660 minutes and 11, right?
Oh no.
What?
No, it just smacked me in the face when you said that.
But there's a combination. The F and G, the 1, 6, and 7 come together in this anomaly, and it's the building of 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 equals to what is 1, 6, and 7. So, and that's the half-life. It's the half-world. Number 1 with 6, I always look at, since the beginning, how should I look at the cube? Should I look at the cube as 1 and 6? Should I look at the cube as number 16? And it just taught me to just look at it as simple as you could. And that's where I got to. The minute I see 1 on one side of the cube and 6 on the other side of the cube, I look at that as 16. When I go into the Hebrew language and I hear that they say 16 as 9 plus 7 equals to 16, other than saying 10 plus 6 equals to 16, the same way they don't say 10 plus 5 equals to 15. They say 9 plus 6 equals to 15. They won't say yod, hey. They rather say tet, vav. You know, when you travel and you move. Yes. So that, oh, he dropped
Whoa,
out.
whoa. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
we have a dropout. Hollywood
um,
dropout.
that's interesting.
Yes. So it's just amazing. And that's why I like scholars and people like yourself. If you can tell me something, tell me something. I
I
don't
took
know.
I took 360 times 6 and then divided that by 11. And you get 196, and 36, 36, 36, 36, 36. 0.36. Yeah,
So
196,
what did you
196,
divide it by?
11.
Okay. It's funny that you said that because, um,
Because 2160 is 4K television.
what does this number say anything to you?
Yeah, I think I have that number somewhere. I have to look again.
Can you
Like I
can
said,
you tell me what number you just told me about?
um, it was 360 because you were just talking about going 360 on or doing 360 degrees with the triangle, and I know 360 times 6 is 2160, and then 2160 is the 4K television. The K is 11 letter in the alphabet, so I took 2160 and divided that by 11, and then I got 196.36 to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the fifth. So 536 is behind the decimal.
Okay, can you, instead of dividing it by 11, what was your total number? What was that number again? What was the number?
The 2160.
Yeah, divide it by 9 because it's the matrix. Okay, and your 11 is on the world that it comes from. You're bringing it into the other world. So instead of doing it by 11, you do it by 9.
Mm-hmm.
You can
I
also
have
do it by 13 and by 7.
I have that
But
number
not
too.
not by 11. It doesn't work. It works with 11 if you bring it down to this evaluation here. When you're running cycles, I mean, and I don't know all the cycles. I'm still looking for them. Okay, this is the 12 cycles. I can't start off on 0. If I start off on 0, do you know where I'm going to be? I'm going to be right here
At
on
12.
number 12. If I start off at 0, I have to be here.
Uh,
Where do I have to be to start off on 0? When I start off on 0, when I'm 0, if this was 0, this would be 1. But if this was 0, 0 equals 12. So my next one would be 13. I'd be back at Aries over there. I don't start at 0. There's no starting. 0 is the area place. It's a starting point, right? Is it so?
the
Which
void.
way? Which because and also well also just to ignite for my own thinking that when I think for myself, there's a lot of things. Number one, 0 can be 0 can be a lot of things. 0 can be so many things, um, and it can be the circumference of the area space. Do you want the heart of 0? Do you want the circumference of 0? Are you putting a shaft into an empty area space? Are
There's
you
different.
taking a nothing space and just because look, nothing's trapped. Whoop,
Which would be
it's
that would
trapped.
be
Look,
that would
it's
be
trapped. It's trapped right here. Look, I got it trapped.
that
It's
would
a
be the
C
oct-
trap. My
that would
head
be
fits in where the C is. You see the C that goes around my head around here? Look, it's trapped in. There's my C.
the octopump.
Something like that. I don't know the way it works. I just know that if we can, we have to be able to rebuild everything naturally. And sometimes I just do this, which seems like a joke, but it puts together the understanding maybe how we use our fingers when we need our thumbs, when we don't need our thumbs. And I like to look at our thumbs as number 99,
You
right?
have somebody's trying to request. They're talking in your comments. It's all Galaxy.
Hey, Forbidden.
How are
How's it
you,
going?
Galaxy? It's going.
Hey,
Just
Mr.
woke up.
Tack Pants. You were talking about zero and
Hey, sorry, my phone died.
oh, it's okay. That's who's that? Soulcraft.
Yeah.
Soulcraft. Hey, how you doing, Soulcraft?
Go ahead. I'm
Miss.
sorry for interrupting. I was just saying my phone died. My bad.
Okay. Wait, I didn't mean to interrupt your y'all's line of thought, but when you get done, I have a question.
Where were we? We were on number something to do with 411 4K television, and then something came to thinking that 4 times 11, 4 plus 11 brings me to 59.
59, and then 5 plus 9 is 14, and then 1 plus 4 is 5.
Right? We can do it that way, right? The end result in 5, because it's a singular digit, we'd have to bring it all the way backwards and see
Is
all the ways to get
is
to
5
it.
is 5 a prime number?
5 is a prime number, but there's a lot of things that go into prime that are so huge.
Yeah. Prime numbers
Okay.
are really important.
I mean, 77, the power, the matter, the Christ is all number 77
Oh,
together.
I love it. That's the year I was born. Hey, Mr. Tack Pants. Okay, so you know how they go 0 times 0 is um
0.
forbidden. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Just making
My
sure.
my apologies.
Okay, my bad. The 0 times 0 is 0, but then when you go 0 divided by 0, goes indeterminate. And I've been like not obsessed, but I've been fixated by that equation ever since, and I felt like it led me to the Ouroboros with that equation. I feel like it's tied somehow with the Ouroboros. That 0 divided by 0 equals the calculator says indeterminate. But I feel like that equation right there is linked with the Ouroboros.
Okay, now I just have a question for you because I'm just working with a little bit of what's it called right now? Intuition, etymology. Do you know how to spell that word you just said? Zero Boros or something?
Ouroboros? Okay, hold on, I'm gonna spell it for you. Can I put it in the comment section?
Oh, can you?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna type it in the comment section because
Okay.
if I spell it out, I might spell it wrong. Here you go. Look, Mr. Tackpans, Ouro, and it has 4 O's in it, and O and the letter O and 0 is somehow related to each other. I feel that not just because it's an O, but O is what letter in the alphabet is it? It's
The 15th letter.
the 15th letter. Wait, 1 plus 5 is 6, and 6 is a number that's compatible with everybody. O
Yeah,
U R O.
there's so many sixes out there. I just did a thing on 6 the other day, and
And then if you have 666, that's the number for carbon. 666 is carbon. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. That makes
right.
carbon.
Oh, is that what makes carbon? Okay, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
6
Okay.
protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. And it's not the most plentiful, but it's pretty plentiful. I mean, outside of hydrogen. So Lady Zen, Toddy B Lady Zen said something, and I don't know if it's a response to mine. My phone is acting up. I can't even scroll down right now. I'm trying to scroll down to read the comments. Here it goes. It's an access matrix line. And I don't know if she was referring Skypoint actress makes it. Oh, she's talking about a different number. Never mind. I thought she was referring to that equation I was talking about.
Okay, just to jump onto you, I wanted to get onto your 6 thing, so you can keep talking until I just wanted to show that it's sort of forbidden that the divided by when you want to start off at silver, find silver. I was taught by the Mayans the way the Mayan did it, or the way the men's who read the scrolls to start off at these numbers. So when I divide 9999 by 7, I end up with this number here. When I divide 999 by 13, I end up with this number here. This one sheds off our 13 moons, and this one sheds off our 7 days a week. This one sheds off the rebirth, the continuous. So I don't even look at this one. Here's your repetitiveness of this one equaling to this over here. Remember, you came up with that. Somebody came up with that 3663. I don't remember what it was. And the funny thing about that is, I mean, this is just ironic. It could be coincidence, male and female between these two.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. It was that was actually taking Sophia and Yahweh and then doing them backwards in the alphabet and then taking those numbers is how I got that.
This over here, this one or that one?
The three, I believe it was a 366. Let me double check right now. I got my paper right here.
Forbidden, I didn't know you was into numerology and dang it, I forgot the word for it.
Yeah. The letters were these right here, Mr. Techman. Just go ahead. Go ahead. I don't mind if you interrupt, as long as it keeps a good thought going.
You're a
No,
moderator?
it's okay because I'm trying to keep up with like I think it's very important because
Z.
this should be a little bit about what's going on in the panel, bringing up ideas, keeping up what's because it's easier if we're in 4 or 5 on a panel and able to see all the comments. Imagine if we were 200 people here with 3, 4 people trying to keep up with the comments. We can always say what we want to interject a little bit later. I feel at the same time, if the panel also has something to start up as a conversation towards numbers, I will tell you my infatuation with this is not because it was something I chose to do, but it was more or less put upon me. And I became infatuated with it, if you want to look at it that way, over 20 years.
Yahweh will break all the way down to 19 that way then it'll go 19, 10, 1. Then it'll come down to you can come down to 50 and 54, which will give you the 104, or you can do the 5 and 9, breaking it down, which will give you 14, 5. Then you can have 24, 6, and then you can take the 5 and then 1, you'll have 51, 6.
How are you spelling? I'm just curious, Forbidden. How are you spelling Yahweh? Are you spelling it YWYH or are you spelling it the other way?
I'm spelling it the full way. YHWEH.
YHWEH. Okay, that way. Okay.
Right.
Does the result differ significantly from the other one?
The reason I do that is because they're both 6 letters.
Okay.
6 and 6, so you get to 66. And if you do Sophia in numerology, you get the
Sophia, who is Sophia in association with Yahweh? Just curious.
Sophia is the in the Gnostic side of Christianity, or even in Greek mythology, she is the mother of the creator. She is the name.
Okay, gotcha.
You know, I know they have a saint called Saint Sophie, and I know Sophie, I think, is number 53, or is it 72?
I'm not sure.
P and H. Inside of Sophia is PH and I, so it's showing there's a rotation going on, right?
Yeah,
Phi is inside of it. I mean, I like to take creation for creation, that everything is put here on a silver platter. It's not as difficult as it seems within the game I use, right? If I'm allowed to use phi, if everybody uses etymology, if people use shapes and call circles circles, I'm going to use what they use to tell our stories. Just like the circle is 360 degrees. And now where do they use this reality? They call it the flower of life, and everything they say about number 36. So therefore, is anything going to start on 1 and 2? No, it's going to start on the third part of 1 and 2, where 1 and 2 becomes, instead of 12, it'll become 36 and the 360 degrees. And it's 3 12s, 3 rulers of 12 inches each, equaling to the 36 or 360 degrees. But if it's 3 12s, we got a problem. We're going to have to start bending these rulers to get all the way around. So therefore, our first 360 degrees came in a triangle. Here's our first 360 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Would it not be this? Would it be this? Would it not be this?
Yeah, I believe it because I think that's how that's
Well,
I was thinking that that is also one of the aspects of the Ouroboros as well. That it's many angles, and at some point, well, the Ouroboros is also a representation of I can't translate it to numbers just yet, but I'm just starting to. But it's also connected with the golden ratio. Well, here's the thing, like everybody has a blueprint, right? And according to your blueprint, you pick and choose what tools will help you the most with figuring out this matrix. Like for Mr. Tackpans, like gematria is kind of like your special tool out of the whole entire toolbox. Even though you have other tools that you can use, but gematria is like your strong tool. Forbidden, I'm not sure what your tool is, but it's kind of
um,
like it helps us to navigate the matrix a little bit easier, and not only just navigate it, but at some point once we become a master of our own personal blueprint, we're able to fly in between, just like the movie The Matrix, where he's able to bend reality and go through like different
well,
uh be a creator unto himself. You know what I
well,
mean?
yeah, I do. The only the numerology came to me in a dream through a
Mm-hmm.
word, through a word, and I never since then I've just like I mean I don't know I just came into a light and I can like I tell Mr. Tack Pants when I get certain numbers I just he's asked me where I get them I have to explain the only way I can explain is I go outside the game to get them.
Mm. So you're probably in your what do you call it? You're probably in your astral body when you're actually doing that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you understand that, but I didn't know if you know what I'm saying. I don't really say
Yeah,
that.
well, you know what? I am still having trouble differentiating at times too, because I'm I haven't meditated a lot, so I haven't been able to go into my astral body from the point of meditation. And maybe it's like maybe I need to start doing polynomials in my head, and that will actually help me to
It,
to go into meditative mode.
I would
Because
love to be able to help with that. That's one thing I'm trying to figure out how to help with that because
uh-huh.
you know what I'm saying, but I can't figure out how to help with that for the simple fact like I just do it naturally.
I can only do it. I can only do it as of now. I can only do it from my dream state. Like I can go to into my astral body when I'm like falling asleep. Some people said that that's the harder way to do, and I don't know why that's the harder way to do. For me, it would be like the easier way to do. But there was one time when I had a really hard time. I could not travel. I was grounded to my body, and I couldn't figure out how to release myself from my body.
The answer is so simple. I just imagination. You
Yeah.
you really need to be in your imagination because I'm honestly like I am not gonna I have no lie to tell and I always tell this all the time I'm a big man child like I love to watch cartoons I love to like eat cereal and just be me like I'm unapologetically myself.
No, then that's how you be pure, because whatever in the spirit in spirituality, it's easier to practice anything that you want to practice when you're in your purest state. And by you doing that, you're allowing yourself to be you, and you're like you said, unapologetically you is the best way. Like your third eye will open easier. You can practice. You can even get to the level of telekinesis if you haven't already. I know some things people don't want to talk about on live broadcast, and I completely understand it. There's some abilities I don't share on live broadcast either.
Right. Let's get Mr. Tack Pan back to some numbers because you know what I'm saying. We need.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand Mr. Tackpan's system, because
He,
what happens, Mr. Tackpan's? Look, you're so far advanced past us that you usually start off in the middle of the book instead of the beginning of the book, and you forget that some of us are beginners. Well, I'm not saying you, Forbidden, but myself personally, I I feel like I'm a little bit of a beginner at this. So I feel like I have a lot of catching up to do with Mr. Tackpans, because some of
no,
the
it's
stuff I know you try to explain it thoroughly, but sometimes I feel like I'm coming in the middle of the sentence instead of the beginning of a sentence.
Well, me and Mr. Tackpan do different numerologies, but somehow we end up with the same conclusion and the same story. It's like telling a story one way at the campfire, and then somebody hears your story and then tells that same story a little bit differently at the other campfire.
Right.
So,
It's like this, it's the same puzzle, but we all just have different pieces of it. Kind of like,
There you go.
yeah. So
Everyone
like,
is a dot, and Mr. Tackman can cross the dots. You know?
right. And it really helps to be able to run into different gurus that can help connect it for us. Because, like, it's just existence is huge. Existence is so mind blowing that by ourselves inside of a body, we can't possibly connect it by ourselves because we're inside of a human
Mr. Tack,
vessel,
Woo, we've
Mr.
come to the vessels. I
the
can
vessels.
feel you.
I had
The
to find
vessels,
Mr.
I know this.
I want to fix this vessel. Help me out.
I had to find
uh
I had to find Mr. Tackpan to make me stop doing what I was doing because I just was constantly trying to disprove something.
I used to have like this fixation where I would remember really long strings of numbers. I can't seem to do it now. Seems like I don't know if it's because of age or whatever, but when I was younger, I would be able to remember much longer strings of numbers, you know.
Make it interesting. Share your passion with your concept, with your passion to make others interested. So when it comes to the day to remember the name of whatever it is your passion is, that there will be others that know. Save nothing for yourself, and your RAM will never forget.
Well,
I
thank
just
you. I appreciate that. I'm I'm getting some things worked out, and I think
Yes.
soon as I get it figured out, I think some other things will come to me too.
Oh, I got a calculator. Tell me what it is. I'll figure it out.
Okay, why zero divided by zero is indeterminate instead of it being another zero?
Well, first of all, the word zero
Oh, you
equals
guys
to.
are funny.
Because, I mean, well, you consider zero like a circumpunct.
Uh huh.
If you consider zero like a circumpunct, it's either 0 or 10. Because there's always there's always the one dot in the center. So it's zero is just like
A
dark matter.
placeholder, a dark matter. Okay, that's what I was thinking though, because we were
Because
talking about dark matter the other day in regards to the Ouroboros.
yeah,
Um,
dark matter doesn't technically exist in science. It's just there. It's like the zero that holds something. They can't neither prove it nor disprove it.
hey Spicy. Um,
Hello, everybody. Hey, Tack.
Like
Hey,
Mr. Tack.
Forbidden.
I like to put her.
Oh,
You know what? I'm
spicy. What's
moving
up?
over for her hair because her hair fits in with the color.
He does
Yeah, you
sacred.
funny.
He also does sacred numerology and
Look,
don't
look,
realize.
Mummy's hair is painted all over the ceiling. Look, 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 look.
I
Mine
love
went
you
Ay,
from
ay,
guys.
ay.
Yeah.
mine went from red to white.
Well,
So you know what? I
Galaxy,
always.
nice to meet you.
nice to meet you too. I always wanted to go visit Canada again. I've been to British Columbia a few times. It's beautiful up there.
Oh, lovely.
And then I've been to
Yay.
Niagara Falls in Canada, and that was really awesome.
So now we were on that
Born
two.
and raised in British Columbia, haven't only just a few years ago went as far as Saskatchewan.
Right.
That's it.
Oh,
I
okay.
love BC.
Well, I hope you come visit Minnesota, or at least the United States or
Oh, I'd
something.
love to.
You're
Can
from
I say it?
Minnesota?
Can I say it the right way? Minnesota.
Minnesota, yes, that's the right way to say it.
Minnesota.
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 Ah, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
Minnesota, the miniature soda. And
No,
they don't say
okay.
That's how I remember
up
it.
here.
This is where I got that too. This is
Pop. Yeah, they don't say like soda, they say pop.
I got
Yeah,
that.
Canadians, we
I got
say
that number
pop.
240 from 69, 33, 66, 30, and 19 combined, which came to 217. And then I added the 23, which gave me the 240.
You know, the calculator, it's an interesting way how they have that arranged. I believe some of the clues are in the calculator. Either it's misleading us or it's hiding it in there for us, because you notice like 369 is always in a sequence,
Yeah.
in association with each other, always. On
Um,
the calculator, on the keyboard.
That's like Tesla actually told us that like, when you, like, okay, everybody thinks the Tesla theory is a triangle. But Tesla actually told us that the answer to 369 is in the pyramid. If you look at the pyramid, you got four sides of three. 4 times 3 is 12.
Hmm.
So in order to get back to the 3, you have to come to the 12. You have to go 360 all the way back to the 12 to get to the 3 again.
So it's like in the Matrix, it's all about it's about positioning too, but it's not random positioning at all. It's very crafted.
Yes, it's all fixed.
It's Yeah, it's fixed because, and I think it's because that's the way that this particular universe has agreed to operate. I'm sure that if we went to some far out parallel universe where the law of physics is a little different, I wonder if their matrix is obviously going to be different from ours, and the things that happen there are also, our
And
experiences might be different, and a lot of things might be different.
also
Well,
look
what
at
I've
the
noticed is there's never really anything that is random. Even though you think it's random and a computer system figures it out and says, no, this is random, there's no sequence,
the
there
key
always is. We just don't know what it is.
the key
What's going on here?
the key is the 345 in ancient Egypt. There's some of their sacred numbers. Now the 345 gives you a perfect square because you can measure 3 foot by 4 foot and go diagonal and make a triangle. You go 5 foot, which will show you a square. And then I actually took 345, 369, and 432 and put them together and actually started putting them into a Fibonacci sequence and then started bringing it out. And it took me about 4 or 5 pages of math to bring it out, but it brings you to a 45 to a perfect square.
Mm. I'd have to see it myself, or sometimes I'd have to see the images in order for my brain to connect it together.
would you like to see it?
Yeah, please, if you do
Uh,
have it.
well, I don't know have exactly what
Text
was
now.
spoken, but I'm going to tell you that if you can see over here,
Hmm.
369 147 258. Do you know why it's like this?
Well, you got 396 up there.
Do
396.
you know why?
Um, it's just it's the way that the angles are spaced, right? Are
Right,
those are
right.
isosceles triangles, right?
Well, I don't know what you call it.
Equilateral triangles.
I
They're
just know what's that?
they're equilateral triangles. Also, all of the sides are exactly the same in length. So therefore, the points where the points that it hits are always going to be about the same.
Right.
Versus if the triangles were not equilateral.
Because this is a
That's why I love
circle,
my
right?
spirograph.
Because it's a circle, correct?
Yeah.
Because it's run off a circle, it means all the lines that are straight across. The thing about this, do you know why one goes here? I mean, one goes here and why two goes here. Do you know why, how these numbers came to get their position?
Let me see. Look now.
Well, I was thinking a circle is never truly a circle, because what happens is a circle is basically a containment of many angles.
It's
Well,
a
this
trap.
this is a maximum of 9 numbers. Unlike the telephone, okay, the dial phone that left us the extra space for the zero, there is no zero inside this circle. The only area space that if this should turn, that the zero would be a solid cylinder that's holding everything from turning together in sequence, like the top or the pole of the circus. But anyways, it goes like this. I'm going to show you how it goes. It goes like this.
Okay.
A,
Oh,
1,
I'm gonna
2,
move it up.
3, 4. I started here. I went 2. I went 3. I went 4. Did you follow me? 1, 2, 3, 4. So every third one So count every third one. There's 147 over here. Not this one, 147 over here. Not this one or this one, 147 over here. Not this one or this one. Same thing here. 147, 258, 369. It's a triangle. That's the way this runs. The movement of 9 is because of this. When you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? You can also put the 4 in this position and go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or you can start with the 7 in this position, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can see it's all the Tesla numbers. It is the Tesla vortex. Instead, what I did, instead of connecting all 9 numbers, right, what I did is I connected this over here. That's what I did. I connected 369, and then I connected 2, 5, and 8. When I connect, there's going to be a vibration that's going to happen between these two numbers, and the vibration will frequent into themselves. 3 and 2 is 6, right? Sorry, 3 and 2 is 5. 3 and 8, 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 3 and 5 is 8. 3 will resonate right inside 258. 9 and 2, 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 9 and 8 is 17. 1 and 7 is 8. 9 and 5 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 9 resonates directly into 2, 8, and 5. 6 and 2 is 8. 6 and 8 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 6, 11. 1 and 1 is 2. 6 resonates inside 2, 5, and 8. This is what it looks like. Now, what happens with this? Okay, what happens with this? The thing is about this, right, is I want to just show you something a little bit different. Is you see the 1, 4, and 7? I need to also, so let me remove this. Let me just remove the inside, right? Okay, I remove the inside, okay? This is what we're going to do, but this time we're going to go 1, 4, and 7, okay? And what we're going to do, I'm going to go 8. Did I go with 8, 5, and 2, or did I use 3, 6, and 9 before?
You
Right.
see how I got the galaxy?
Right? Did you see? Do you remember before what it was? Do you see what it looks like now? Do you see the way it's pointing out this way? You see the way the big beak is on this side, the small beak is on this side?
Yeah,
See the way-
but it's like it's perfectly spaced out though. That.
Yes, it's perfect because you can do this with this circuitry. You can do this 3 times. My question is, does it have anything to do with the mutable signs? When you connect 3 areas, is it fire, fire, fire? Is it earth, earth, earth? You know, what's going on here? I don't know, but I'm going to match this up to the zodiac signs. We don't need all 12 zodiac signs, right? There's going to be 3 master signs inside this house, right? There's 3 master signs inside this house. Where was I going to go? Let me see if we can do this backwards. So we had it this way, right? And now it's open mouth, and it's open mouth to the 147. This open mouth 147 for, right? See this calculator? Well, there's 7 months of 31 days. 4 months of 30 days, the 1 month of February. February representation of 96. It's a rotation month. It's a representation of the moon, the animal, the house of vet. Nothing to do with Valentine's Day, not for you. Not for you. The real Valentine's is actually, I think, starting, it starts in the 3rd house, right? Because it's the connecting house, but still Valentine's should not start until you hit June, July. You know what I'm saying? It depends where you want to connect to. But I say from March 13th all the way up to June is good enough for Valentine's. In June, the whole coin flips over to the other side, right? It goes from January to June. January becomes June. and now we continue on to the next gateway, right? It becomes 6 and July becomes 1, right? It becomes the second side of the zodiac, just like we would go Virgo, right? Virgo and Aries might slip its way together, and then we'd start on Scales or Libra. So, anyways, this tilted to the other side, and all I did is 2, 8, and 5 with 3, 6, 9. I didn't use 1, 4, and 7. Oh, no, not that way. I went the wrong way, right? And then I went the other way. I didn't use 2, 5, and 8. I didn't use 2, 5, and 8. And here I didn't use 4, 1, and 7. Right. And we can get that done again. What's the last one that we didn't do? 2, 5, and 8, 2, 5, and 8, 2, 5, and 8, 2, 5, and 8. Did we do the 3, 6, and 9 with this?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we did. We did.
I just caught something.
I don't think I did the 4, 7, and 1. Yeah, that's the one we didn't do. Yeah, that's it.
It's where the 5 comes
That's
from.
the one that's open towards the top. So we never connect more than 6. And what's the crazy thing about binary? Part of binary, right, is this. Oh, that's so tiny.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
So all of this is part of the star. You see the way it breaks into the center? So each one breaks into each other. So this becomes 2, this is 4, this is 6, this is 8, this is 10, this is 12, this is 14, this is 16, this is 18, all stemming out by 1. 18 is the number that fits inside of the sun, right over here. It's 4, 1, and 7, and 2, 5, and 8, okay, that vibrate to create 3, 6, and 9. And it's these two in between 3, 6, and 9. And these two, see these two together, 1, 4, and 7. 1, 4, and when you bring these together, okay, this will create 3, 6, and 9. 4 and 5 is 9. 4 and 8 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 4 and 2 is 6. So all these two will always create 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9. Here it's split, and here it's not.
So what I just did is I was looking at the numbers 121, the numbers 1, 2, 1, 8, 1, like that, because that equals 13 added together singularly, right? And then you take and then the 60, the 20, you have 20. 60.
No, we don't hear you.
I'm looking at. I'm just sorry. I'm still putting it through my
Okay,
head.
well, if you're putting, I'm just going to then show you. When we were talking about 6 before, here is where we get 6. 6 times 1 is 6. So we use number 1. Where do we use number 2? Look at that. 2 and 3 come together to create 6. They're within the same realm, the 2 and the 3. A, B, C. Look at that. They all come together. They both can create 6. 6 times 1 is the polarity of itself. 4 times 6 is 24. 2 and 4 is 6. 5 times 3 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. I use the 3 once. I use the 3 twice. I use the 3 with the 2. I use the 3 with the 5. It just so happens that 5 and 2 equals to 7. Now we get down to 7 times 6. Look at that. I used the 6 once. I used it with the 4. I use it with the 6. I use the 6 with the 6 and the 6 with the 4 and the 7. Just so happens that I can't really explain this one, how powerful that is right now. The heart of the 7th gate is 313. That 313 is joined by 1, okay, putting a ring on the pull. I don't know exactly how that works. I'm going to have to explain that a little bit deeper. The upper worlds, okay, 3 and 4 is transformed into this one over here. So somehow this C7 and this 11 created by this 13, we are crowned at 13. What does that mean? 7 and 11 is the dynamics of the face of this calculator, which show off the face of the cube.
121 plus 101 is 313.
121 plus 101?
Yes, 303 or 313.
Not 212?
121 is a perfect square. It's 11 times 11. Then the 101, which is another number big number. Which, and then you add that together, you get, or no, 121. That would be the one, not the shit. I'm trying to put it together. Hold on, I'm putting it back together. It's the one. It's one. It's the one. It's 212. 212. Yeah, 212, which would be the. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Where's my paper? Where's my paper? Give me a second. I gotta find my paper. Hold on. Too many papers. 212. 212. Yeah. You have to switch. Yeah, that's it. 1, 2, that'd be 3. Yeah, so that's 2 7. Yeah. Ouch. Shoot. Let me do this math real quick. Give me 1 second. I gotta math this out.
Yeah, so back to the beginning of the alchemistic science. I think it's huge. I mean, because the terminology is exactly the way I think. So I just like that thinking.
It's 50. It's 60. It's 60 plus 51 is the 111.
Okay.
Yeah, the 60 and 51 is the 111. With the 101, 101, 101. Where's the other one? I don't have it. Where's that?
Okay, so while you're thinking, I just wanted to just reiterate on something I never finished speaking about. When you said Ouroboros, what came to my mind was not that word. First of all the O's could be 3 star systems coming together. It's 3 vibrations that are coming together. There's a trinity. If there are 4 O's, 1, 2, 3, there's 4 of them. So all the houses, the father house, something maybe changing of the breath within the major house. The cube is completely turning upside down. I don't remember what you explained about this before. At the same time, there was something I wrote about that. Yes, when you said it, all I heard is "Ah, Galaxy say." All I heard you say was 0 backwards, because when you say 0 backwards, right? When you say 0 backwards,
This is how you get the 101, and the 111. And that right there, then you can put it, and then you could do the 101. Yeah.
So where are we at?
To get this, it'll bring this right here. Will bring you to the 212.
Yeah, I have to put you up. I can't see what you're doing. Put you up here, make it easier. So,
yeah.
because you mentioned 3 times this year, and we don't know. Sophia equals wisdom. Ladybug, thank you. Forbidden Ibis, thank you. I'm just going through all these.
Okay, the 19, get the 52, the 53. When you do that like that, then the 33s, and that comes to the 10. That comes to, and you add those 3 right there at the bottom. When you combine those 2, it gives you the 111, which will come to the 60 plus the 51. Then you come over here and you leave that one whole. You have to reduce this one to the 7, which will give you the 26. Stays whole, 33, which this comes back to 101. Then you have the 101's really significant. 101 comes to because because 19 is written out in numerology. It'd be 1910 slash 1. So that's 101. And the 101 comes to right there, which comes to there.
Okay, and you know what? It's funny because 101 can also be understood as two letters, C and C. 100 one way, 100 the other way. 101 is actually just overlapping and saying it's two worlds of 1010, crisscrossing worlds. So I can see it as C, the letter C. The letter C is 100 in Roman numerals. So instead of 101, I just see CC,
And the
right?
reason you can add the 101 twice is because you get the 101 here, and then you get the 101 here, which gives you 202. Then you add the 111, and then you get the 313.
Right. The,
Three.
the heart of the cube is 111. The heart area of the cube before it's created into the rectangular area. I don't know if I should call it the sixth space.
These are the these are the numbers I was giving you this morning. And if you notice, they like this right here with the prophet comes up 12, 21, 15, 25, then the 28th to the 10-1. But now if you can now then you have this one, which is Messiah, as we would say it, and this is how Hebrew would say it. Now if you notice, it takes that number, brings it down here, and it stays the same. They literally just swap rotations.
Which letter is that? Which letters are you working with, and why can I see a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay, prophet. So you use 12 for which letter? Because which numerology?
This is the one that you always the ordinal reduction, reverse reduction, and then Chaldean.
Okay. So what is it?
This is the ordinal.
12.
Yeah, if you break them down, they come down to see these are the whole numbers. I break them down.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know the whole number just like that when it's broken down.
Right, and then I take the reduced number. Of course, 11s and things like that don't break down, so I take the reduced numbers and I add those.
So what is where is the? Are you saying T? What number is T? Like you put 1 there. Why is it 1? Where does T fit into 1? In which because I don't know that one. I mean I off the top of my head.
Well, there's this right here. If you look right here, you have the 12 and the 12 for your ordinal and your reduction, which gives you that one number you were looking at, which is the 1221.
1221. Yeah, I think that's times 756. That's
I found that. Yeah, see, I found that.
I just know 1221 times I think 756 or 5, 6, and 7, or 6, 6, and 6.
And then you take it all comes down to that. It all comes down to the 666. It all comes down to that. So when they're all broke down together, like and you do the Messiah, and you do the Messiah or the Mashiach, or is however they say it in Hebrew, would be, and that's how it's spelled in Hebrew. Or if we put it into Latin.
Well, the first 3 letters are enough for both of them. MES versus MAS. Not only that, the 1221 is 2 homes, 2 houses. But the ironic thing about the 1221 is you can divide it by 3 and it equals to 407. It says
these two combined, you get this 66, which is the 33, then you get the 66, then the 66, because 12 reduces to 3, and comes back to 3 again, and it comes all the way back to 9. So you get 666. Then you put those two together, you get 6. So you get the triple sixes. 6 times 3 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9.
And which word is that? Is that more than one word? Or are you bringing?
It's 2 words. It's 2 words combined. I mean, I start like we talked about. You like you got to do it every way. So I started combining things like.
Yeah. Combining things is good. You can. I mean, you went a long way. I like to look at just
The
We have
sixes.
Messiah, we have prophet, we have Lord, we have God. So where have we? What alphabetical letter have we not used for royalty yet? You know,
I
just like
have.
the zodiac signs.
Yeah, the
In
only thing
this,
I haven't used is king or royalty. I haven't used royalty either.
no, not just you. I'm talking the entire planet.
Right.
What is the entire planet not done? What letter have they not chosen? Like if I wanted to talk about the 9 planets, right? In the 9 planets of creation, what letters did they use? Well, they used the M letter twice. They used
Yeah.
one time for Mars, and then they used one time for Mercury,
It's just 26-8.
right? They used Venus. They used Saturn.
Well,
Look at
see that I
that.
did, and then I was looking at something. I was breaking down because I noticed that when you take the numbers 1, 2, 1, 8, 1. Damn, pencil go. When you take the numbers, the 1, 2, 1, 8, 1, you have the 1, 1, 1. And then I was like, okay, so, and I was looking at the numbers, uh, what was I was looking at the numbers? Yeah, the numbers, 2 and 5. How many? Like, if you go into 2 and 5 for the yeah, because the 5 goes into the 2.5 times, and the 8 goes into 60 7.5 times. That gives you the 10. That gives you the circumpump. And then 8 and 2 is 10 as well. And then the 8 and 2, then you have that. Then you have this, the 13.
And which word is this? I
It's
mean,
not a word.
you know exactly what you wrote down. Do you want me to explain to you what you just wrote down? Okay,
Yeah.
in this I see 1111 is 121, 9 by 9 is 81. When you
Right.
crisscross on the calculator, right, at 7.5, you're crossing over from 7 over to 6 and from 4 over to 9 and meeting at the 6.5 area space. The 7.5 area space is between here and here. The 2.5 area space is between here and here. So there's going to be an angled rise between here and here. It's a connection. It's an Earth connection between that 2 and 3. That's why I said it. When you
Well,
put the
that's
two and
and I was also looking at, like, because the eight is one is 3. You do those threes. That right there's 11. So you get the 5 and the 11. You get the 16. That's 7. And
I
then if
still
you
want to know how we get 0 in the center. Is that dot in the middle anything to do with 0?
yes, the dot in the center is technically like any way that, like, our ancestors would write the number 0. A lot of times they would always put the dot in the middle, which makes it the circumpump, which is also the symbolization for the sun, also symbolization for God, Ra. I mean, that's what the circumpump is.
With that said, you know what that's telling me? Wow, because the dot, you would think that the dot would end up to make a stripe, but now the dot is showing me that the dot has to be. Hold on a second. If the 0 is the sun, 0 would be. If you're telling me 0 was the sun, one of the numbers. I have to think of something.
I mean, this is how they, like, when I do my name in sacred geometry, this is how they get my number 10, which is also the tarot card for the Wheel of Fortune, which also on the tarot card of the Wheel of Fortune also holds all 4 royal stars, which is the sisters, the 88, and the 88. That's 16 and 16. That's 77.
Because uh, 0 is not round, right? So it can't be made with a protractor.
Well, that's only because they decided to make the 0 unround so it didn't match the O. So which one should we use first? Because we were using symbols before we were using numbers. So this right here should be round in reality. If we do it how we're traditionally supposed to do that, then this right here should be round. Because they're
right. So now my question would be like this. At what point did they find out that this was the center? How many circles, how many times did we square off this one circle and create other circles before it was determined that this was the circle?
Consider 0 the void.
Right,
They believed we were center of the universe.
Right, but there's going to be a number of circles that are going to be intertwined and joining this circle in order to determine a more realistic value of 0, other than the value of 0 as a word equaling 64. As well, the 0 in Chaldean is going to equal to 7, 5, 2, 7. So 0 equals 777.
That right there is what determines. That's 2 zeros stacked together. That's your versica Pisces. That's your mother. That's your everything. That's where the beginning of universe came here. Mother and father.
Right, but I don't want to think of that as your 2 zeros for some reason. I don't know why yet.
That's sacred geometry. This is sacred geometry.
But how did you get that second circle on top of the first circle?
That's how they draw. This right here's the beginning.
No, I mean, how did you get it? Did you guess or did you measure or?
No, I mean I'm gonna have to tell you that I went to that place again and it came there and I was drawing this for like I don't know like almost a month and I couldn't figure out why.
No, because your placement, right? Choosing the area you chose.
My 2911 is what this makes.
Right, but what I'm just trying to say is the distance between the two circles, right, is offset from the center. And the only way really to do it is to square the circle off in order to do that piece. So how did you measure the separation to create the Vesica Pisces? That's my question, because it looks pretty much perfect. That's why I was asking.
I put it together. I don't. I just put it together.
Oh, you didn't just do it just now, and I missed. I like closed my eyes and just it showed up.
Yeah, I just grabbed my thing right here and I just.
Oh, okay. Well, you have a good eye. Holy shit, that is pretty good. So, in order to do this, for those who've never done this before, right? If you're doing it on Paint, it's easy. I'm just going to show you just one little way to put that together. Oh, look.
Freehand.
Yeah, hold on a second. I just want to just do the same thing as you, right? But what I'm going to do, oh my God, there's so many things in my way. I'm just going to take this and just square off one of these. Right, we got that there. And then we just take this over here, boom. Then we take this over here, right? And now that we did this, we can now run a circle, right? And it has to be the same size circle.
And that's it. And the Vesica Pisces makes the triangles too.
So, and you see this area over here? So we're going to measure or this area is right here. That's why I said we square it off. I can't measure from here. If we would have measured from here, I'll end up in the center here, measuring half this space. So what I do is I square it off, creating this, right, reality. So now I would take this, and now I'm going to guess part of it, right? Because I don't know what the center is. I think the center
And
is
the, and
here.
the, and, and the Vesca Pisces is also the infinity symbol, the 8, the number 8.
So now we have that. And that's the circle you just did. It filled in right over here. I wonder if I can fill it in with an orange. Oh yeah, I can sort of fill it in.
That's funny. It's like here.
Right? That's the way
That's
yours
cool.
had to come out. In order to create your distance, this is the way it would have had to come out. It's pretty weird. It's
Yes.
pretty weird.
Let
So
me see. Hold on. Let me see.
here's another thing. This is all movements by 12. Your 12 zodiac signs, the next year going to be here. Next year it's going to be here. When you start off in Aries, the next Aries in the cycle of 4 years, this is all going to be your Aries. Your Aries, okay, is going to be in your 36th month. You have it in the first one, you'll have it in the 36, it ends. The 37 is a new beginning. And then you run again. Okay. Taurus, boom, at the end of the cycle, Taurus is gold. Gemini shows me the angel. Cancer, this is a connection link through the moon.
That's what it looks
The
like.
E worlds, the oceans, what's that? The birth is through the ocean. The power
See,
of the Christ.
Mr. Techman. That's
Oh
how.
yeah, that's nice. Where let me see that.
That's the one from my sacred geometry when I had it done. See how it has the center dot, like the eye, and then that one dot can become 2, like that.
Okay, you ran over the same center.
Yeah.
I wonder in because when I do that, I hope I have to turn this around for myself. If I'm better to understand, just give me a minute. Whoop, that's not what I want. Made a mistake here. Let me see. Uh, yeah. So when you go over the center, you're going to, if you want to capture, if you don't want to give depth and you want to capture from above, you would put a pole right through that eye and then run a recorder above that, and that would circle over the eye. Maybe that's what could be going on in our own eyes. Maybe I'm just thinking,
which
like I
which
can look
also
at this as an eye. What's that?
that also gives you the I mean, if you did that like to the center, like you're talking about, and you just did it to like the one circle, you could get. That's what would give you the circumpunct, which is the 10. Which is the wheel. A lot of them call it the wheel. The way it comes, that's how it looks in my sacred geometry. It looks like the wheel, but it's split into. It's got 8 lines in it too, coming off of the center point.
Is it possible that the number 10 has something to do with a chapter?
Yes.
Because so
10,
if 10 has to do with a chapter, if we took away the 1 from the 0, would the 0 be the entire book before it had any chapter at all?
empty book, the void.
Just the book itself?
Yeah, just I mean, if the book even existed.
Well, the gateway number, right, and the numeric value for book is 43.
I mean, then we have. I mean, you can also go back to the Greek word for book too, then, which is
Okay?
which is biblios.
It's this. 0 equals to 64. 6 times 4, 6 plus 4 is 34. 3 and 4 is the same corridor. Book equals to 43.
Then you got the 64. Yeah, that's
The
10,
0 is
64.
the major corridor. Everything goes around this corridor here. And on the outside of this is 2 and 5. And on the outside of this is 1 and 6.
Well, let me get you the sacred numerology for the 34 then, because I have it. Sacred geometry 34.
Yeah, I'm playing this. Let me get a glass of water in the kitchen. $19.19. Wow, this is tea I made like an hour ago. Wow. I don't get it. TikTok blows it wouldn't let me comment on your live video. Wow. Comment. TikTok blows it. Wouldn't let me comment.
That's the 34 number 7. Let's see if I can get it better than that.
Yeah, let me check that out. That's really funny. That's like impossible. I mean, I saw your comment the other day. It's with this one. Oh my god, I'm gonna check. That's crazy.
I'm trying to make it a little better for you. But I
So,
mean,
what is deep? What is something in numbers that we want? Oh, look at that! When did you do that?
that's the seed of life. That's the number 7 in sacrology. Let me make it better. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's good. It's 7 circles. One in
So,
the center.
so you're telling me in order to run this, I go from the side to the
Go
middle,
from the center.
from the
Go from the
middle to the side, from the side to the middle, from the middle to the side, from the side to the middle, from the middle to the side, from the side to the middle, from the middle to the side, from the side to the middle, from the middle to the side. So, do you see what's going on here? You always have to throw it back to the pitcher. Every single one around the ring is a catcher. So there's 6 catchers to 1 pitcher.
That's also, if you look at it, if you look at it and just kind of cut it down the center, you'll see 2 Vesica Pisces almost sitting side by side, and then you have the circumpunk right in the center.
Well, the whole thing is Vesica Pisces all the way around.
All the way around. Yeah, that's what makes this is they call that the seed of life. That's the creation of everything. Well, it starts with the Vesica Pisces. The Vesica Pisces gives the birth to the seed of life.
I want to see something.
Because the Vesica Pisces is just 1 and 1, which is 11, which is the 2 and the 9. Because in order to get another one out of 10, the circumpunk has to then take itself and split itself to another one. You want to see my first name? Here you go. Here's my first name.
Oh, if you 1, 2,
This
so
is 6
that's
point.
6.
Yeah. As
But
above, so below.
do you know that there's more than there's more there's do you know there this is made up of 13 areas. You do know that, right? Another thing about this is I'm not sure if you're looking at the dimension of this. Just 1 second.
It's also the symbolization as above, so below. If you look at Sumerian cuneiform, that's where they got it from. And if you're wondering, Galaxy, the 12181, that's my birthday. You add the 19, you get the 23, you get the royal star of the lion. And the 19 is the circle puck. 1 plus 9 is 10. Which is technically what they consider everything. And then you have the every 19 years on my birthday, there's a lunar eclipse. From the day I was born. The next one's in 2038. Which is also in 2 days. And then on January 19th in 2038, it's supposed to be the 2038 2K because they're worried about all the computers shutting down again. 2 days before my birthday. Then it goes back to the Vesica Pisces. I spent the past 7 years working on this, and I've been trying to get then I bet Mr. Tackpad, and I was hoping somebody would prove the stupid shit wrong.
Did I just move from the screen or something?
Yeah.
Oh, is that where I am? Okay, let me see. So there's your picture.
Yeah. Let me turn this camera off real quick because my phone likes to get hot.
Yeah. So look, did you see the same thing?
Yeah, I do.
You want to show your picture for a second? See, I put the cube in the middle of the Star of David. It's multi-dimensional. You can bend it. You can bend all the corners, right?
Yeah.
And I like to. I don't like to hold it this way. I like to when it like sits on this angle.
Oh, sheesh. I see it.
Oh, hey everybody! It's real great being here with y'all. Can y'all drop me down? I gotta go get ready.
Thank
So,
you, much appreciated. Just give me 10
Galaxy.
seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there she goes, Galaxy. I had a nice invite today. Almost an invite today. Almost an invite today.
I mean, you're
Almost.
if you look in, if you can actually Google it, noteworthy. If you go to 2038 and Google it, it'll tell you on January 19th and 2038. That's they're calling it the 2038 2K. They're worried that all the computers are going to shut down like they did in 2000, the year 2000.
Pretty freaky that they should run it exactly to the uh, to the Hebrew lunar cycle.
Yeah, that goes right to my that's my fourth lunar eclipse on my
That's
birthday.
yeah. So and it happens all the time, right? How often does that happen? Is it all the time, or
Exactly.
how many years have passed since?
Every 19 years. It's every 19.
Okay, yes, because on the separation of the houses, is 36 plus one separation 37, or two
The last one,
separations
the last one
38?
was the last one was 2019, which was the third one, which is in the middle of they come at they're a 5 year cycle every or it's a cycle. There's five in a cycle for every 95 years, which puts it at 19. Which puts it at 19 years. Yeah, 95 divided by 5 is 19.
$19 nickels. The number for that is one short of 19 by 6. 19 times 6, I remember, is 114. It's a very sacred Islamic number. It's 6 sides to the hexagon. Unlike the 5 sides you speak about, they're alike, not alike. It's the E world. You're born as the proton, the neutron. The only way to get into this world through the 9 birth into the airborne, where you pick up 6, is the continuous of your 9 birth is now your 5. Your E and your I is what, when you come into this world, you are the I, you become the F, like the 6 protons, the 6 neutrons. That's your association.
Where the 51 comes into play, because you can get to the 6 by 5 plus 1.
Electric company. Why are we
Right.
getting to the 6?
So when it comes to the sixth is the last one, and from what I've googled, there's not another one after this one. After the one in 2030, after the one in, there's supposed to be one in 2057 after that, and then after that there is no more.
There is no more, that they say.
That I've
There's
found.
no more, that they say is on the way. There is no more, and that's the way. That's what they say for us to know. But what they know, what they don't speak of, is only what they know, what we don't know. And even if they didn't know it all, no one knows. And you can't say that it can't be, because we just don't know. There's.
But I did trace them all backwards. I did go all the way. I did go backwards with them, so I do have a timeline all the way back. That's how I found it. That's how I found the timeline backwards, was following those all the way back, because exactly 19 years or 1900 years would be the year. I was born in 81, so 1900 years would be the year 80.
Listen, so we break in of numbers, we break out of numbers. Oh, hold on a second. There was a big noise on the.
That might be my radio. Sorry. And then I found some other information of somebody passing away in 63 AD. Which is the number 22. 81 minus 63 is 22. Or 42. Yeah, that's right. It's 6. Yes, 22. Or well, something like that. No, it would be 7. Got to take that, put that over there. I had that wrong. That's 11. That's 7. That's 7. Ooh, well, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. No. That's 18 years. Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
Look at that, number 1. Right,
That's
look at
the
that. It's a bookshelf. Books are stacking up on side of each other. Is it 1 and 1? Is it L and L? Or is it number 22, dividing 1 and 1 apart from each other? Does anybody see the 1 and 1? You see the 1 and 1 inside of here. Looks like the L letter could be the 1 letter inside of these 2 buildings. So I asked myself the question, right? Is it possible to write 6 and 1 and 1 and 6? What if it was 6 1s? Or what if it was 1 6? Would you rather be coming home with 6 1s or 1 6? Would you rather come home, okay, with 3 2s, right? Or do you want to come home with 2 3s?
Well, then you get the 18 and the 19. That's 37.
That's the heart of the 18 and 19 is the heart. It's like, I like to call it the equator line. Uh,
Um,
when you're,
60,
what's that?
63 AD. Right, because if you do 18 and 18, you get the mirror number of 36, which is 99. You stack them together. But if you add that extra one, because that next year would be the 19th year, would give you the 19, which then would give you the 3710. And the 63 AD is the Cave of Solitude.
Do you know
If you
what?
know,
No, I don't. But when you said that, cave is also part of avenue. It's three associated letters that are going to tell you different stories. When I see a line drawn through a triangle, I also think of, is this above and below the frost line? Is this above and below the freezing mark? Has the water frozen in the lake? Why is there a crossing line? Does it come with the fire? Which
yes,
sign is the line that crosses over? The H crosses over. The
yes,
I crosses down. The Q runs on an angle. If we're going to, what is my goal on this channel after not having a goal and having a goal at the same time? Because I always had this one thought outside my work and inside my work, there was only one thing I wanted to do, is find a way to correct the problem with humanity, right? And I fear the only way to do it is by their own choice, and that would be in this game, right? To reconstruct the entire alphabet and to relearn our number systems. So, but in order to learn, we have to understand and see these algorithms. Why is it an absolute 13 with the moon? How can we undeniably say that the reason the sun is up every single 24 hours, this is what's happening in numbers? So once we see what's happening directly with numbers, okay, what's happening directly with numbers, telling me that the cat 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 8 and 6, that in the game of craps, it separates the board. It puts 4, 5, and 6 with 7, 8, and 9, and it does the same thing to the cubes. It starts to tell a story. At the same time, when you look at these cubes, there's a story it's telling you. It's telling you, okay, in the story, that every face of this cube, okay, looks like this. What this is, what the missing part of this is over here. You don't see the 4 corners. But on this one, you don't see the 5 that's on the inside. The total of a cube is 9 on every single
here you go.
face.
This is French. This is French. I don't know. That's where that cave is at. It's in southern Rhone in France.
A cave is also known as
A dwelling.
grot. And grot sounds like it sounds like
It was in this Providence in Rome. I'm gonna spell it. I can't. I don't want to tear it up because I mean, it was in that Providence. That's where Mary Magdalene.
Providence. Is that what a P?
Yes,
So
that's what.
now I can now automatically,
That's where.
okay.
That's where Mary Magdalene's bones were found.
Okay, because I'm association. I'm putting words together that, uh, as best I can, that have three letters in it: A, M, E, and then any other singular letter. Okay, and then I like to use words that begin with P, R, O. Right, very important. These two, they separate. They separate the money, right? They separate the corridor, or they join the corridor between 3 and 4, and 6 and 7. And I'm assuming it happens one more time. I don't want to go past this. What it means is when you go to professional sports or you stay in amateur sports, you're using the amateur, you're using the professional. So I'm trying to balance out when we use that terminology between
Also,
amateur and professional.
the number 44 is very significant too, because 44 AD is when she had yeah, 44 AD is when she had another child.
And there's four sides to a circle.
Yeah, 44 AD, and he was traditionally named after his father. And I guarantee you won't guess what his father's name was.
No.
Could be something like, I don't know, Joshua, Joseph.
Oh yeah, they're all, it's all gonna show up. Whatever we do, it's all gonna show up. The thing is, okay, when somebody asks a question, well, what do you mean 153 fish? What does it mean to you? And I'm gonna say, this is what 153 fish mean to me. And I'm gonna explain to you where it comes from inside the game, because everything's gonna show up, right? But I need to show them reference where it comes, okay, and what goes along with this. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on. Some things, when it comes to scoring, one of my packages that I put together is what I call the 16. And what is the Sweet 16? And the Sweet 16 is 9 and 7 is going to equal to 16. It's going to equal to the mother. It's going to equal to, I'm just trying to think, I think it's the passageway through the sun house of Mars.
It was 7 days ago I had that dream too.
7 and 16. Which dream?
The one that led me to all this, like I had a really bad dream. I had a dream about something that I didn't know nothing about until I woke until I Googled it as soon as I woke up. And when I Googled it and I started looking at it, it looked really weird. So you know how if we take a word, we put the numbers together, and if they equal the same, it's kind of like, man, it's kind of, you know what I mean? The numbers ain't gonna lie, because it doesn't look, it looked like when I first saw it. I knew what it looked like, so I Googled. Well, actually, first I Googled something else, and then I realized what I was dreaming about. So then I looked up that, and then it can't. It's not good. It's terrible. That's that morning I texted you and I was asking you, like, and I told you that the Vatican was not good. They're not good people.
Right, but right, but yeah, it could be part of it could be part of the game. Who's good, who's bad? But by us individual, like if me and you and nobody else knows who's good and bad, right? By our own choice and our own learning, there for me, there's no count on spreading any word until others can learn how to see for themselves, because people only see for themselves. And once you start getting indoctrinated with numbers, it's automatically that you know there's something else. That you want to see your full connection, then know about the numbers, know they exist, know that every single vibration touches your heart. I can touch everybody's heart right now by putting on a certain frequency. I can put you into a mood. Okay, remember, by putting you into a mood, I'm putting you into a category. Okay, into a category in a realm of time, slowing
It makes
down the pace, bringing the pace down just one notch, bringing things a little bit softer.
Yep. It makes the heart hurt.
So, how does everybody feel after that? Right?
Did you eat
Did
today?
I eat the motion? Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I just have to get a glass of water. Food is not good for you.
You're not wrong. You're not
Bad
wrong.
food. Bad food. I had a pet dog. Name was Food.
Thank you.
I had him for lunch. Good dog. Good dog. It was very yummy. Mm. And it was a game dog. Do you know how I know? GAME equals to 26. DOG equals to 26. I figure it would be good in the game if I ate the dog.
That means
I
get.
ate the dog. I'm telling you the absolute truth. But
So
somebody
Go
told me
so if DOG equals 8 or 26, so does GOD would equal 26 as well. It's backwards. That makes sense. No, that what? That makes sense. Dog,
the
dog.
game is also number 26, but one is four letters. So dog is 3 times 8, okay, equals to 24 plus 2. And game is 4 by 6 equals to 24 plus 2. 4 and 6 and 3 and 8 come together within the game and the dog. They're both numeric value, different ways of achieving the number. Both speak about two moons. One speaks about, they speak about the gateway within the Trinity. I'm gonna have to see
And
it.
then and
over
then the 88,
over here.
because then
I have to take this
I,
silly.
I've been seeing numbers like that lately too, though. So like if you have the triple eight, you take the 88, you take the 1 8 off, you separate it, then you take the 16, you get the, you know what I'm saying, you get the, that gives you the other 8 that goes over to, yeah, it just flows. It's a nonstop cycle of 88.
Here's your other 8. This is your game 88.
It's in my chart too. That the Destiny Matrix charts in the eights are in there. They're in the cross. They're in the cross paths.
Anything that touches 8 will always retain an 8 to it. But 6 is the most amassed number. But 8 and 6 work together. So over here is 3 times 8, 24. 3, okay. 24 and 2, 26. 4 times 6, 24. So they're both missing the 2 to equate. The difference is
So
6 and 8. One is the upper world, one is the lower world. They're the reflection. Anything that equals to 6, okay, will equal to 8. And it's not me. It's not me. What do you think the other side is? 4 and 2. So And now I can just flip it over.
So it's the 2351. The one, yeah.
44, 33, 88.
Okay.
So they just follow each other. So where was I?
That
So the difference between this, besides being the divided gate, these two numbers, okay, they're in the same house. So whatever this house does, this house will get. Whatever this house does, this house gets. This house gets it twice in here, and this house gets it twice in here. So they can exchange. So the dog can exchange inside the soul. The seventh gate, AME, is going to be a representation of Om. In French, it means soul. It's number 19, bringing the arts and entertainment together in love, crowning the worlds, right? Crowning the worlds. You become that world of its own. You become the world of its own. You're coming here to conquer, right? You're coming here to conquer. Everybody is just like you. That's not like you at all. We're all different and we're all the same. We come into this world and we all have to follow certain rules. Stop at the stop sign. There might be others like yourself going through. In fact, you know what? We're just going to send the car through the stop sign only when you get there. That's it. Only when you get there will I send the car. If I'm the creator of this world, only when you get there am I sending a car through the stop sign. Because I saw what you did last week, Sammy. I saw what you did last week, Sammy. So next time, Sammy, you come to a stop and you don't stop, don't worry, Sammy. I'm sending the invisible car, the car you never saw coming. Sammy, watch out. Here comes that car.
Oh, it's here.
You know, this morning I woke up, I did a little video and I wasn't sure. I don't do many videos from the private room. I don't mind from the shower, but I was just sitting down looking around saying,
I saw that. I saw that. You're sitting on the throne.
I was sitting there saying, and I was just sitting there. My cat, to stop the water in the bath, right, and to clean that garbage pail. And then I started looking around and started talking to those little images as if they were alive. And I thought they were alive because when I looked at them, they looked at me and they told me a story, and we talked to each other. So I shared it. How can we not? I mean, really seriously, I mean, we should all really and seriously, we're at a point where we shouldn't be where we are. We should all be in the barn with the cattle right now, milking them cows or goats or whatever it is. We should be playing in the haystack, learning how to play the guitar. No, we're out here on these instruments doing what with our time? Arts and entertainment, arts and entertainment. So we know arts and entertainment and the organism or organic orgasm of this world is to self-satisfy ourselves. That's why we're here. We chose to be
Well,
here, right?
Mr. Tagpan, I believe you would have to be with the children, teaching them the mathematics.
Oh my God, not me. Not me. Not me. I need full communication. I still want to enter. I've seen in my head not enough. I'd like to go a little bit deeper into that alternative world. But when I'm taking a shower and I have that water pulsating on the back of my neck, I can see artwork, this neon shining and plasticine look where everything is like, never have I seen anything as beautiful as what I seen in my head. Okay. I've seen look-alike in digital online, right? For hallucinogenics or whatever you want to call that. I seen it, right? And I seen it like I can just put the music on rock, make things fun, make me forget about life, and just go in there just wanting to connect to the vibrations inside the music they play. I can see different artwork or different places on the planet or different cartoons that I've never seen before. And I'm quite sure there are others out there that can do the same. And there's some out there that couldn't give an F, about it. But uh,
I do the same.
what's
I
that?
do do the same. I do do the same.
I mean, it's so
I do.
much fun to dream. Oh, if I can dream, I dream forever.
Yes, literally, that's so much fun. But like, I know that. I mean, it's it's. I mean, it's like I believe it's a gift we have.
But you
It's
can't,
very,
right?
very.
But you can't dream forever because who's going to milk the goat? Well, why do you have to milk the goat? Well, you need to feed yourself, right? You need to have a little alternative fun because what is it by doing something over and doing something over? You have to do something over and then stretch it out. Do something over because we're always inquisitive. Once we figure out what it's like and what the rhythm is like, we move on. And then we figure out
That's
this
why.
rhythm and we move on. And we figure out this rhythm and we move on. And since I'm a Libra, I just keep doing this. And I
And
can't
that's one.
stop moving, moving on, moving on.
And that's
But
what I showed them what they're doing to us now. Like I actually showed them to them with just one word, and that's when we look at the word narcissist, look at the word narcissist, and you break it down and go back to Greek. It's from a Greek god, or not a Greek god, but a Greek myth of a person that looked into the water, fell in love with themselves, got over in love with themselves, and it comes from the word narc. Narc means to sleep, to put you under a trance, to keep you down. I mean, it gets deep. They literally put people in a trance to this point to the where they numb them. Numb. It's to numb you, or for like they do with narcotics, or numb you to the point to where you don't have feelings, you don't have none of that. So they destroy that. So they destroy everything that's supposed to be us, and nobody has consideration no more because they don't look outside of themselves and say, what if that was me and it was you and I did that. They don't do that no more. So they don't have the love no more.
that's weird because when you said NAR, I'm saying NAR, NAR. I'm not saying mRNA. You're like the M is not in the RNA. So you said the A. So and I'm thinking niacin, right? What niacin does, how it warms the body up. And I'm just trying to think, how do we split the alphabet splits between A and N and A and R? I'm just trying to think that the hand of God reaches out at A and N, and you said narcotics as a word in saying that word. It was part of narcotics, so they'd have
You have
narcotics
to
within
remember,
those words. So now there's
it's ice,
what's that?
it's isocist at the end
Why ISIS?
because it's spelled like this.
And yeah, I still wanted to talk about
See,
zero, and the lady
when you
left.
take
How come
you
everybody
take
left?
you take the narc off of it, and you get ISSIS. You get ISSIS.
Okay, so the nine. What can we use the nine as now? Do I use the nine? There's nine. I'm trying to think in which way do I use the nine. There's so many ways to use nine. You know.
To make the mother sleep, to make sleep the mother, numb the mother.
Well, I know what I do. There's a lot of things I do with the number nine. There's other things I like to learn. Like I'd like to learn about things that go with the letter C, like vitamin C. And then there's another vitamin. They call it L something, right? If I can learn about what that vitamin does, it might tell me a little bit more the about the about the understanding of the letter L. Like if you told me Lusa something, LEU as another part of this vitamin of L or C or whatever it is. I need in order for me to understand my numbers, I need to go also where they're using it in the alphabet, not only position and directives with the numbers. And this morning, right? And this morning, I was working on.
Efficiency.
Okay, here is what it is. I'm going to have a little bit of this. 1 second. How's everybody out there tonight? Narcissist.
And it treats iron deficiency. Vitamin L treats iron deficiency.
Is my video coming out staticky?
No.
Because it said choppy video, restart live with.
L is the 11th letter in the Greek alphabet too. Instead of 12th in ours. But if you do LL, you do get 24s. That's 6 in our Latin alphabet.
This is okay. I was just looking for this. Oh God, I'm still want to look up alchemist astrology. There's so many signs. It's so weird. I'm listening to this guy today talk,
You want the
and
word? This is the word I was given in my dream.
which word?
I'm about to type it out for you. That word. It adds the 21 in numerology. I don't. I mean, I know what language it is. It's considered one of the oldest languages in the world that's not dead. It's the oldest language in the world that's not the only. It's not a dead language.
Well, I don't really understand it, but I can tell you that there's going to be a realignment or association, something to do with the sun, okay, and the double gateway of Mars. The reason for this is the first letter is the E, the last letter is the U. 5 and 21, right? The letter U, EU coming together. Okay, total of 26 inside the game. It's the upper house, nothing to do with the outer part of the house, but bringing 5, 1, and 2 together,
I just
512, 256, it's 64 by 8, 512 memory,
and I
right? So
just
you're bringing
yeah.
coming together at the gateway, and you might be making a memory transfer. Does that
Just
mean
look.
there's going to be a lull in the system causing a tsunami of some sort?
You know what? When you say memory, do you know what that word means?
Mem?
No, you know what this word right here. This word means. The translation.
No.
It means to me, of me, or for me. And then I just looked at as you were talking. I looked at it and I looked at the center or the center where it says A. The A is the alpha. The KK is the 11. So that's 22. The alpha, the master builder. And then you said that was memory. Holy shit! And the word is spelled. And the word said Anaku. It's to million.
5512221. The minute I see two letters come together, I'm right away going to think of anything to do with twins. So I'm going to think of anything that doubled up. I'll think of 4. I'll think of 8. I'll think of 3. I'll think of 6. In
If
this instance over here,
I'm
right?
gonna, I'll tell you this, and I don't know if it's any significance, but I did have a twin, but he passed away when we were born.
The KK could be the Twin River because that's two houses with inside E and U. It ends on 26. It ends on 26. K and N is 5 and 2. A and K is one vibration between two. You want to split it up? Can it be king, king? I mean, there's many ways to look at it. I mean, it's just a word. I mean, there's so much you can do with it. So I just like to look it up as the E is for EN for English. English is part of the memory, is part of the sun system. 514, right? The DNA, the sun system DNA. 514. The DNA, the sun system, it's part of of what I call the IT system. It's electric company and water works with inside this house. Where do I get this from? The numeric value of one DNA, 1, 4, and 5. 4 times 5 equals to 20. 4 plus 5 equals to 9. When you use that system, the 20th letter is T, the ninth letter is going to be 4 and 5 is going to equal to 9. Now, 29, okay, when you use 9 in this fashion, you will use it at 29, right? The 20th and the ninth letter equals to the letter I and T. But also, when you use this association, you're also going to illuminate, okay, number 19. 9 doesn't go anywhere, okay, without connecting to 19 as well. The French, and this is because of the French.
The electric company U, EU, electric company U. Why is it? Why am I thinking that?
Just that I have to keep finding all these relationships. I'm just trying to look what's going on here. Yeah, I'm just continuing trying to find these relationships. So just to make everybody aware, since we have the cube and I've shown this 100 times, I'm going to show it again. Since there's 6 sides, we're never, you could, but don't always have to. This never moves. This and this never moves. The chain of this can move. We can turn this side, we can turn this side, but is the chain connected to here and here? Does this side always have to not move? Is one of the sides not move because of the way the chain is hooked up? This is like in the chain gang, each one is individual. But if it was moving on this chain, we would only have 4 and 2 to the pole. And then we'd have 4 and 2 to the pole. And then we'd have 4 and 2 to the pole.
Yeshua's last. Why is there seven different Yeshua last words?
What, seven last words?
Well, he had 7 different ones. Like when you ask the apostles what he said, there's 7 different sayings that he said. 7 different. They're not all the same.
As each one went to a different house, the coding was different. It was read different, a slightly different vibration. And on leaving the house, and this is what was said, leading up to the moment and the moment of departure, is that in this world, it's a 313 rotation. That when you leave this world, as God left this world after creation, after you leave this world from your creation, as like God, like yourself, you will rest in peace as God rested on the seventh day.
And only one of that Mary said. And Mary said, "You did not, for you did not take, or you did not," because they said we unalived your Savior, and she said, "For you did not unalive him, you just unalived the likeness of him." That's 8. 7 and 1 is 8. 8 is infinity. 8 is Versica Pisces. 8 is rebirth. 8 is the creation.
I like to use the L as part of the creation from the animal world. That's on the day of Genesis. I'm not sure, but if you can pull it up, does it say land, animal, and man? When
Yeah.
were the birds? When does can somebody tell me when the birds and the fish were came to be? It's very important to know certain specifics for myself. Um, yeah, just so I can understand what's going on with the numbers, because it's not just the numbers for me to know. It's for me to verberate, speak with others who already know the Bible, and I just explain to them how these numbers juggle together. What can they do understanding these numbers in their Bible to juggle it to see what the real phrasing is? Noted that once numerology is understood, this is the time that we can just drop our arms and say, I mean, because how many people will come out of the closet right after this? How many people are coming out of the closet saying,
The
wow,
answer, the answer is 23. 5.
23 is the last number in the house.
5.
It's
So
the
on the
last
fifth,
number in the lower house,
on
23.
the 23 is the one that it reduces to 5. 5 is
It,
the day he created the fish and the birds.
so, okay, so whoa, say that again?
23 reduces to 5. 5 is the fit on the 5th day he created the fish and the birds.
Okay, so now go to number 28.
Okay, 28 is 10.
What happened then?
On the 10th day, I don't know. Okay, on the
So take the 10th day as the third day.
Hey guys, sorry I was here, but I wasn't. I was kind of in a deep conversation with my daughters as well as kind of listening here. Sorry.
What are you talking about? We were talking with you all the time.
What?
You were telling us to pick up your gingerbread cookies and put them in the oven.
Okay.
I heard you. I heard you. You said, "Gingerbread man, come here now."
I
You
love
said
ginger
when you.
snaps.
What's that? What's
I
that?
love ginger snaps. I love ginger snap cookies.
You know what? Food is so amazing. I just can't wait for that day I get to eat a real banana. I
A
ate
real
one.
banana.
Oh, and
Oh yeah,
I
with the
ate a
seeds.
banana in 1983 in Jamaica. And
A real good banana.
that was crazy, crazy. Oh my
Had the
God.
seeds in it too?
Uh no, we didn't put seasoning on our bananas. I didn't know you can put seasonings on them.
No seeds. No, I mean the seeds in them.
Okay, seeds. I don't remember, but oh yes, I do definitely know one thing. When I was in my childhood, younger than I am today, a while ago, probably before you were born, I remember
We're the
bananas.
same age. Come on.
I have you a story.
Let me tell you one thing about bananas. Oh my God, they had seeds in them 100%, but just like everything else. And when I don't know when people are going to recognize what's going on. Like it took me a long. I didn't know. Oh look, no seeds, no seeds. Genetically modified, but there's manipulated and modified is not the same thing. Apples, like apples, what I love about apples is they're so easy to manipulate.
Yeah.
You know, not mod. You don't need to modify them. They're very easy to manipulate.
Well, I have a fruit tree. I have an app. I have two fruit trees, and one is an apple tree that has 5 different apples on it, and that's just grafted. It's not. It's manipulated, not modified. Right?
Right.
Is that the right wording that I like? It's
Well, it's manipulated, you would be saying, and don't forget, I didn't go to school very much, so I'm like a ding dong. So you got to wake me up to certain questions. So, anyways, manipulated means you'll pull down a branch and teach it to do something. Splicing it by just, you just splice two trees, two apple trees, you chop the
yeah.
top off, you put the two together. You don't have to do anything else. It's magical. I've seen it so many times. So
Yeah,
that
and
would be
I've got a fruit tree. I've got a
sounded like
fruit
the
tree that
grapples.
has a few fruits on it too. It has peaches,
You ever had a grapple?
plums, and nectarines on it.
oh my God. Oh my God.
Plums and nectarines? That's cool.
Apparently, the local grocers, they grow it in boxes right in the back room. These trucks pull in. Apparently, it's growing on the trucks as they drive in with it.
Technically, a box is a tree.
Hello, sir, Wizard Big Mark. How you doing?
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, hello there. I just want to say hello from the Netherlands. And about the box tree, um, in Dutch we have a buxus tree, a buxusboom. So maybe it's a little bit the same, but then
Brookses, that is hilarious. There's Brooks right there. Brooks's plum.
now yeah, is it a coincidence? No, coincidence doesn't exist.
Wow.
Really?
I got a.
No,
You
yeah.
want your story?
There's the
'cause
different
it-
plums or whatever it's
There's,
on. What is
there's
it?
no
God.
story about what happens on the 10th day. So the only way you can get 10 is either 4 and 6, 6 and 4, 7 and 3, or 3 and 7. And on the 4th day would be the sun and moon stars. The 6th day is land, animals, and humans. Or the 3
Hey.
or the 3 and 7 is the land, sea, plants, and then 7 is rest. Or you can go the rest and then land, sea, plants. But then you got the 74, which is rest, which is rest, sun, moon, and stars, which is 11.
So
So that's
after the 6th day, um, when the humans were invented, yeah, I can imagine that you have to take some rest the seventh day. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, so the 74 says that he rested in the sun, moon, and stars.
I find
74?
it so intriguable. How do you know? Yeah, I have to translate from Dutch to English in my head. Um, I find it so intriguing. I don't know how to say the
No,
other
it's a
word.
beautiful word. Beautiful word. Yeah, that's good. That intriguing. Like to be excited, to kind of a wonderment and excitement, to
Yeah,
be happy about it. Yeah, yeah.
and thank you for having me. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna listen to what you all have to say, but I want to send you much love and positive energy from the Netherlands.
What time
Thank
is
you.
it there?
Yes.
It's 1:14 now.
Afternoon or AM?
AM.
Wow.
So
I
it's
I
this, it's
am. Yeah, AM. I am.
the 74th minute.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ta-da.
So 3 steps away from 71 is 74.
yeah.
74 is energy. 74 is Jesus. 74 is everything to do at number five. So five has been replicated because 74 ends up in the five position. Both in Saturn square and inside of numbers, right? The five position
Also,
is the five position. It
also,
also
I see why Chaldean might go to the number 8 too, though. Now, when I look at this, because if he rested on the seventh day, that means on the eighth day, that's when man had his first full day.
so that would mean if this would happen, yes, you can say that we can go with Chaldean, but gematria is the real seven. The gematria sequence, the piano is the real sequence of the constellations. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it that the
Right.
piano is the trueness of everything. So if
And
I
that's what
was going to run a face of something, how would I square face a piano? Does
and
anybody know
that's
what I'm
what
saying? Square face, meaning 52
yeah,
keys, 52 keys, 52 keys, and
52
52 keys. And now I would
52
have my outside face. What would go inside of 52 by 52?
52 weeks
It's
in a
52
year.
weeks in a year. There we go. We both thought of that at the same time.
Well, I
Yeah,
also, yeah,
so I got 2704. I'm trying
so
to
if it's
think what
52
it's
weeks in a
telling
year,
me.
52 weeks in a year, and you square it, right? That's nine. It's 4 years. 52. It's 4 years squared. So that's 52 weeks in a year. That's squared. That's four. 52 and yeah, that number.
What do you got?
I was about to do 52 times four.
What? Well, what did you
No,
do? Hold
you
on.
said square. You said square. You didn't say cubed. So I didn't go cubed. I went squared.
Okay, hold on.
That's one. That's
52
208.
times 52 is this, okay?
Yep. 27.
Now we
That's
have
not
to divide it. Okay, now you have to divide it by 4. 676. I have four
that's
houses. Every house has to be a lower value. So now what I'm going to do is times 4
208.
equals divided by 9 equals. No,
208.
676 times 4 equals divided by 7 equals 676 times 4 equals
416. 416 is 8. 52 times 8 is 416. That's 7. That's 10. That's 7. That's 11. That's yeah. That's or 50 or 56. You can do it that way if you split it. If you do it backwards, it would be 47.
Yeah, so anyways, that's the only number I see that it works with. Divided by 4 is 676, and 676 is the point of the pyramid. I'm assuming if I'm right, that the
One.
king crown, the number 7, comes
Oh,
in through
wow.
6 and 6 through the seventh gate, and that becomes the cap. That becomes the part of the E world that connects the two worlds together inside us, the base of creation. The L that you read off 2 minutes ago, when land and animal, the word land, okay, is LAND. So did you get it? The word land, okay, it's land animal. So they said and man. They didn't say land man. They said and man. But with animal, they went land animal. L is A and B. We came in here, right, with land animal. Who are they talking about this? Land animal and man, because it's the animal within man that carries the soul.
Yeah,
See
but
this
put the
in
seven
the
upside down. Then you have a
in the key
pyramid. If you put them in the mirror, put them
the
together,
key to
then you have
the
the
key to
pyramid.
16.
Yeah, the sevens. Well, it depends which way you eat cross the sevens. Why doesn't it show it here in this straight element, the 7, and it shows in most often the 7 becomes the I.
2,
So the
4,
7 in this element over here looks more
4.
like a J letter. And 7, the J and the G, the 7 and the 10, they have something going on between them. It bugs me, right?
Well,
Five times 2, 5 plus 2 will create both the 7 and the 10, right? The J and the G, the French and the English use the pronunciation opposition between J and G, right? And it's the 10th and the 7th letter, and they come together as 17. The Yod is used with the Yod, we go Yod Dalit, and then we go Yod Zion, but we skip over. So we went from 4, we skip over 5 and 6, and we skip over to 7. So we go 4 and 7 and 7 and 4, and we're making a skip over. So when we're going God in the Hebrew language, they say don't use the O, and we're even skipping over it by not saying Yod Hey and Yod Vav. Apparently, Yod Vav, if somebody knows anything to do with Hebrew, why are they not? How are they using Yod Vav, and how are they using Yod Hey? Very important to understand this. What do you want to call it? Not this
It's a
frequency.
distance.
This algorithm. It's the algorithm, because you skip over the Hebrews are saying 9-6, and then they'll go 9-7. They won't go 10-5 and 10-6, but
Oh
they'll go
shit.
9-6 and 9-7, 13, but not 10-5 and 10-6, 11. So they're not mixing up. They're separating the M from the K. The MK is a separation. Now they're bringing MK together. It's a reason for it. First of all, there's two different creations. The 11 and the 13 are basically going to create all the other worlds. The star system creation of 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, right? And the communication and multiplication of 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, right, is what will create 2 and 1. And then it'll create 3 and 2. Then it'll create 5 and 6. Then it'll create 30 and 11. So 30 and 11 is your first 19. Your 5 and 6, I'm just going to write this out. So how we end up at certain numbers by star math. Star math is multiplication and addition of the same number before any subtraction.
Hey, can I say something in between? Oh no, oh, I got a thumbs up. Yeah, because you were flipping up. Enjoy. Hey, I was born on the second day, the second month, at 4:44 a.m. 33.55 kilograms. You know, um, that's why I think I'm cursed. You know, it's maybe a gift, but what are the numbers? You know, all the numbers are taking away, or the dates are taking away, or they changed it all. That
Mr.
doesn't
Tech,
matter. But the date that we are living in now, that's the date, the time that we are living here now. Eh? We are getting older by the
Yes.
second, you know? But what's the second? The second place?
Hey,
Or what?
Wizard, remember that you need to leave chance for human error with the times that you were born and what you were given.
Yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
Tech.
hey, that's beautifully said. Yeah. But hey, sometimes I feel a burden on my shoulder or whatever, because of all the time, all the numbers. The how do you say numbers? Yeah, numbers. Yeah.
52, 52 times 8, 416, 416 times 8, 3328, 3328 divided by 5, 6656.
1111. You can also just do it the simple
1211.
way, which is 3 times 52. After that, everything else, 3 and 4 are the only two we need to know, because after that, it just
Yeah, for
becomes a
the,
repetition. When it's six,
yeah,
seven, and 6, it's just to know 3 and 4.
the
Hey, and the
66,
beautiful thing about it is we are
66,
all the
23.
numbers together. Eh?
Yeah,
Without
we're
each other,
everything, but
we are not complete.
well, you know what? Our choices in like whatever's happening, like I make a lot of bad choices in which will hinder me here. But if I make any other bad choices that hinder me here, like there's hindering out here, I can't move, I can't do this because of this choice and that choice. I only can make this move. But here is when you do something, and most of these things would come out in how do you face other people? How do you answer other people? What do you say that you won't have a confrontation every time you're expected to say one thing and you say something else? There's a confrontation. We're always confronting with others. Others are always confronting us. It might not have happened to you, but I know it happened to many, many, many of us over the periods of time in our lifetime. Why do we put ourselves in these positions? So what has happened to the world? How has it turned this way? Well, when millions and millions and millions of people, okay, that are roving over the planet one at a time, and everybody throws something outside the car, it piles up and you see it if nobody moves it, or if somebody takes advantage of it, right? That's the world we definitely 1000%, 1000%, this place we live, it was planned out this way, the way it's going. It's just like really kooky. I mean, I've
I
never
mean, it's,
seen so much stupidity in my life.
Well, as long
according
as you present yourself as you believe yourself is, like you present yourself, it's in others to determine, like, really, we are all really self absorbent, not necessarily self arrogant, but self absorbent, as in we all have our own purpose and our own needs to move forward with whatever avenues around us that we need to
That's
take
true.
to move ourselves forward.
my issue is I've been trying for 7 years to prove this wrong.
Sorry, what was that one?
I've been trying for 7 years to prove these numbers wrong.
Ah, okay.
What? I didn't
Actually,
understand that. So once again, please. 7 years. What?
to prove the numbers wrong.
Oh, so the numbers wrong. Okay, yeah, now I get it.
I
I
have a
didn't hear that
question.
one. That
I
part.
have a question about numbers. If I hit a pool ball against the band at a 30-degree angle, okay, what angle will it come off? And will it always basically almost come off the same way each time if hit with the same energy?
Well,
I
we have
believe so,
to.
yes, because every action has its opposite and equal reaction.
It depends on who set the table up. If the table's a little bit off center, if the table's a little unbalanced.
Based on that as well, yes.
Well, okay, besides that point, making it utopia, just to understand our angles, what happens, very important to understand what happens on a pool table. And a pool table really helps us out because we have rectangularism coming in. A pool table also has four corners, right? We don't count the floor, the legs that it stands on. The four might just be the legs. We have these six pockets. So just a dimension to think about the game of pool and the
I love
angle.
playing pool.
In the answer to
I
your
loved the
question,
angles. Even though I didn't know math, I learned the angles on which if I shoot it on this angle and I put the ball, if I hit the cue ball on this side of it or that side of it, or if I play backspin to move it back. I learned a little bit about all that. I used to play like minor competitive just in the bars, but I don't know math. I really don't know math. I just learned the opposite and equal reaction.
I always gave the wrong effect to the ball. Why? I don't know.
yes, the answer to your question is yes. If you did that, it would end up. If you hit it hard enough, it actually end up making a perfect triangle.
Yeah.
It could bounce off three. It could bounce off two. It could bounce off three rails and make the perfect triangle. Yes. The answer is yes.
And the premise is when I weren't in a pool is it's very hard to hit more than 3 sides.
Well, his premise is like, quit. Quit trying to prove it wrong. It's right. Stop.
Go
Quit
to the
being
middle.
goofy. Quit being. He's. I mean, but that's why I was brought to you, though, Mr. Tech, because that was the thing that I had to have.
What are we putting in order?
Yay!
I'm looking for something. Just give.
Mr. Tech. He's.
Was it a forbidden? I don't know how long we've like I don't know anybody personally on any of these apps, but I remember talking to you before, and I think that was it me that kind of pointed you towards tack pans, or kind of we were in the kind of same circles.
No, I found Mr. Tech Pan on my own. I
Did
used to
you?
sit.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I used to sit and I watch him, and I used to watch him do his numbers, and
Mm-hmm.
I was learning from him, and then like one day he just came into a live that I was already in, and we just started talking, and then I started showing him some of my work, and then it just like literally went from there, and then he got some numbers off me, and I got some numbers off him, and then we started combining, and he started taking like some of the codes I had, and I started taking some of the codes he had, and it was just it literally was a perfect match. No, no, Mr. Tech, that's so bad.
Hey, now he's in jail. He's in jail.
Yes, I mean yes. Okay, yes, we are literally locked in this place. Okay, we're trying to get
Lockdown. I love it.
well. Some come in, some come out. Some come.
You know what's
Some.
funny? I know it's kind of off topic, but I've been regularly watching that Orange is the New Black prison series, so it's kind of funny that this popped up.
I do not know if
Hey, where I come from in Rotterdam, near Rotterdam, they made from the old prison, they made it into, I don't know, some kind of hostel or hotel.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to do something, eh? With
I mean, and the way all this right here goes is I've got a. It's
oh, he's in the hood, eh? He's in the hood.
We are going to welcome somebody not new to the channel, somebody not old but well spoken, Mr. DC James.
How are you, James?
Mr.
how are
Tactician,
you? How are you, my brother?
I am doing well. It's been so long. I tell you, a week
I
seems
know.
like,
I've been worried about you.
yeah, I get it. No news is good news when it comes to me. I took a hiatus. I took a break. It's been over a week. This may be 2 weeks. I may go ahead and take the 2 weeks. And but yeah, man, I've missed you guys terribly. I did get back on probably last 48 hours, so I was in Infinity's room, and I enjoyed that seeing him. He was kind of on the tail end, but yeah, I did come surfaced, if you will. My Periscope came up. I did come by, scrolling by. I saw Mr. Tack Pants earlier, and I know he goes a pretty good stretch. And so, anyway, I'm in good spirits. All is well. I got a bunch of construction due when I get on these lives, and these people, I got siding being put on and new windows. So it's just bang, bang, clang, clang, clang. And yeah, my office, I had to move. You know how it is forbidden in your place, in your line of work. I had to give some 3-foot clearance. So if you guys see my room, I got tables and benches and my 20-inch Apple. And it's like, okay, I got to move all this stuff for these guys to come in.
I will say something about that. DC.
Yeah,
You always seem to come into play when it's important. You always say that. Every time. You always pop right back in whenever it's like something like new, like not necessarily new, but things come back into play.
they do. Like I didn't miss a beat, but then it's timely where it's like, wow, here it is, he's here, and bam, it's a smooth.
Hey, and if I get it correctly, I did it last week. I gave almost everything away to charity.
Wow.
And yesterday, my front window was renewed.
You
Ah,
fit there.
So what are
Sorry.
you talking about here?
yeah.
Maybe I'm cuckoo, but I did it, and my window, and he was talking about it. James was talking about the window.
Yeah.
What dinges is er aan de hand? What's happening here?
Oh,
Well, welcome to the Matrix and to the matrices of synchronicity. That every time that certain things come together and people align, this is what you call quantum entanglement.
I love it.
Oh, quantum.
oh, it's a beautiful thing. So here it is from window, and we're in the bars. We got now Mr. Tackpans is processing, so it's forbidden. And this is what's so powerful about here it is. That's the thing
I mean,
tuned
So
in.
you are all me from
well, my good brother,
distance.
DC has seen the Matrix shut down several times. Every time we do this type of stuff, it does not. Me and Mr. Tat get together and think weird things seem to happen. It's pretty cool, kind of powerful.
Yeah, I'm glad that
good to
my front
remember
window
we're
was,
awake.
new again.
So yeah, all the windows in the house. It's a 2-level house. It's a big house, and the roof has already been done, and they're putting on the siding, even new doors. Everyone's windows have been changed, except for
Doors
two.
on the roof?
The roof has been done. Yeah, that was done earlier, but we've been stalled out with the weather. But it's warming up. We're getting into close to the spring here, and so yeah, the gentlemen are out. And they're
Hey, that's nice to hear.
yeah, they're whacking and wailing again. So you got that window. I mentioned the window. This is a window of time, obviously. And so in that wizard.
Oh, do you know the song? What was it with the window?
I mean, all I need to hear is Mr. Tat can tell me that this birth certificate is stamped and sealed. And I'm
He was
done with
talking
this.
about a window and cleaning out the closet or something like that, you know? Yeah,
Forbidden.
I
You
give
get
all
the
to
birth
charity.
certificate?
And my window was changed, renewed because it got a burst in it, you know?
Ah,
And that happened yesterday or the day before that it was changed. And the week before, I cleared out my house and I gave it all to charity for others that can use it, you know?
yeah. Beautiful.
Yes,
Okay.
DC.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice little act of random kindness. There's a quote that says that for every disadvantage, it's accompanied with the advantage.
What was you going to say, DC?
I said for every disadvantage, it's accompanied with the advantage.
Oh, I thought you were about to ask me a question.
Yeah, no, I was just syncing with him, with his situation, given the charity from a situation that seemed like it was dire or at least adverse. But you get the new window, someone else gets an random act of kindness, you pay it forward. Look at that.
I actually went live a couple days ago for the first time.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, how did that go?
I mean, well, I went live 2 days in a row. I ended up with about 2,000 views.
Mm,
Nice.
So not too bad.
Not
yeah.
too bad.
Now I saw a gentleman on, and I went ahead and followed him. I'm curious how he had his camera over his shoulder, and he's doing a number thing as well. And so he's
There's
taking.
another gentleman with the sacred nuclear, sacred geometry too. It's like he does that, but I pointed something out to him the other day, and he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, it does that. Like the
Yeah.
tree of life. When you spread the tree of life out into a 360 view,
Mm,
it becomes the star.
mm,
And he never caught that before. And I was like, yeah. And then I was explaining to him that also the tree of life, when you do the tree of life like that, the Hebrew tree of life, it's also Yeshua on the cross
wow.
and his ascension up.
So yeah, that of course it was an experience, nor not so much as with his gift set, but it was unique the way he was actually just almost like that. They call I call it remote, like remote drawing, and he's doing it through numbers and he does like CAD drawing. So he makes these mechanical joint sets, and I was really curious about that. And he's still using numerology. And but the thing that was curious was how is he doing this with his camera? It's over his head and it's zooming in and zooming out. Like, how is he doing it? Is he doing it through a remote control on his camera? I was really curious about his setup because I'm thinking about that with my journaling. And I got that idea. Hey, I could probably do some of this where I do this through my own exercise with myself. And, taking in, I call it most folks call it a brain dump. I call it herding thoughts. So I've created tools to herd thoughts. I use my acronym layout. I said, I could probably do this with my journaling, with doing some of this remote uh, journaling with people's prompts. So yeah, just in that little peak and scrolling through, and again that energy, and stop and whoa, this is wow, pretty interesting. And I sit and get a feel, and here it is. Yeah, I'm curious. How does he do this? I want to do that. So yeah, I got equipment, but I got to get the rigging, find out how he's
Hey,
rigging it.
it is an inspiration, eh?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah.
just seen how you read this stuff, Mr. Tack. That's wild.
What am I showing? I haven't done anything.
Like I
You're
was like, okay,
scanning.
I actually put my full name into Hebrew, and the way it reads, I just realized how it reads.
Mm.
What is that? Oh,
Like
okay.
my first name, it says the water in the hand, with the fish is the eye of the head. Then my middle name is the nail in the hand. The ox is good. The hand is the ox of water. And then my last name is house. The house of the ox is good. Through the door, nailed in the hand of the fish. Through the fish.
Okay, that was on the fifth day, eh? The fish. So, but what's my thing then? With my name?
I don't know. I haven't written it out. Like it's not that easy. You have to like
Yeah.
write this stuff out for a couple of days.
Yeah, man.
It sounds like it's very difficult to. I know my thing, and because ever since I was little, I saw everything, and my parents told me, "Yeah, it's all in your imagination."
Ah,
And when I got older, um, it yeah, it wasn't
Then
my
you get
imagination, you know. And then you stop talking about it and keep it for yourself, to
wait
yourself.
a minute. So so when you said 24 is what, Mr. Tack?
24.
That's dog, right?
No,
Okay.
24 is the letter X. It's sex in a two-letter word. 24 is also like 27 in reverse alphabet. 24 bases for the cat. The cat is number 213. Sorry, the cat is 312. or I like to call it communication 104. Why is that? Because it's 3 times 104 to equal to 312. That's the basis of the cat is ABC. The
Are you
cat,
ready for this? My birthday in Hebrew is Shavat 165741.
you're
Wow.
born on the 16th of Shavat.
Can you repeat that once again?
That's what I came up with, which is Peshat Yitro.
Shot. Wow.
Peshat Yitro.
Well, shot Tito. Okay, but
Parshat Yitro, which is something with the Jethro, which is Noah's father-in-law, which he's the one that tells the people that you should always remain your youth and act like children. Like by the time they're like when they're in their 20s, they're acting like they're sick. They're in their 40s and 50s, and we should be acting younger. Your inner child.
Right.
hey, that's the song. When I was younger, so much younger than today. You know, yeah, yeah. Wow, that's a.
Is that
And
significant?
how did you calculate that?
That's the 24/6.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what 20%. Hey, I'm from the Netherlands, hey, so don't bite me, please. Um, but if I say I'm Marcus, and you know my date of birth, or what would be my thing in Hebrew?
So,
I don't know.
so what can we say about zero? Can we talk about zero for a minute?
Yeah.
Because I mean that was a subject that was brought up earlier, and the lady I forget what was her name. That was
Galaxy.
who was that?
Galaxy.
Yes, yes. I like her glasses. It reminds me that is like so my world from I remember my aunts, wearing those glasses, and it brings up such mysticism within the choosing of that. It's like it's not what I thought it was like then, okay, and what I thought of it for a while, that when I began to awaken I can start to see the items that have mysticism in it, why it was created. Remember, 3 out of 4 said it was good for you. The one that did it told the truth.
Ta-da.
Mm.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. Man.
And it wasn't just 1 out of 4, but it was not 1 out of 4. It was 1 out of 400.
Oh, okay.
Only a
Maybe
certain
for
percentage
1,000.
of the 1 out of 4, they're going to tell the truth about this, but didn't tell the truth about that, and told the truth about this, and this, but not
Hey,
that.
do you know
So
what my problem is? I always tell the truth. I'm saying the truth. I'm straight to the point, and I get into trouble, man. But it's worth it.
I think you're way better than me. They say people like you at least will clean themselves up every single day once they get into their mess. Me, I get into my mess. I pull my shield over my head. I
Hey, where
become
is he? Is it
I
magic?
become. I
Is that
don't.
DuckTales?
No,
I don't
yeah.
want to deal with this. No repercussions.
Hey, please come back. Please come back. Oh, yeah, there he is. Okay.
Never ask me any questions. I don't want to answer them. If you think something's wrong, then decide for yourself, and that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
everyone's perception of what is wrong is different depending
Yeah,
on what their life experiences were.
yeah, but what's wrong? Wrong, they say, it's not right. But if it's not right, what's left then? You know, it's a strange language, the English. You know,
I'm
what's
living in two
wrong, what's
worlds. In both
wrong.
my worlds, one of them is right, and one of them is maybe right, and then the other one could be wrong, and it
Oh,
might be wrong.
oh, a little bit bow
It's a little complex, the
and
the
in between.
anomalies that happens. It's a little complex, the anomalies that happen between the individual lives,
Oh yeah.
knowing my life and knowing those around me and
Yes.
their
I
lives,
know the
and
song.
seeing that I'm saying, oh my God, that's so simple. And this is what you should do. And I'm telling everybody
Compromise.
what they should be doing.
Oh,
And
come
they
on.
go, how about you? I go, me.
Yes.
Don't
Do you know
worry
the
about
song?
Your
me.
right is different than my right.
Do you
And
know the
we
song?
compromise on what is rightable between the two of us.
Just turn around and then the right is left. You know?
Right.
But hey, but
That's right.
somewhere between your heart and mine, you know, there's a
Right.
window. Hey, we talk about the window again, eh?
Right.
That I
Yeah,
look
window is
into.
88. It assimilates all the constellations. As I mentioned before, the piano is the only one um, that runs off of 88. The piano is the only one that runs 52 and 36, the 360 degrees, possibly towards the 52 weeks. 5 and 2 is what makes things bigger and smaller, and they stay in the fixed zodiac signs. And the fixed zodiac sign is noted to be headquarters. It's also noted to be with what is gold, what is silver, and what is bronze. Everything to do with eight.
We
Eight
talk about.
reduces to seven, reduces to six. So eight reduces becoming seven, becoming within six. Eight, eight, eight. Six is also a part of all worlds of eight, but not is eight and cannot be in all four corners at the same time. We're going to call Scorpio eight, right? And we're going to call Virgo six. And eight and six are being balanced by scales by Libra. That's where the gateway is.
And what is
Libra,
Aquarius?
sorry, pardon me.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I was thinking out loud. What is Aquarius?
Aquarius is inside the fixed signs.
I don't know why it's in my head.
It's Aquarius. I mean, when I look at 11, 11 for me is your first base of creation. I can't create by going 1 times 0 is 0. 1 plus 0 is 1. So I have
Matrix
10.
is
So I have 10. So what is 0? And when I look at 0 in this world, it's one of two things. It can be interdimensional. When you turn a circle, when you pull a circle, it becomes higher and skinnier. When you leave it round, so you've brought it closer together. So when I look at it on here, possibly instead of going all the way around this way, you're now just doing these. Your 0 equals to 6. Now let's see if that's possible, right? 2 plus 4 equals to 6. Okay, big deal. Anybody can do that, right? 6 areas and 3 areas. Your base creation is these, okay, and this. If I crisscross these, I'm going to get a vibration of 528, right? But we all know 528 hertz. Once I get the 528 out of here, I bring it here, 528, I end up with 369 because 5, 2, or 8 with any one of these will recreate 6, 3, 6, and 9. The 6 areas over here will be 2 and 9, 11, 3 and 8, 11, 5 and 6, 11. But if I use it on this side, D6, I get 2 and 7, 9, 1 and 8, 9, 4 and 5, 9. So by joining the heart area here or the heart area here, 6 of the 9 areas, as I showed earlier on, creating the Star of David's, 3 different Star of David's by choosing either 1, 4, 7, right? 1, 4, 7, and the 1, 4, 7 of choice is going to fall in your cardinal signs, or you're going to achieve 147 with 258. So you're going to get that with your fixed signs, or you're going to go 147 with 369 and go with your mutable signs, or you're going to go 369 with 258 and you're going to put the mutable with the fixed signs. And that's the way you're going to run around the clock. I just presented 2 minutes ago, right behind these funny little men on the screen.
And you were talking about the 8, and if you have the 3, and you put it in the put it against each other, like in a mirror. You have the 3 and the 3, and if you push them together, you have an 8.
3 and 3 is 8. Yeah. 3 and 3. But if you, before you
In
put them
mirror,
together, so this is what I was talking about over here. See the two triangles, but pending where I connect it. This is your telephone. 1, 2, 3. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is in the center. Then after that, the 1 is in the center. And you go 1 in the center, 2 in the center, 3 in the center, 4 in the center, 5 in the center, 6 in the center, 7 in the center, 8 in the center, 9 in the center, and 1. Now we can start 1 over here. See, 1 is at the end. 1 is in the center, 1 is at the end, 1 is at the beginning. So this is how they connect together, the 1, 4, 7.
exactly.
And we skip 2. 1, skip 2. 1, skip 2. 1, skip 2, the same way the night moves. Here's another way to do it. Right here, I'm connecting the inside. Instead of using a straight line, I'm now connecting 9, 6, and 3 to 1, 4, and 7. 9, 6, and 3 to 1, 4, and 7. 9, 6, and 3 to 1, 4, and 7. So now I've created this. And what does this do? Right now I run this in between. How 2, 8, and 5 run between this. And now I can do this again, okay, and use, instead of using these two, I'll now use these two and run it inside the yielding of the house. The same way I can run it this way. The way I ran 6, 3, and 9, 6, 3, and 9 here over to here instead of running it this way. Here you can see there's a brick. I can create a brick inside of this.
Here it is. Found it. I did that too, but I did that differently.
Like this one?
Something different. It's pretty cool. Something like that, yeah. But it's actually it's like check this. You might be able to see it. But I did this with, like you said, because it's like you said, piano's on a keyboard, and it just smacked me in the head. So like I was thinking about that, and I was like, wait a minute, hold on. So if I took the harmonic frequencies and I break them down and put them into a star like this. That.
Oh, 528 hertz. Healing, love.
Yeah. Well, you get 369 all the way around.
Yeah.
And the heart sits in the middle, which is 510. Half of 5 or half of 10 is 5.
Is
So
there
15,
nine
So
things on there? Because I can count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
You know what the strange thing is? In
10
German,
represent.
9 means no.
Yeah.
I did this like 3 or 4 years ago.
9. Nee.
Dang.
Well, that's how I also figured out the pattern of the. That's how I figured out the pattern for the for the pyramid vortex for the 432 that they used to bring that, like from the mythology, to bring Osiris back to life, that Isis used. She had to use a harmonic frequency to bring him back from the dead for the resurrection.
Just like Jesus or something like that. Hey, can I say something really quick in between? I dreamt
Jesus-
about the pyramids when I was 3
Or-
years old, 2
Osiris-
years old. I never saw a pyramid in my life. Why did I dream about it? That's strange, man. That's strange. And now you are talking about it. Sorry. And then I'm going to give you your moment again, Beck. Why did I dream about it when I have never seen it before in my life on television or whatever? You know, it's a hard life. You know.
I got
Yeah.
a question, Mr. Tack Pans, about zero.
Yeah, let me hold on. My cat's in the way right now, so just
I'm still confused about the zero too. Like when I was in school, I did as soon as I hit multiplication, I'm like, none of this makes sense, and math just kind of went out the window for me. I just don't get it.
Yeah, but how you did get it, but it was another math, you know, because it's not
It
the math.
was. I tried to do different maths and it made sense, but they said that's not the way you
Yeah,
do it. That's not the way it's supposed to happen. I'm like, well, that's the way it makes
exactly.
sense.
Yeah, in your way it made sense, but the way they tried to teach you, it didn't make sense. I
So I
had the
thought
same
I was like
problem.
stupid with math. Of course, right now I am
No,
in that position now where I hate math. I don't like math. I don't like numbers, but I love them on the other sense. I don't get it. I love them, but I don't like the way I've been taught them. Yeah, it's hard to
exactly.
explain though, but
No, yeah,
yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I had it the same way. Of I
Like I
would
think
say,
I'm stupid in math because I just don't get it.
do you want
But
to
I
hear that you're
understand
stupid?
this. That's why I'm here.
Do you want to hear that you're stupid? I can see it. Just ask me. No problem.
I've been felt
No,
stupid my
you're
whole
not
life with
stupid.
math until I became an add-on when wait a minute, that's just not the right way. Now I get it, but
And I like the expression or say the thing, ta-da! I don't know why, but yeah, ta-da.
oh yeah, like the light bulb moment, like bing, got it.
Yeah.
Let me know when you get to attack, man.
Boom.
Yeah,
Ha.
that's where we're kind of waiting. We didn't mean to interrupt you there, DC James.
Oh,
Just
Oh
sorry,
no
we
no
sorry.
kind of
no
figured
no.
it was open discussion until he
Oh
figured
no
out
no
what
no.
he was
It's
finding for.
he
Yeah.
no. Mr. Tackpan says wait because there's his cat in the way. I'm okay. I'm trust me.
Oh,
Is he
Oh, we
okay?
all like the kitty.
No.
I don't see no cat.
Hey, and I don't want to step on your toes because I have shoe 30, no, but was it 47? 47, it's a size 14 or something like that. So, I won't step on your toes.
I don't see
Oh,
no
you step
cat.
on my toes, you step on my socks. My socks are close to my sole. My sole is the bottom of my foot. That's number 67. It's with Ishmael. You might be out with the Beavers tonight. I don't know.
I think I have to, yeah, do some scissors for my toenails. Maybe I have a shoe thing minder. I don't know. Less.
Well, that was just because of I said it that way because Santa Claus is waiting for the socks. Socks are usually near the sole of your foot. Sole and water have the same numeric value, 67. They're both equatable to 13, which is equatable to 7. It comes in its information somewhere, maybe in the head chakra, perhaps, because there is nothing higher than 7 when you play with the seventh gate. Your birth is the 9 and the heavens you live is the 8. So there's nothing higher than 7. Now, if you want to talk about a connection, right, when 1 connects to 7, you get to 8. So what is 10, right? 10 is the outside connection, right?
With 10, it starts all over again in my head, eh? With 10, you have the 9, that's the highest end. But what you said with the 7, yeah.
You
But
you only
one
have the
and
9
0,
because
it starts all over again.
you only have the 9 because you joined, okay, one side, you joined one face. The 9 is a base of one face of the system. It's four areas. It consists of 4 areas on a face. The cubic consists of 6 faces. Every face is an area space of 9 that comes together through this number 5. It's a 4 and a 1 and a 4 are 144. So nothing is more than actually 4. So when we're calculating things, once you get the 5, you chop everything in half.
Yeah.
So because 5 times any number will be half that number. 2 times any number builds it right back up to where it was. So it's pretty funny numbers to this. B and E. reverse. And I'm not going to get into the reverse alphabet. DC, go ahead. I am ready. We are ready.
Well, we are ready. I heard 67. I was born in 67 when I heard that 67.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
No.
Seven.
I'm just making
Oh, I
a
love the
response to the
mid-range
number.
from 67, you know?
But this is on
So,
zero. This is on zero. Then I'm not sure if you're familiar. There's a series called 0 Day with Robert De Niro, and it's dealing with this situation where they have an interruption just for 1 minute, and chaos just kicks out. I mean, somehow I haven't gotten past the third episode for the season, but it looks really good. I love De Niro, but the camera work and the cinematography.
I want to write it down. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, it's called 0 Day.
0 Day.
0 Day on Netflix.
I have to look up.
Oh, cool.
And
Yeah, we
all
have
the
Netflix.
communication systems are interrupted, so the rail system is done. The cell phones weren't working, and so of course that interruption for 1 minute and this is De Niro playing a former president that they have to actually bring in to calm the people down while they're trying to find out why and how. They have no way of tracing it other than there's a threat that's saying that this is going to happen again, but they have no way to trace it and track it. So it's really good, a thriller, if you will, a psych thriller. But the thing that came to me, again, I started watching this about 3 days ago. And so the zero, I thought of the IO, Resurrections. I think it's with Matrix, the last installation. But the part that really triggered me was the first movie, the first Matrix, when the tracer, when he takes the red pill, Mr. Tack Pants. So this is the thing about zero. Is zero an interrupter? Because the thing that I thought about was with the IO, because that's out of the fourth installment, because that's the name of the city in Zion that now you see the Matrix, where Neo's back into the Matrix. He's creating the game, blah 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 blah. But the city is called IO, and I thought of In and Out. Well, in the first movie, when he takes the tracer, remember that the tracer pill was to interrupt his connection, the plug, in order for him to be located. So the heart goes into duress because they're about to he's about to be really unplugged because it upsets the daggone matrix. So there's going to be a spike or a surge or whatever that is that causes the machines to actually target him. And then here it is, all the plugs, everything pops off of him, and he's flushed down out of the capsule that he was in while he was plugged into the matrix. Is that zero factor an interrupter in the inflow outflow? Would that be a collapse? Or again, I thought of an interruption seen with zero.
So one of my questions in that, yes, sorry, did you want to say something, Spicy?
No, I just said wow to like his observation.
Hey, and I live in the Netherlands. I live near a village that calls Wow. The name's Wow. Really. It's called Wow. I don't know why, but it's called Wow. Hey, I love this information here. Really, I love it here.
My question is to DC, because I don't remember this part in the movie, and which maybe slipped my mind or I just forget, is when did he lose the body that he was in that didn't have the hole in the back of his head? When did he go down? Because he was originally, there's two of him. Is that not correct? Are there not two of him?
That's right.
There had to be two of them. What happened to the other body?
See, that's the thing. The body is in the matrix, tapped into that's where they're giving him the dreams, and also where they're siphoning. Yeah, they're siphoning his energy, and it's right there in the back of the what is that?
Oh, so right. So is this when? because he has to die in one of them.
Right. That's the part. It is a death, so to speak. But that's the part where he goes into the arrest because he's about to be unplugged. And so that's the awakening. He wakes up for the most part into the reality that he's now in that daggone embryonic fluid, right? So he's got
Yeah.
the hosings that are already connected all through his spine in his arms.
The artificial birth. kind of thing.
Exactly. So he wakes up, and I'm thinking that there's a drop in the energy. If I think about a spike, I'm going to see that attention in the spike, but there's also the drop. So if there's an energy drop, not just the surge, yeah, there's going to be fail-safe systems that are going to check in on that. If that's a short in the fuse, you know what I mean, a trans, what do they call it? The transformer. If it blows, it's going to be a short. It's going to be something that's a blackout somewhere.
Yeah,
And so that's the interruption that actually they have to monitor him. They say he's about to go into arrest, so they got to track him very fast, and they then lock in on whatever that is in the matrix to locate his body. But in that, yeah, he's in the matrix, but now he's going to be in Zion once that unplugged, because the machine actually unplugs it out of the back of his what would you call that, the not the cerebral cortex, man, yeah, the cerebral.
Hey, it
the
sounds
whole
like
spinal.
a lot of films, movies,
yeah,
all together. You know, like
Oh, yeah.
mengelmoesje, beetje zo
Yeah.
mengelmoesje. So it's all combined together or something like that.
Right.
Wow.
We've all been given all of these, movie scenarios of technologies that don't necessarily exist nowadays yet. If we really think about it, it all really does exist. We just haven't discovered it, or someone has, and it's all there. It all exists.
Yeah. So
Or
that
it was
zero.
all
So
been
that zero. I
forgotten
think of the word zero
in the
sum
past.
game. That zero again. It's called zero day. And I think of reset when it comes to the zero.
Yeah, even
What else
point
comes to mind? But yeah, that again,
Yeah.
that interruption and seeing the chaos, and then they bring it back online. So they're controlling, but the government doesn't know how they're doing it. So they've already threatened that this will happen again, but they have no idea. There's no ransom. There's no demand. They don't know. So of course they're looking at the Russians. They're just trying to do the research and keep the people calm because there's no assurance that what will happen the next time. But I thought that was interesting because I know I've heard of 0-30. We used to do that with the military clock. So there is that zero with, you talked about Libra. So that exchange, that transition. I thought about Tick Tok. I thought about this in TikTok, and they interrupted it, right? But then there's the ding dong. So think of the Wizard of Oz when it's the tick tock, when you think of, okay, this is the Kairos of time, the industrial complex, tick tock. But then when you get off, you hear the whistle. Okay, my shift's over. It's 12, right? We're about to make the exchange. So the ding dong is what happens with the Munchkin
Okay.
Man. Remember when the Wicked Witch of the East was taken out with the
Ding-dong, the
house?
witch is dead.
Exactly. So now the ding dong to me is the alarm. You're up, you're awake. But that one moment, because she's knocked out, right? And here it is through the whirlwind, spinning, spinning, spinning. We use the Fibonacci, right? The tornado, the cyclic. And that's where she also begins after the sentence of, yep, she's officially dead. Here comes the edict. Here comes the death certificate. The coroner comes out and they make the announcement and declaration, right? And the song, la 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 la, which is the what, sixth tone,
Mhm.
right? The what doe a deer, female deer, Ray a pocket of golden sun, me a name I call myself, Fa a long, long way to run. Watch the industrial complex. So a needle pulling thread, a stitch in time, right? And what La,
La,
the
a
note that
note to follow
follows
time.
so. What is la? The
Note to
sixth
follow
tone, and
so.
here it is. The la 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 is where
What
we're
is the
making
T
merry.
with jam and bread?
We're making and then we eat, and then after la, tea,
Yeah.
what? A drink with jam and bread. So
Supper
now we eat to the merry, but we sing. It's
time.
almost like that term we sing for our supper, but that's the Munchkin land. La 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 la. Right, but then the West shows up.
The jam and the
Yeah.
the jam and the bread. When you use that one, that's going to go along with 8. It's a separation in the pool balls. What did you say it went with jam and bread? What was it? Tea. The
Tea.
The tea is the
T,
filtering.
a note to follow so.
Right,
No,
but
la,
it's
la. No,
filtering. It's
sorry.
crossing over. It's filtering that
All the drinks
combination.
is back too.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we're coming back to dough. We're coming back to what?
It's
The
filtering.
beginning.
The bottom half and the top
Do,
half
re,
are
mi, fa, sol,
filtering.
la,
And
ti,
when you
do,
start
ti, do,
over,
so,
you're
fa,
starting
mi,
over on
do.
8. It goes exactly with the piano. It goes
Exactly.
exactly with the 7 keys.
That's why I made the
Perfect.
reference.
You
That's
were
why I made the
talking about
reference
that
to it.
earlier.
And
I know, and you're 100% right with what happened with the with TikTok and with the Vatican doors. The same thing. It was all.
And I know you made I know you have a presentment that you actually show those designs.
And that will
So
take us back
8,
to
the number of beginnings.
oh.
8 is also infinity if you turn it on its side.
Yeah,
I call
but
it
what's
the
the zero?
but they're
zero.
double zeros. They're double zeros. We used
Another
to call
zero
them
on the top
in
of it,
playing
yeah.
cards. In card playing, he's got those cards up there, or at least the faces of the card.
And I love that it's the Métis symbol as well.
Right. And we would call
Yeah,
the 8.
beautiful.
We would call the 8 with, of course, 4 on each side, because Mr. Tax does with those diagrams, of course, in the cards. We used to call it double bubble. The 8 would be a double bubble when we would play cards with crazy 8s.
I'm gonna drop it in.
Oh, I wonder if Double Bubble Bubblegum
What's
had an
happening,
idea.
Sir
Double
of
bubble is
goodness.
2 zeros.
I
Double
was gonna
bubble
try to
is
show
2
you
zeros.
something about the. I was gonna try to show. I'm trying to speak. I'm trying to show you something between the zero and Neo in the Matrix.
Oh, good.
And put this in the comments. It'll make sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Zero, hero, Neo. If you take the O on the bottom, on the back of Neo, and bring it to the front, you get 1.
That's right.
Pi.
So then you get the circumpunct.
So that's you, pretty much. There's
see
numbers
nothing.
that go beyond up and down. You are the 0.
Unfortunately, without trying to say the weird thing that I don't, it's weird to say.
Yep.
I can't see anything if I.
No, it's in the comments right there. 0.
Oh, in the comments. I
Right.
thought it was on the picture.
Like 0 rhymes with hero,
Oh.
which Neo is the hero. 0, hero, Neo. Then you take the O and put it to the front of Neo. You get
Invert.
1.
Yep.
And then you take the 1 and you put it in front of 0. You get the 10. Or you put the 1 inside, or you put the point inside of the 0.
Okay.
You get the circumpunct, which is also
Yeah, I
the
get it.
symbol for God. And everything like that. In between, if you take that's all. And like if you go through all of our ancestry, like even in Egyptian, when they drew the sun or they said sun, it was a symbol which was a circle with a dot in the dead center.
Wow.
It also goes to this right here.
Yeah. And I thought of also forbidden net 0 and also patient 0.
That is a circumpunct.
Yeah.
And there you have it.
And then it's split into 8 pieces, like Mr. Pac-Man says. We sell circle pizzas and square boxes. So now the pizza's
That's
square.
right.
Yeah. You have a
That's
round pizza in a square box and all in the slices.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question in between.
Yeah. And that's
Why
all. And you know what?
they mention
Forbidden?
that the moon is projected. That the how do you say it? Shit, sorry, hoor. All the meteorites that crashed into the moon.
Yeah. That.
Why do people
You know what that design does? That design
that
reminds
is
me
like
of.
Europe
Hold
or the
on.
world?
Yeah. Hold on. That design also forbidden. Is that you putting that sign up? That pizza? That's you? Is
Yes.
that Mr. Tack Pants? You know what that also is? That's actually the badge for the Marine rifleman. We used to
Oh,
call, and
really?
guess what we called it? You got the pizza box because it's a square with the concentric circles that are on that square for the bullseye sign. Isn't that
I got
amazing?
you.
And we would call it the pizza box.
That
Nou
makes
ja,
sense.
Yep, we called
I
it
well,
the
mean, that's
pizza
what
box.
amazing.
the theory of the moon that he's looking for. The theory of the moon is actually that Pluto is actually our original moon, and then our moon that we have now was put there. That's a theory. That's like a ancestral,
Yeah,
because the moon is something that I put together with the word human, and I also found out the word human is actually spelled HUMON. It's light single or single light, and then you put the hue over the bottom part of the moon, which would be light on, and then you put the MO on top of the on. You get
Hey, now
MoMA.
why did they make Pluto some kind of a smaller planet or a moon planet?
Yeah, it's like an
Why did they
exercise.
change that?
I don't know. I wasn't.
a lot of things have been changed. They took
Yeah,
It would take way too long to explain
it
all
would be.
that.
It
But I'll.
would.
I know, but maybe this conversation that we have among each other, and I really love it. Maybe I said it before. Maybe this is all also fake. Maybe you are dreaming. I don't know. You know, we
My
are
dream-
wide awake, but
Well,
maybe we are dreaming. They
well,
try to tell us so much effing fake things, you know.
yeah. They also took ether off the atomic table as well. That's a curious thing, just as with Pluto.
Yeah.
So those are the things that.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's a
know.
little
The
bit
last time
strange
somebody told me,
everything.
the last
But
somebody told me my aura color was like white or something like that. I don't know.
hey,
That's
but
the
you
fifth
know,
element.
waking up is
Ether.
so much hurtful, man. To be waking up, what? You better can stay asleep, you know. Waking up and being aware what's all happening. Um, oh, that's much more worse. Ta-da. Sorry. Go ahead.
But yeah, the zero. When Mr. Tack Pans made mention, I saw one of his posts when he was doing the two ones, the 2 1s that come to 2 with the twin
Two ones
towers.
and
That
two.
was powerful. I love that post. I think I looked at it 3 times.
That's the 11 in sacred geometry.
Yeah,
That's
that's the concentric there,
that's the creation of everything in life.
right? Part of that Venn diagram process of usually it's 3 concentric
Then,
over the top.
and then
Inner.
you'll come to the 7.
I don't know where it is.
I'm coming.
Yeah,
I've got a lot of stuff in here that I don't even need in here.
right.
That's the number
You're
7.
talking about that, and I just gave it away this week for charity for children and for families that need it. Yeah.
It's showing how everything comes from the circumpunct of 0
Right.
to split itself to the 1 to the 1 to make the Versica Pisces for everything to come out and be birthed to create the seed of life,
Right.
and then the seed of life turns to
Like circle of life.
man.
There you go.
That's my
See, we are all here together.
like
each
Mr.
other,
Techman pointed out to me earlier, it's actually 3 spaces of 6.
Yeah.
If you look at it.
Yes.
You got the in between the tops, which is 6 spaces there. Then you got each point is 6, and then you got the inside diameter, which is 6 of each triangle, which gives you the 6 with 6, which would be put the 9 into the center, which brings back man, which he actually drew the dice cube in the screen, and it sits right there in the center of the dice cube sits right there in the center of the 6-point star, which is human, a single die.
Yeah, I have the 3-dimension. I use them for my exercise. I actually, how you have the magic cube or the magic 8 ball. I have 2 of them would have exercises on those three-dimensional sides, and you just kind of roll them in random to pick out a workout. I can show them to you. Okay? It's interesting, that shape. I don't know if
Show
it's
it,
called a
then.
hexacube. Would you call it a hexacube, Forbidden? A three-dimension? Would
What's
you call
that?
it a hexacube? The three dimensional hex? Would you call it what
We
would
got a
this
code.
shape
We got a
be?
code.
A hexacube?
We got a code. We got a code, Mr. Tech. We got a code. We got a code.
Yeah. So I got 2 hexacubes I could show you that will fit right inside that hex.
What is that, Forbidden? You have to go?
No, we have a code. They sent us another code. The AI sent us
I
another
never
code.
saw it.
I just found it on accident. Well, yeah, it
By
happened on
accident?
accident.
Where?
Yeah. It's 50. It's the number is 5434. It's 5 numbers.
Well, I don't see it
So it's,
anywhere.
you got to scroll up a little bit. It's not too far up. It's like maybe 4 or 5, maybe 1, 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 7th comment up. 7th comment up. That's crazy because the end of the number is 34, which is 7. 43, which is 7. 50 and 4, 504. That's 9. 7. So
Is it a
I don't know.
hexacode?
I can't get this. Whatever code it is, I'm just gonna let it seep in. I'm not gonna, it is what it is.
Roger that, 10-4.
Just add the 3 of them up, and as long as you know it's a code, you don't have to know what it says. All it needs to do is shock you.
That's it.
That's all it needs to do. The rest of your life you cannot change, right? Because you can only change it by the action you take. So when I say you can't change,
Well, that's the thing about the way the birth chart's set up. I only have one path. It's solid, straightforward. It's pretty easy.
Hey,
Not
Mr.
really,
Host,
but
I have a question. If you count up all the numbers from my blah blah blah, like I told you before, what number would?
so you had the February 2nd, 19. I'm just trying to remember. You were 47.
No, ho. Next year I'm 47.
Okay,
Oh,
that's the perfect
Hey,
prime.
he's from the future. You see?
Right. That's the perfect prime too. You know that.
And then
47.
444, and then 33, 55 kilograms.
So this is what's going to happen to you next year. Listen.
Oh yeah,
47 is
I'm
11.
not gonna be here anymore. I think.
This
That's the
is
number.
next year. Next year you get to have a full house. So now, is it the full house in a 9-inning game of baseball, or
Oh,
is
we
it a
play
full house in a
poker.
poker game?
Hmm.
In baseball, in a full house, it'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes. If you're at the
Yeah.
poker game, it's going to be 3 of a kind and 2 of a kind. That's
Over
next
2.
year for you.
3 over 2.
Wow. So you're like Nostradamus. Lekker in qua trainen. Lekker man.
I'm not.
Whoa, that's
I'm not. That's just exactly what it is. But I like
No,
the
I
guy.
don't know. I didn't understand what you said. So
Oh
Yeah.
well, You're going to be 47 years old, right?
yeah.
Well, 7 and 4 is the heart. It's the 5 area. It's the power area, right? It's where everything joins up. Everything joins at 5. The average is 5. Everything is 5. So
Yeah, I'm preparing myself.
Yeah, the
But
3,
it's
the
hard.
3, the 3, and the 2, as we mentioned. And isn't a full house a full boat as well?
But
Mr.
if you have,
yes, it's a full house as well.
It's a
but
full
if you
boat.
have
Right.
2,
Yes, full
and
house as well.
444, and then 33, and then 55, I come up at a 7777.
that's fucking.
So
Sorry.
I just want to mention something. If anybody just in this channel, we're pretty much onto the subject tonight. That's pretty good. I like the movie thing. I think it's very important. Movies and songs are huge, and I like to take everything over. I mean, the kids are so smart today. What they say. If you had to go back 30 years and listen to what I say compared to what the kids today say, it's like we are so upgraded and so blessed, for whatever system that we are in, and it's undoubtedly undeniable that it can't be stopped. No matter how many you turn the wrong way, how many children you mix up, there's just another smarter one coming out the other end, and they ain't standing
Yeah,
up.
they don't realize
Exactly.
how privileged and how privileged with the information that they have right now. Like too much of the information for me. It's like I don't know where to go. I got so many branches everywhere.
And never mind, they know what to do with this. They don't work for the. Most of them are not working with the defeat, and they're the majority because they grew up and they saw their last years how it's like the end of the rope. These kids who saw all this going on for the last 7 years, right? Right? Or anybody that came in 2008 saw what chopped up in 2008. And I'm talking mostly, well, I can talk about in general everywhere because I think it's the same thing. I mean, but really and truthfully, I don't think more than 1 out of every 10 or 15 or 20 people recognize this. That'll just,
Right.
It's talking about the crossroads.
It's like I mean, I don't see life to me as like I'm happy being right here where I am. I just ate a few pecan nuts, like pecan nuts, pecan pie, a little bit of brown sugar that I didn't have, a little bit of maple syrup that I didn't have.
You're making me hungry. Come on, man.
You went all out with pecan and all of that sweet.
I am
and maple
down
syrup.
to
Oh
my
goodness,
last
dude, it went
cans.
way too far.
But I love my pecans. When I went out and did my last shop 4 years ago.
Yeah, and tell me more about it, Pika.
Look at that. Look at that.
I'm a cashew pistachio guy.
Oh, pistachio nuts.
I gotta have them every week.
Only there's so many you can eat, right? Before the body says,
Yep. Nope. Yep.
Yeah, then you can always save them for another.
The lagoon. Yeah. A little gassy, a little, heavy on the gut.
Yeah, and maybe tomorrow morning you think, what's that in my?
Yeah, I plow through.
And then you have, hey, what you save, you can eat later.
Yeah, I have like a 3-pound canister, and I keep them stocked. That's the indulgence of us, of us eccentrics.
I'm really loving you here. Really. Well,
but no sugar though. I do not lean heavy on sugar. My coffee, I do. I'll say that.
Yeah, you can also drink coffee without sugar.
I know, but I don't.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
don't do.
That's my.
I used to put. I like. You know what? There's so many different kinds of coffees, and we don't realize it. People who never change their coffee or don't know. For me, I know there's different kinds of coffees.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much coffee hinders us. I think too much of anything does actually stop us. And somebody said before, a ding and a dong. Was that right?
Yep. The ding.
Did you say ding and dong?
Yeah,
Well,
ding dong.
You can also say, what about king and kong?
Yeah, he's big, eh?
So the D letter also is an exchangeable with the T letter. It's 5 times 4, right? Equaling to D. And there's 2 numbers to use in the lower world. One is 2, one is 4. There'll be 2 this way and 2 this way. That's the way my work goes. It just it's a representation of the sun. When you put D and E together, it represents the sun. So when you connect the T together, the IT system, you're going to connect whatever that IT is in the sun. Now you said IO. I said IT. The O is going to be the water that is going to go through the crossroads, something to do with that T. The O is going to be the game of pool. The T is going to be the game of darts. So in the game of darts, we have to take into consideration that we have the green for 25. We have the red. Now, the red area is the 50. No matter what you do in darts, you're slicing the heart in half, unlike what happens in other dimensional games. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Now,
like
if
50-yard line, like a 50-yard line, that would be the case.
The 50-yard. So then let's discuss the 50-yard line versus the 55-yard line. Is it because did we overlap?
What is the difference, Saudi?
50 and 55.
To compensate for the loss.
Well, what happened? Why then CFL's at 55 and the other one it's 50?
Yeah, that is the question. Is there the overlap where there's a loss, a deficit? Is it still is there still symmetry?
I don't understand.
20.
Okay.
Is that the difference between the CFL and the NFL you're talking about?
Yeah, because it's 110. One of them is 110. The other one is 100. So you can see right away that the 110, the twin towers of 110 is split up as 55 and 55, which is 10% more than 100.
than.
Therefore, when you come into this world, bringing
froze
in
up.
the double
Shit.
nickel, bringing in the dimension, you bring in 10% more than 100 because you're yourself and the 10% beaver, the dimension that you connect when you come into this world. So you become the 110%. The 5 and 5 is to each side of the field. This is where Ishmael, this is part where the soul comes in. When the
And
soul
that makes me
breaths in
believe that
the
we are
air.
only 100%. You're totally right.
So if
100.
you're born at 6 and bring in 10% or 110%, would that not make you 666666?
I
50.
agree. Yeah. See, together we all our knowledge together, we will get there. We will get there. 55 and 55 is 110. But they
Twin Towers.
100.
The Twin Towers, are we running Twin Towers with rabbit ears, or did each tower have a ham radio? Did it have a ham radio, rabbit ears? They were connected together by a bridge. Was that the rabbit ears? They had to take it down because now they had to get on the permit. They had to put a permit as one antenna because they had to have a ham radio. Before did they run the antennas because they were talking internally, right? Just between New York and whatever around the world. Now they have to go ham radio and they have to expand outside the world in order for communication. Therefore, they took down those two. They knocked them down. It was part of the part of the whole dynamics. Even if they knew it was going to look stupid, it doesn't matter. They don't care how they look. It's at a point right now where they know people notice how stupid it looks because it's part of this game.
Right. So you're talking about the two towers that had the antennas perched on top. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
What about the towers themselves being the two antennas attached with the piece in between? You said.
Yeah, with the bridge in between representing the high heavens, New York City, the Big Apple, right? It was, to me, do you know that I don't know if it's still on my Tiki Talkie page. I don't know. But I had a post that I had made of New York City. Now, all I did was take a picture and I says, look at that beautiful plug-in. I says, I love it. And it was just New York City, dark at night, and it looked like you can plug it into a motherboard.
Yeah.
And they removed my video.
Like two prongs.
Yeah, like two prongs.
What was the song from the New York with the light?
Yeah, they removed it.
In the 110 volt, I thought about that. And what is that standard for wiring a house for 110?
Yeah, well, they say it starts at 108, but it was average out to 110 because it's fluctuating.
Yeah, fluctuating. Yeah,
it has a fluctuation in it. So, that's the separation between 432 and 440, eh? The base fluctuation before flux begins, right? It's 108 times 4 equals 432. But 440 came in and it became a solid 110. Why? Why did they do that?
This is funny. This is great.
Now we dealing with hertz? in the 44,000.
Yeah, 400. Yeah, 440,000.
40,000. Right.
So when you're directly on 440, the zero is going to end up the multiplication area will give me a zero if I want to work at 440. But I just remove the zero. I just go 44.
Right.
So it shows me that it's a power gate. That area. It explains itself in a video I did.
Right.
If I can find it.
Yeah.
Oh no, they took off this video. They took off that video.
And I know that setting for when I do my my music production just with my MP3 files. I'll save them at 44.
You save them at 44?
Yep.
And why not at 432?
And I've looked into that years ago, dealing with low frequency levels. I got it. These are it's my ear does one thing. I can't really notice the difference.
But listen, it's a perfect number. It's a perfect trinity. 440 is a perfect trinity.
Right. That's how
4 times 4, 4 plus 4 shows you the gateway. I think somebody wanted to come up. I didn't notice. I think there was somebody. I think it was there.
You know what you're talking about, eh?
Who, me?
No, James. Yeah, you too. And I love you too, eh?
Oh, no. Yeah, you two's a pretty good group. So here it is.
Where the streets have no name, you know? But James.
Back it up a little bit, Mr. Tack Pants.
You know what you're talking about.
So the camera can get the depth to get the visuals too close.
Yeah, so this was the
2468, 2468, 4x2, 4x2. We connect the 9 area, the pound key twice, creates a cube. Jubilee 34, this is for blue. CD, this is cold. This is democratically. Jubilee 64, Zion, Israel. Here is the cube. The 2 doors connect to have a cube. Over here, there's a total of 16. The usage in order to create the density, we use 16 areas, but we'll only need 14. Exactly like the roundabout of that cube sitting on that angle over here, perhaps 23.5 degrees. Wow.
So
I see the
dimension.
I see the 4s.
Yes. So in order to, but this is not the New York one because that one, I mean, it's exactly New York. But
and they took it down.
But
they took it down, Mr. Tack Pants.
Yeah. It's from a certain angle, and all I mention is look at this. It looks like circuitry, and they took it down.
Right.
So.
And that's from that perspective is from the lower perspective. So you're on the ground floor perspective, not when I say ground floor. I'm sorry, that you're looking down, up. Oh, the cat. I bet you that cat has walked in a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh my God! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Hey, do you know what it is? All the BS we are getting for free. We don't have to pay tax over it, you know?
And it creates jobs in order to sling us along a little bit longer.
Right.
Wow. That's very philosophic, but yeah. Wow. Wow.
No matter what, it's going to be ugly, but it will end.
Exactly. That's what I want.
That we're all in this kind
And
of simulated world.
If you take a look over, if you take a look at the world, go ahead. I wouldn't say.
What means what in American?
Spicy ginger.
Okay, means
At points like that, you know what I say? If I think that things are babbling through my mouth, I'm like, oh, hang on. Rented lips today. Sorry. I'll continue.
Rented lips. I like that.
I rented lips for. I just rented lips for a few minutes. Okay. Blech.
Oh, like okay. Now I
I don't
understand.
know. I just made a basic statement. Sorry. Go ahead.
That actually is a way of calculating. Same thing with rapid blinking eyes. It's just another way of processing
Blink of eye.
or calculating.
I found myself doing that all the time.
Yeah, I call it the bumble jumble. Just kind of a little bit of the defragging. You know, remember that old feature in the computers and desktops? You hit that defrag and it kind of just gives the screen a good jolt.
Like a reboot. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
a,
like
maybe
a yeah,
that's
it's like
maybe that's
it's
a
almost
natural
yeah,
reboot
it's,
for
What's
yeah,
a spider on it?
reset.
yeah. Without having to shut down and totally restart. It's just a little shake up. Yeah. You know, get that oil in
Wow.
that water and those herbs
TMI,
and that
TMI,
salad
TMI,
dressing. Just a
TMI.
little shake.
Reboot.
Yeah.
Thanks to you all, I feel kind of normal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you say you feel like a Mormon?
Are you talking to me or what? I don't know.
I heard you say I'm a Mormon.
No, I feel a little bit more normal.
Okay, so this is what I was thinking. When you said that, I thought of the word commandment.
Mm.
And in the word commandment is man, D, men, T. Like it's they say man and then they go into they don't go mend, man, they go man, D, MAND and T. And D and T all my life I've had trouble understanding the hypnotic difference when you have the word LETTER over LEDDER. It's not the letter. Thank you for the likes. It's not the letter. Do you follow what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the D, the sound I'm hearing, is it a letter or a letter? Did you send
Right.
a letter or a letter? What do you mean I
Right.
sent a letter or a letter? Well,
Right.
I'm asking you, did you send a letter or a letter?
Right.
No matter what.
Did you
I know we
send
get
me?
comfortable with our words where we get lazy and it turns into slang and you don't really know what
Yeah.
is
I,
the meaning.
while we are talking to each other in this conversation, we are cursing each other without even knowing it.
You are
Because they
correct.
changed the words so many times through, I don't know, centuries. So I say, hey, I really like you. You are really lovely. And in the past it means you go F yourself, or hate you. You know, they changed it. They changed it so many times.
Yeah.
So, but if you believe, from my perspective, if you believe that you are saying it in a good way to someone, then
I can't
it
keep going
doesn't
with it
matter.
because it's just not competitive.
Then it's our language, our
Some things
way
are
of
play on.
speaking to
Some
it.
things are play on words. We tend to. You ever heard of the coffin joke? It's a
The
play on
coffin
words
joke?
sometimes. The coffin joke, or the childhood thing. You know, ICUP. You know, OU eight
See,
one two. You ever that?
I can't keep going. It's nonstop
Yeah.
repetitive. It's just
Yeah.
repetitive.
Some things are play on word, and we can see it in that context. Not necessarily always a spell, but
Yeah,
It's nonstop.
you are spelling a word
yeah.
because you are spelling it.
It's
Spell,
nonstop
spell.
But
repetitive.
you're
And
also
in Dutch,
spinning. But you're also spinning.
yeah, I know, but in Dutch, I want to say, in Dutch, we say spreken. Je spreekt een woord uit. You speaking a spell by combining it. So, spreken zijn spreuken. Spreuken is een spel.
16-7, 16-7,
As you
16-7.
No. He's getting tired. Eh? Yeah.
I
That's
yawned.
Yeah.
see, that's the
But
20, that right there. That's the 28-10 that makes up the center.
Yeah, I don't know how you
Sound
put
starts
this
coming
together
out.
because it's a very important center. So I want to know how you got there.
This is how it tells me to do it. I follow my intuition on it, and
No, but the
I
intuition
split them
began.
off.
Where was
Boom,
the
boom, because it
beginning?
gives me
where was your epoch?
five
Where's
zero
your
four
epoch
three
center?
four.
Forbidden.
Hold on a minute.
I
Hold on a
know.
minute. I split. I cut it off. Boom, boom. That gives me the 7 and the 4. That gives me 74. This is the 57 is important because in 2038 I turn 57.
40.
Guess how
So the
old I am?
57 is
57. Synchronicity here.
then the
Wow.
12,
Big number.
and then the 11, and then the 74 and 11 is the 85, the 13, which is death. Then the 13 turns to the 4, and the 4, and then you leave the 4 there, and then you come back around, you start breaking this down. You take the 4, come back over here to the 4, you get the 11 again, bring the 7 back up, get the 18, the 9. It comes back down to that, and it comes back. I mean, it just continues all the way around. Just 10. This breaks all the way down into the 28 to the 10 again from the center. The center comes out back out to the 28 to the 10, which comes out to the 1, which shows you the circumpunk, which shows you the when you were asking about what the 0 is.
Right.
It's
That's
that
where
1
I
in the
think we're
center.
going. Yep.
So we come back out to the 1, then it comes out to the 10-1. The 101 is Allah. Then comes up to then you come up here and you can have 11. Then you bring the 11 to the 10 or the 11 to the 1. You still get 12 or 21, which is still 33, which is the master teacher. The master teacher moves back to the life, which is the 1, 2, 3. So it's the 1, 2, 3 of birth. The 1 meets the 2,
right
2
at the
meets the
top.
3rd. So it brings the 3rd, and it always stays, and it's nonstop. It just continues to go all the way around.
And I think we were mentioning about the 12. I think we mentioned something about the 12 o'clock tick-tock, 12 o'clock, the alarm, the ding-dong.
And the key thing for the 33 is it made that on the first moment I went live, this first code popped up was the 8551, which broke down to the time of death, the master of a teacher, time of death, master of the teacher, as above, so below on either side, which is the man on each side of 9, which is created of 18. 18 is significant to 666, and 6 times 3 is 18, which is then 9. So then you have as above is so below.
Did you start with
as
the
above
hex?
is so
Did
below.
you start with was
As
that
above
your
is so
epoch?
below.
Did you start with that hex code that popped up? What you starting on? Or 0?
This was the first. This is the first code that popped up when I went on TikTok.
The hex code.
The one in the center, the center of the circumpunk was the 8551. And then I branch everything off when I do this, and it usually it draws a picture. This is the cross.
You said the crossroads.
Yeah.
And so, would that be the same as a fork in the road? Would you?
Yeah, my fork in the road is right here. Like this is my chart. Remember my chart? Right. My fork in the road is here. It all leads back to 10. My birth chart.
Makes sense to me.
My sun is 14.1 degrees. My moon is 14.2 degrees. They're literally like directly in line from each other. From the time for you to be able to be born, for those coordinates to happen, you have it's like 2.5 hours roughly. Whoa, I just had that today. So you have 2.5 hours. You have 2.5 hours. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all.
Get settled in.
You have 2.5 hours. Every time I
speak. Spicy, mute your mic, dear. You seem like you.
Oh shoot! I didn't realize. I thought I had myself muted. I'm so.
Yeah, it sounds like she eating a bag of chips or something. Feeding the cat, the dog.
I know. I was kind of.
Yeah, I was getting hungry too. I was getting hungry. Like I'm going downstairs to get me a bag.
So you have 2.5 hours.
Package of something.
Sorry. Between that time.
Go ahead.
You know, they sent me a thing from TikTok saying you violated our rules by using the words "get the rabbit out of your head."
No, you said that about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, it's communication. Rabbit has to do with communication. I mentioned it earlier on in a prior video when I started joking around. Now that my cat's sitting on all my books.
And that's something I've been trying to tell you too, is that in the motorcycle world, that's my nickname.
The rabbit?
Rabbit, yes. They call me Rabbit.
Roger that.
So I was going to look for
Roger Rabbit, right? Anyway, go for it. I'm sorry.
So I'm not sure where this was, what I was talking about. Just give me a second. Alchemist.
In the name of the club,
we spoke about Zero. I want to speak about Zero, and if I can get my kitty cat off from this book without her being mad at me. I want to talk about Zero. I also, yes, it was Roger Rabbit, and the thing about the rabbit is that it leaves. This is the rabbit mark. When the rabbit runs, this is what it leaves. Has anybody seen the rabbit walk?
Yeah.
The two front paws, the two back paws, and the tail.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at the rabbit. And it's communication. Got two antennas, went up on the Twin Towers, the two antennas. I think they were interfering with each other. So they had to take them down and put up a ham radio and get a permit for it. Now, what is this Galactica permit? Because it's the 10 permit, okay? And they need it on a high rise over 104 floors. So what does 104 represent? It represents communicating into the E-world. The 10 and the 4 on a set of dice, when you go down to the casino, okay, there's an exact odds to this, but the basics of odds is 5 and 9, meaning 5 and 4, 9, 6 and 3, 9, connecting 2 and 3, 5, connecting 1 and 4, connecting both the male and the female, right? The ABC to the BCD, connecting the face, the ABC 6 to the BCD 9, 9 by 6, connecting communication in the sun systems. That's what's going on, connecting into the sun systems.
So the acknowledgement with 10-4, Roger, that is the call in reply to that call sign.
This new
back
code
to Roger Rabbit, right?
This new code it gave us is 303. That's fucking hilarious.
And what it is, what also gets involved in this is number 28, right? For the 28 days of the moon times 6 and 7 for the 24-hour days. The markings for these moons will now be able to bring you over the 12 months of the year, 6666, other than the 13 moons, which is possibly the association of 3 moons and 1 moon, 3 moons and 1 moon, 3 moons and 1 moon, and that's 12. And then the 13th moon, right? The association of the next 13 moons. Once you get the 12, the cycle ends. 13 is the beginning of the next cycle. So if zodiac signs ran the moon cycle, right? The zodiac sign for the 13th zodiac sign would back up all the zodiac signs every single year, because it would be 12 months for 13 zodiac signs. So we'd be backing up, running by the month. We back up one zodiac sign a year, and after 12 years, we lose a complete cycle.
Right, the slippage or retro. You kind of
so the slippage is 4 hours for the slippage is 24 hours in a week, and the cycle of numbers only run by 6. They don't run by 7. Right. There's no way to make, the only way to make them run by 7 is 142857. Sorry, what's that?
Did you also see the celestial coordinates I put down in the comments too?
Yeah.
For you?
And it's washed out, Forbidden. We can't
Which
really
goes
see
to 666, huh?
It's washed out. He has a white base in his frame, so we can't see it. If you did put it there, he'll need to put a dark background on it.
Let me see. No, it's his background, not mine.
Okay, flip it out.
Oh, you're up on the big screen.
talking, Tack. So
No,
I can see it.
no. That's my celestial coordinates. I didn't take a picture of them, but I mean, I'd have to screenshot it. Like it's just the celestial coordinates for the night of the eclipse, along with the eclipse. I have all that stuff broke down, but I have to find that paper. I'm not
That's
sure
from
where it's-
last year in July, right?
No, this is the night I was born was a lunar eclipse.
Okay. I'm thinking you're talking about the last eclipse, which was
No,
last
and
year.
I was trying to give him because he's coordinate the 666 with things. So I'm trying to help coordinate everything with everything because everybody thinks it's evil, and I don't want to speak on his thing, but I would like to say it because there's something reason I'm trying to do this because when it came out a week ago. When people saw this a week ago, I have received so many threats. It's not even funny.
Wow.
Really? Oh yeah, you wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, of course. Hey, I was born when the new moon was there. You know, on the 2nd of February. It was the little slice. You know. Hey, but if you are talking the truth, if you are speaking up,
The second day of my life, I had
why would they threat you?
Talk to a guy that was paid in South Africa to come here.
But are you being threatened? I know everybody worldwide, eh? Oh, that's a tough story. But if they threaten you,
So that's why I have
they
to have
threaten me.
with what I'm trying to find out. It's basically like trying to sign the birth certificate and stamp it and say yes. Like now I know how I need to move forward. Without this, I can't. And in my brain, the way my brain functions, I have to.
Okay, yeah. Let me get on that. I came in.
I'm trying to get into the.
I didn't know what she was coming to do.
I'm trying
So
to.
like that's all. That's
Yeah,
why
I
I'm trying
understand.
and I'm feeding Mr. Tackman as many numbers as he needs. Plus, he's also building the Mayan calendar. So anything that he can get helps build him that calendar.
Yeah.
Because that calendar is telling him everything that he needs to know, which ultimately can give him a timeline of things that I see how this is all circulating.
Yeah, it's like physics.
Mr. Tackman is building something very, very significant.
Yeah.
And if it's using the numbers of me to build that, that's what he needs.
Yeah.
So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But everything I've seemed to have been able to give him that comes from everything that I've learned is coming from all of my numbers. And I'm giving him everything that I can feed him, everything, because he's building something like bigger than any of us. And it's going to give us a timeline on things on how we need to move. So if
you know what I'm tired of? To explain it to others.
I'm trying to stay on numbers, my brother.
Yeah. But don't.
So if I can stamp this birth certificate and realize what we've got going on, I can move forward with that.
Yeah.
Figure out which way I need to go, and figure out how I need to move. Because from the things that I sit in my dreams, it's two options. I have two roads to take, and I'm trying to take one and not the other.
It's a good thing that you don't talk about your dreams.
People do not understand the significance.
My dreams are very, wow. Yeah, you know? So, follow your dreams. Listen to your dreams. They are not for nothing there.
No. I'm not trying to change the dream. Well, yes, we are. We have two roads. We have a choice. We have a choice. But without stamping this birth certificate, can we make that choice fully? Because basically the world has to follow behind that birth certificate.
I'm safe
What's
here
so
in the
significant
Netherlands,
about the birth certificate?
If you don't do it, if you don't take it back, ask it back, or I don't know. I'm from the Netherlands, you know. If you don't do it, you keep being effed over and over and over and over again. So do it.
But I'm trying to get Mr. Tagpan on his Mayan calendar because he needs those numbers for that Mayan calendar mostly. Because he's building a really beautiful. He's actually. It's kind of like taking an old wind-up clock and like winding it up to make the alarm. You know what I'm saying? Like the old school time clock. That's what
Okay,
Mr.
very well.
Tackman has.
Forbidden. I was helping to get a light bulb screwed in. And I've heard this the third time with your
That's
birth
funny.
certificate. Hold on. I heard this the third time with your birth certificate. You're saying that there's a threat if you do something with your birth certificate? I've missed something. Stamping.
Something like that. I'll talk to you about it in private.
Okay. Now I do know this, having gone through this process, as because I am an individual banker with a private bank, so I have my own uh, uh, private sign. Now, part of the process with my certificate
I'm
of
not
live
in.
birth.
No, I'm not in. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'm
you're
just
not.
saying. I'm just saying in the general
It's a
process.
Hey,
it's a
that's a good first step.
Back to
it's,
zero to make the point with the prompt. A part of this process is to actually collapse the trust and actually make the transfer. So
I'm
that's
getting.
part of
I'm also getting to like it's not that DC. It's way
something else. Okay,
way
we
way
can talk about it.
bigger.
Okay.
Hey, but James,
Yes, sir.
you are doing it the right way, man.
So I'm trying to get Mr. Tackpan his numbers that we can get him, and that way we can get this, and like so that because I want to see him get his calendar going, because that's going to like get his alarm clock winded up. Here's, and if we can get that alarm clock winded up, we ain't gonna, I mean, he's gonna be able to tell what's really going on.
Right,
He's
because
finding that
the
mind
ding
calendar.
dong is the wake up. Is the ding dong is the wake
right
up.
now, right now, I'm kind of dinging the dong, and I don't. People ain't listening. So like, I'm
Even
trying.
I
Well,
can
does that
understand it.
calendar go in coincidence? Or sorry, does that calendar, does it take into consideration the, I can't remember, like the 28 or 29 days and like the 13-month? Like which one is that one?
This one here, I don't know 100%
Yeah.
how it works.
Will you show Mr. Tackman what you're building, please?
What's that?
Will you show her what you're building? Because it's so awesome. It's like it's so
Well, it's
beautiful.
just
Hey,
basic
I
right
can tell you
now.
all, time doesn't exist. Well,
Well, there is the
Yeah, I'm
construct.
starting to realize that.
You can have take your big box. Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
you have to move within the construct. Because if you need to get your hair cut, you better make sure you're on time for your barber to cut it. You can
see
say
what we
all day
did.
long it don't exist, but you better work within its construct.
See what we did is like I got the I ended up with the pyramid code like a few months ago. I broke it down and I figured it out. Well, I had brought, if you remember, you were here that day, DC, and I had brought it to Mr. Tackpan, and then Mr. Tackpan was like, "Wait a minute," he said he had that number like I don't know, like 20 years ago, and he just forgot about it.
Wow.
I broke it down, and he was like, "Oh, what? Wait a minute." So he took the number and realized what he had. So we combined all of our numbers together.
Wow.
And started putting everything together, and he's been building the Mayan calendar back.
Wow. That's a dashboard. Where'd you build it?
Divine timing.
Well, it's not really me. I found this online about, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago, maybe 12.
Okay.
And this is here, you can see 7, and this over here is 13. If you look at it, 999,000 divided by 13 equals to 76923, the first one and the 13. So this is where I came to understand, when you add the first over to the 12th, it equals to the 13th. So we are the association connection to the 13th moon. It's because of us, because all of this creates us. So this gets removed, and it's going to be replaced right into this position over here. That's where it has to go.
Okay.
And when a lot of this, where this started, is I showed him my full destiny matrix chart. My full destiny, my destiny matrix chart fits right into the calendar like a key.
Wow.
And the number 5, the number 5 opens the where the feathers are. It opens the gate.
5. I'm looking for it. Because I'm thinking of the Maseroth when I see this, when you think about the coordinating signs.
The 5 is the Hierophant. The 5 is the spiritual teacher.
Okay.
And then you look at my chart with the Mayan calendar, and you start putting it together. You really start to understand what's going on. And I'm trying to figure out. That's why Mr. Tackman is important, because he's the only one that is literally ordained by the above.
That's right.
to seal what I
Maya, on the calendar, they also showed
Excuse me, please. Quit cutting
go
me
up to
off.
space, eh?
Please.
Nobody was talking.
So he's trying to. He's the only one that's ordained. He is the chosen one to pick that. Like he
That's right.
said, that divine hand will come down, and out of all the 795 billion people, chose him to bring me to him to say yes, this is so, or no, go over there somewhere.
That's right. 15 years ago.
And no, this started this year. It started 7 days. I was told to wait until my 44th birthday. 44
Wow.
the 44 is the number in profit.
Right. That's right. And when was your birthday again, Forbidden?
January 21st. There was a six planetary alignment.
Exactly. And the beginning of
Wow. Let me start putting it together. Start doing the math. Like this is significant. It's huge. It's like big. It has to do with it has to do with the whole world. Leo.
That's probably the time that I met you. Because
Yes.
I'm coming out of the new year. I remember I got up 12:04, 4:44 in the morning. I purposely recorded it just to say this is no cap, no BS. 12:04 in 2024 at 4:44.
You were there the night that me and Mr. Tackpan first got on live together.
I think that's what I'm looking at. So of course that's the time of refreshing. That's what 444 is. It's a beautiful number.
Right.
A fortune, and also a refreshing. And here it is. I meet with you guys.
What day was that?
I was born at 4:44 a.m.
Well, the first time Mr. Tackpan ever read my number, I will tell you this. Okay.
You are all wonderful here.
The first time Mr. Tackpan ever read my numbers, when he read them, and he actually read what he said, it was 14 days after my birthday. So when he had read them that day, when he read them, the live died. Like it shut off. Like we could still type in the comments, but the live went down. Okay, and my right ear is ringing, so it tells me I'm on the right path right now. So the live went down, and I have this. For some reason, I thought the screen recorded. So when the live went down, and when it finally clicked off the screen, it went off at exactly 3 hours and 33 minutes.
Wow.
At 3:22 in the afternoon.
Man.
Now, if you take 33 and you add 11 to it, you get the age of 44. Now you take that same 11 between the 33 and the 44, and you add it to the time, you get 333.
Right.
My celestial coordinates for Aquarius, the night I was born, follow the man of the pitcher of water into the house.
That's it. Look at that.
You add up my name in Pythagorean, like he said, if you do it in the numerology of ours, the alphabet with Pythagorean breaks all the numbers down exactly in the alphabet to their single digit. Right? My name reads 33, 7, 11. That's 51. My birthday adds up 1/21/1981 to 23. That's the royal star of Aquarius for my name. I'm an Aquarius. My birthday is 23, the royal star of the lion. I'm born under 2 royal stars. I have all four royal stars in my birth chart.
Now it makes sense why we connect, because the name of my estate is Aquarion. The name of my estate is Aquarion. And why? Because all my girls are Aquarian and I'm the Leo. We're water lions.
Now the sisters will be present the night of the birth.
Right.
Okay. Now you take all four royal stars and you put them north to west and south to east. They add up to 8888.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 1677.
Look at that. I turned 21 on 8/8. I'm sorry. My first car was 8/8/88.
When you add certain numbers, and I even found that exact 74 today in certain ways that you put this into the gematria calculator.
Mm-hmm.
right? It comes to the 74 for certain ones. The 74 is significant, is what Mr. and that's what he saw. He saw it. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Until I realized, I was just like, yeah, it's pretty cool because like my 51 and my 23, you add that together, you get 74. He said, say what?
There it is.
And 74 is 11, eh? 7 plus 4.
Right.
Wow. You're picking it up. A little bit magic. Well, wizard.
So like I've been like trying to build numbers and get these numbers to him because every time I build more numbers and give them to him, he seems to be able to put them together. Because so if you pull out your calculator, right, and you divide 51 by 7, you get 51.248 or no 2584 something like that. It comes up to 22. Okay. And then after that is the 142.
What is the number? What was the number?
51.
Okay, divided by
7.
So that would be seven. That would be 7 times 7 by 7 is 49. It would be in the 8th one. So it would be 7.285714 or 7.
Yeah, no, that's it. You just said it. You just said it. 7. It is 7. I think it is 7 point something.
Yeah, 7.142857. If it's in the 7th house of 7, right?
Yeah.
This one over here, okay, is 6. 6 times this one over here will go over here. The 7th one goes over here. The 8th one starts again. So this is going to be 7 by 7 is 49. So it means it's in the 8th house.
Yeah, it's 7.2857 142857.
So it's in the 9th house. It's got to be the minimum of the 2nd house, which is also the 9th house.
Is that the equinox right there, Mr. Tappan, you're pointing at? Just below the equinox?
This I don't know. I just know that this thing is separated into 20 parts, right? This one is separated into 7. This one separated into 13. It's showing us that I don't know why, but it seems like we're like running straight across this way. Do you know what I'm saying? There's something going on in this that's not right. We're not running the entire area.
Right.
And the 23 is the 23 is 3.2 is 3.2857 142857. I mean
3.2?
Yes.
And you're still doing that divided by 7?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's the number 2. It's the same one. It's over here.
So you got 2 and 9, 9 and 2, 9 and 2. Look at this. No, oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. No way. There's no way. There is no way.
Well, anything divided by 7 will be here.
No. Look. Like if I take my mom and my dad's birthday or death days and I subtract them from each other, I get the number 90,002. That's 900 or 90002.
So that's 90,000.
Yes, 90,002.
So in this world, 9 ends up with the 2. In this world, in order to end up in the 2 position in this world, you need 15. In this world here, it's 15. In this world over here, it's 9. I'm assuming something has to do more with 7s towards your birth. Our continuation of communication seems having to do more with aligning with the 7 days a week than anything else.
Well, the 7 days a week, 365, we get 52 weeks in a year.
It's because the crowning of number 7 comes through the 13 moons where it's 6. They crown you, and then it becomes 6 again. But in that situation, if you're crowned every 13, do you follow what I'm saying? If I crown me every 6, that would make 14. Then that means I would be crowned, and I would. Do you follow what I'm saying? My crown will move through the zodiac signs.
Yeah.
So they'll take me and they'll move me from the 13th position, and they'll move me into the in between the 6th and the 7th. And if they call me 1, they're not then going to call a Libra. They're going to call, hold on a second. Libra will be the second sign, and Virgo will be the second sign, and the first sign would be me. And then we're going to leave Pisces and Aries as the 6th sign.
We don't leave Aquarius for another 2,150 years.
Yeah. And when
2160 would be perfect.
Yeah,
2150 is memory. 2160.
Yeah, 2160. It takes about okay. They say 2150, but it takes 2160 for it to completely. It takes the extra 10 years, like you said. It has to load 10, so it'd be normal for something to be 10 behind. It has to take that extra 10 years to fully shift into that age, because we didn't start this shift into Aquarius until like I think it was 2015, 2016.
Yeah, because we knew it was coming, but it's like almost like this year I've noticed it's like, whew,
right,
like
and
real quick, like, it's going too fast.
If you go back, if you go all the way back and look at the Schumann resonance, and you go back and you look exactly on my birthday, that's when it spiked the biggest.
And that day, what's that day?
January 21st, 1981, or January 21st of 2025. See, that's also a 13 year for me. That means this is a rebirth, a death, and a rebirth year.
Wow.
Did it hurt?
Because when I started hearing the crown, I thought about crown. This is funny. This is the first thing that came to me, Mr. Tack. You know how we flow, we just go. I thought about checkers. Of course,
it's chess. It's chess, brother.
But that's the part where I was thinking of. The first thing that came to me was checkers, because we would crown. Once we would make that path to the other side of the board, you get your crown, and then you can move as opposed to the one.
King me.
Right. So you're saying chess, and I get it. I get it too. But the first thing.
Now you want to see synchronicity? Look exactly how many coins I have.
Give me your screen. You giving me your screen? Oh! The coins on your.
Yeah, I have 21 coins. Exactly.
That right there is 21 pieces.
Now check. Now you want to see more synchronicity? Check it out. You got 5. The gentleman, Mr. Wizard has 2. That's 7. She has 15. That's 20. Yeah, that's 20. That's 22. That's the Master Builder.
Wow. And you're at the top of the panel.
Right. 5 and 9 is 14. That's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 10. You got
Master
25.
Builder all together. All of us is Master Builder the number, like
you three. Yes, you three together brings up the Master Builder to the Trinity. I'm at the top.
Yeah, that 21 pieces of silver is that definitely yeah.
No, what 21 also is 777.
7. That's
times
right.
3 is 21.
That's right.
You have 21 above your head there.
That's the standard for establishing a gold certificate as having real money to back your as an earnest.
So what I'm trying so literally, and it's 1020. It's 1020 right now. That's right. Also again, my phone is at 27%. That's 9. So when I start, that's how I do this. Like they speak.
I know, baby. You just go.
You know what I'm saying? Everything tells a story, and it literally I can read the Matrix.
That's right.
I have a question in between.
Oracle say you got the sight, Neo. You've got the sight.
Did it hurt? Hey guys, did it hurt to come to this point?
Yes, it hurt very bad. It hurt really bad.
Oh man,
you don't understand what we went through to get to this point. The things we've had to go through, the things we've had to sacrifice and lose, and to the point to realize that we chose this, that we're here to try to help people and do the best that we can.
Exactly. And
but the thing about it is when people find out, if this is what it is, when he stamps that birth certificate and says yes, that's the birth certificate that I'm trying to get at. When he births that and says yes, you know what that means? The man did not come here to heal bodies. He came here to heal hearts and minds.
There you go.
But he also did not come to be put on anything. Don't play that game. Because I am a warrior in a garden, not a gardener in a war.
Yep.
Wow, nicely
I
said.
get it, Wizard. Wizard, you're trying to catch on, but we don't have no textbook. We don't have each other's numbers to call each other. It's just vibration, and I don't have a problem leaving it that way.
Exactly.
So like,
And
and that's what has me
I
particularly,
isolated myself the
and that's what
last
has me
couple of 2
particularly,
years or something.
and that's what
Just
has
to
me
be
in a
sure.
particular panic, which has me unbalanced right now, and I cannot deny that because I am getting threats.
That's right.
So I either need, so like it's either yes or no. Because if it's a yes, then I have to stand on my feet and tell them like, look, bro, if you come, you don't understand what you're about to try to get yourself into.
That's right.
Or it's like, nah, bro. Like,
You know what the thing is about me?
I need to go.
I'm not afraid about anything.
False alarm. False alarm. You know what I'm saying? False alarm. My bad. So I either come and bring this message from my father, which I have things I've been trying to teach, but trying to get people to listen is like insane.
Yeah.
Hey, you're only the messenger, and you can't
listen to what you're saying. I am the messenger.
No.
Yes, you know what I've learned, Forbidden? If there are people out there that don't want to listen, then you're telling the wrong people.
Y'all are trying to tell me how to do what I need to do. Make that make sense. And I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
about
I'm
it.
saying the philosophy is if nobody's listening, then go to where people will listen.
I do. I don't go nowhere. I go where I'm pulled. I go where I'm told. I don't think. I don't do that. I just do. I'm like a dog chasing cars. I don't know what I'd ever do if I caught one. I just do it.
That's right.
So I was taught to Mr. Tack. Mr. Tack is
it's your language. I don't know.
Mr. Tack is the one. He's the Morpheus. He is the one.
There you go.
One of many, but yes.
No, he is not one of many. He is the one.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
okay.
that's not gonna sit right with so many people. And
I'm the receiver and I'm the messenger in his
That's
life.
odd,
And,
eh?
it's effed up, you know?
ABC, so back to zero again.
Yes, sir.
Zero.
The zero has a hole in the middle of it, and it can't be denied.
Go round and round and round.
So that means pipes have holes in the middle of it, so things can go through it. Electricity, they say everything goes on the outside, so make it a solid. Call it a pancake because there's no hole in the middle of the pancake, but there's a hole in the middle of the donut. So if I was going to call zero anything, I'd say more the donut than the pancake.
Well, are you a cup or something? Right?
When I
Like
cut
donut?
the pancake in half, right, I'm going to cut the pancake in half like a window, like Mars, because it's going to have a center. It's going to have a whole center, which can make a splice like a window. But when I cut the donut in half, it's going to show an area space. So the donut's going to go for number 33, and the pancake's going to go for number 22. The pancake is going to go for electrical. It's going to go with Mars, and this is where the pig comes in.
And I just thought of it. Well, I didn't really think of it. It just hit me.
I hope it didn't hit you too hard.
It hit me.
Yeah.
Ow! It really did, because Sophia is 66, and then when you put Sophia and Yahweh together, you get the 23 and the 50, or the 20. Yeah, the 20. Yeah, I think it was 23 and 51. You get the 23 and the 51, and when you get them together,
You get the energy of Christ.
right?
Yeah. It's the divine energy, feminine
And that's what I'm
energy.
saying. So when you go back to your book and you read, so let's make them in the image of us.
Yep.
You can see there's the battle, there's the war. That's who's warring. It's mother and father.
Yeah. Read the secret book of John.
I don't have to read it. I know it somehow.
I'm speaking to the rest of the folks on the panel that may not have a clue.
You're right. I apologize, DC. I apologize. I'm
speaking because Wiz is a little slow and he's been interrupting, and Sister Spicy just bounced off. But it's kind of like you may need to have somebody hold your hand when you read that book.
it makes people mad when you try to explain to them that like you got to get out of this mindset that you are God.
Mm-hmm.
You're not God. You are a piece of God.
That's right.
And if Mr. Tackpan stamps that certificate, guess what? That means I'm his son.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that. Well, I mean, I know that because I started about to cry because that's what I was telling him about the 63 AD where my grandmother passed away in a cave.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why?
Sorry, I didn't understand that part. What about grandmother?
63 AD.
Yes, sir. That was that.
You're talking AD. You're talking 2087 years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that means next year it will be 2088.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Actually, this year is 2088. That's good. I like that. Works
40
out in
and
my books.
now keep in mind what you're saying. 44 and 44 is 88.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm saying. It because this is the year. This is 22. This is a Taurus year.
And
I'm saying this.
my
I'm
trine is
saying
in
this
Taurus.
because 2088 or like 288. 20 is like the T passage. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. There's a gateway within this year. If we go back to minus 63,
And that's why everybody keeps
plus
wondering. And that's why everybody keeps wondering why I'm so like adamant about like this timeline has to be pushed forward.
well, we're in the 60s from the 60s timeline, and that's a huge number. I mean, has it ever happened before?
Not that I even can think of, because
Right.
we've got
I mean, well, in 1960, in 1925, we were basically in the same timeline, and a lot of things were happening exactly in that timeline, the same as what's happening now. So if we went back to uh, 1825, what was happening in 1825 or 1725? So 17, 18, 19, 20. Only when you reach 20 have you reached the heart, okay, of the numbers 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You've reached the heart
That's
of
weird, eh?
numbers. I mean, I find it a little silly, but in the 20th century, you are at the heart where the sheep is. You're at the heart. You're in the division of 2, 5, and 8. No, unlike 17, not the same thing. 17 is on there's 360 degrees. There's 12 numbers all the way down. It runs all the way to 36. When you hit number 17, the next realm will be number 20. 17 is on the first half, 20 is in the second half. We're in that realm right now, right? And we're at 2025. So where are we in 2026? Right? In 2026, which is basically this year and next year together, we're 2 and then 8. We're in the same area. You follow what I'm saying? When you're in roulette, 2, 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 20, 23, 26. Do you follow what I'm saying? Oh, 29 is the area. 26 and 29. 20, yes, 20, 26 and 29. Again, 25, not 25, and 26 and 29, we're back in that area. So those are our last 2 years to be on the cross. So the cross is our life is birth on the cross. So 2026 would be the end of that number. We're going to be next year. We are going to be in the 63rd year since 1963. Next year, and that just trying to think why is that more significant than anything else. I just know 60s from the 60s. I know 3 cubes is 21. So next year we repeat the same amount of time to take us from 1963 from the 1900s is the same amount of time it will be next year, and it's what divides up the alphabet next year. Also next year is what puts together this cube. There are 26 cubes on the outside and 6 to the center area that controls everything. Another thing for number 26 about this cube. So there's just a lot of stuff that's happening. And we just ended the cycle. We just ended the cycle of 5775, 575, electric company of the moon. And we've completed one step further from that number. And that ends a cycle of communication of moons of 84 years of moons. So I'd have to go back 84 years. So what year would it be if I went back 84 years?
God's
1940? 1940.
So.
So that 1940 cycle is going to end like what in 1943, 1943, 1944. 3 and 4 are doorways.
Yeah, World
Just
War
like
II.
World War, what is that? Go ahead.
World War II. Yeah. All the Manhattan Project experiments through that time, Oppenheimer, the atomic age.
Yeah, that's our next 3 years. Those are the end or the new beginning of the next 3 years.
And that's the thing about it. And it's if people keep coming at me like they are, and they keep trying to take me and unalive me because of their weird ways of thinking,
right?
That's going to affect this timeline drastically.
Well, of course it's going to affect the timeline.
But they don't see that. They don't see that. Like they don't see it. They don't see it. Like you got people in there like they come at me like, oh, it's God's frequency, it's God's character, higher version of character. You know what I mean? It's like, no, it's not. Yes.
Are you obligated to pay attention to what others say?
Yes, I do listen. I do listen. It is a good character. It is. It is.
Yeah,
It is.
I know, but you don't. I mean, I don't know the context of the beginning of all the stories, and I know a lot of stories are out there to change.
I'd have to email you the screenshots of the conversations of people that have sent me that like I don't respond to, and then you can get a bigger picture from there. That's why I keep asking like what's going on, because like it's when I'm looking at my chart, I have something that puts me in great fear.
Right.
And I'm trying to prevent that.
Well, I think you have to remove that. I mean, I can't say what to remove, what not to remove.
Yes, you can, because you were sent to teach me.
I just know that there's a lot of stuff out here that shouldn't be listened to. If somebody's telling me they're going to do something to me, I don't want to read it. You know, I don't want anybody to read it. I just want to stick to the numbers and do my number thing. And whoever's talking numbers, well, tell me more about numbers. But to go off for me, I can't, because I've been here for 20 years doing this. So, you know, I'm just used to hearing all of this. And somebody might do it one day, but I ain't going to worry about it. I got a life to live. I can't worry about what everybody else says. And I know the number one advocate for this is DC James. He'll tell you a part about this. You listen to him. I'm here. I'm good for finding the numbers, for finding pieces and things that fit together. And DC James is number one with this.
And Mr. Tagpin, it's awesome because I was 24 when you started doing this stuff.
Hey, brothers, how are you all doing this evening?
Hey, Chris, we're doing well.
I've been swinging my sword the last 3 days because they showed up with the excavators to cut down all the sacred oaks and bulldoze the property. But there's nesting hawks in the trees. So they can't cut them down. But the problem is they don't abide by any laws.
Oh, well, yeah.
So I'm doing all I can, and I'm not worrying. Like, you know, I was just Mr. Tacknans and Forbidden Brother. Don't worry about anything.
Right.
Just remember this. You just move forward in your life. And if you have those worries, you know what? Just transmute them back to those people that sent them towards you. And you keep going.
I'm okay. Okay, I mean, I'm just telling.
Don't worry about it, brother. You manifest what you want to see as the future, and you can do that with your protections, and I'm giving you protection also because I
That's
love
right.
you.
Me too.
I
So
wish you guys. I really wish I could give you guys the visions that I know, the things that I see. It might quiet people down just a little bit to try to tell me certain things that I know that I'm trying to prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of visions too, and because I've manifested new things, those visions are changing, right? Because you can manifest what you want.
You're right. No. Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
I
No.
love you. You know, just don't worry because the worrying is what will drag you down below that water and keep your vibrational energies lower. And that's what they want.
Sometimes when
Yeah.
you just want to be heard.
Mm-hmm.
Now we hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. I hear you, but I'm just giving you a little bit from my side. I'm not telling you what to do, but I've been in those situations before. So that's I just give
Really?
you a little advice because I love you, brother. That's all.
Never mind. I don't want to say that because I was about to say this, not bad, but bad. It just puts perspective to something.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I do.
I apologize if I've been rude. I apologize, Mr. Tackman. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. Come on.
I'm panicked. I've
listen,
seen some.
I'm mad at myself all the time.
So you're my.
Want to talk about it?
No. This is Mr.
I,
Tackman. We need to get back to the numbers so he can start building things and we can figure things out.
well, I just want to know one thing because I'm not staying on much longer. I'm a little tired, right? I had a question. Are they cutting the trees down right now?
They showed up Monday with all the equipment to cut them down. But I've been on the horn for 3 days straight, hundreds of emails, phone calls. I listen to this. I woke up Monday morning at 4:44. Okay.
Wow.
I started typing in an email that I never typed before to the sheriff's department and
It's good.
started going crazy in numbers. And then all of a sudden at 9 o'clock, my neighbor, he texts me. They just showed up with all the machines. And I'm loading them. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I was already woken up by spirit to start working, to do what I need to do.
Yep.
Okay? It's pretty wild.
We're just talking about 444. Again, that's the resetting, refreshing, and time of favor.
That's
And I
like
woke up this morning at 4:44 again.
And that's also the fourth watch. So,
well, also Chris also ends up with situations like he had one where he was in one of the lives that I'm usually in, where one of them came in and straight like a bad one came in and was sitting there and told him, you need to stop doing what you're doing, and like I was done with him. And had a conversation with that guy and had to like get Chris to kind of calm down. Like I wasn't trying to be mean to Chris, but I was like, Chris, if you don't stop, I have to kick you off the panel because like this that was it. The people, some people are starting to see it. There's like the only place that's really sacred is like Mr. Tackman's live. Period. Like
I love his game numbers, and this is for entertainment purposes only.
right.
When I step in here, I put a mental block on things, like in because like no, like, certain ones come in and out, but nothing ever negative really comes into Mr. Tackman's.
Right.
It's not allowed.
Yeah.
It's
not just the density. It's not just the density of Mr. Tack's room, but it's also the shield. And so in that same space, not many folks have the capacity to even come in here because it is that much of a disruptor if you're not shielded. That's why.
Thank you for understanding, DC.
Yep, I know exactly.
I've been training myself
for a week. Yeah, I took the hiatus for a week as well. And so these are the only safe places I go. I go into Mr. Husey, Grandmaster Husey, because he's a Grandmaster. So I come in and that's my time of meditation. And again, he recognizes me as ambassador, so I'm his mod, but it's a cool place because that room is kept to where that ain't even going to happen. Your shoes are coming off at the door before you come in the dojo.
I go to Mr. I used to, but I don't go in there no more because, like, it's as of the past little bit, where the energy is increasing,
right?
It's becoming more and more and more and more and more. That's why I'm like, stamp this to stamp this birth certificate and get it signed, and bam, if that's what it is, then I can either say, okay, well, I got to stand in my power and do what I need to do, and say, no, this is really what, like, because I have like this overwhelming urge to be like, this is what my father is trying to tell you, that is your father as well.
I know. And you may need to have a discussion with Mr. Tack Pants why he may be a little reluctant in doing that. And so,
Understandable. I understand that, and I get that. You know what I'm saying? And I understand, but at the end of the day, if the members add to what they add, you can't change them.
right.
You know, I'm not worried about if they do. I mean, hopefully they won't. But if they do cut down the trees and start bulldozing the property, they're going to run into some really big problems. Because there's a very special thing below that hilltop that's going to open up, and it's going to be. They're going to go, oh my God! There's a whole city underneath the neighborhood.
And the biggest thing that I try to say, the biggest thing I guess I'm really trying to say, is Mr. Tack Pants is very important to me in my life since I've met him, because he keeps me grounded. He keeps me where I need to be.
Right.
Yeah. Well, well, it's about like me. 2 years ago, brother, I was a freaking mental wreck, and I've been training myself to learn how to control my emotions, not let negative energies bring me
It's
down.
not the controlling of the emotions, bro. Like,
no, that's what I've been doing. I'm just telling you this is what I've been doing, and it's helped me. Okay, I'm not telling anyone what to do.
I'm pretty well centered and pretty well balanced. But when I get into the situations that I'm in right now, it's where it's dealing with high levels of energy, high levels of spiritual things. It's a different type of energy that I can't explain.
And that hurts.
It does hurt. It hurts. It physically, mentally, and emotionally draining. And the only place I get that zen back is when Mr. Tackpan gets me laughing. Like, that man can literally smile, pet his cat, and like all that just like goes away. He does that.
I can't wait. I can't wait till we can all get together one day and we'll meet in person. And I'm having an event on the 20th for the spring equinox.
If I get around Mr. Tackpan in person, I'll be like an over precautious bodyguard. I'll wrap him in bubble wrap. Like, bro. But I've never.
When I first saw Mr. Tackpants, I'm like, me and him are going to go and we're going to sit down at one of those tables in those places.
That's beautiful.
I mean, we're gonna take them for all they have. I can't say the words, you know.
And that is a kind of manufacturing, eh?
Like you, Chris, DC,
in front of you. What's going to happen in the
Back
future?
as soon as I find my squeezy.
Like you, Chris, DC, and Mr. Like Mr. Tackpan. Like the first time I ever seen him, like I watched his lives for probably about 2 months. Like just watching him, I used to just sit in the comments and I was just in awe. Like I would fall asleep watching his lives.
Bro, I fall asleep watching his reruns on
YouTube.
Me too.
Yeah, it's great. I fall asleep watching his things on YouTube. I love it.
I always fall asleep watching my reruns.
Thank you.
Listen, I go back to 2011. I had a black beard back then.
Yeah, I know. I seen it when you were younger, like way younger, on some of your lives and on YouTube. Oh, you got so many videos.
Yep.
Hey, I go back. It's like I don't even know. I don't even know how far I can go back. My uploads, my clips, videos.
They took down my friend Greg's account, Ascension Tools, from TikTok.
That was also something I found out recently about being redheaded and blue-eyed, about being zero. I mean, out of 795 billion people, it's literally 0.17% of the population. It's not even a quarter of 1%.
Oh, you're from the Neanderthals.
The what?
The Neanderthals.
I wouldn't call them Neanderthals, but I mean, yeah. That's what you want.
They are the closest. The red ones are the closest to the Neanderthals. I don't know how to say it in English. Neanderthal.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That means my roots go all the way back to the beginning of us.
Ta-da.
They might go back a little further.
Thank you for shedding a light on that, Mr. Wizard. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Listen,
Didn't we have?
I'm a Homo erectus, eh?
Sure.
I'm a Homo erectus, so I was before the Homo sapiens, eh?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I just called him Mr. Wizard. That brought back a really good memory from back when we were kids. And there was a show on Nickelodeon called Mr. Wizard.
Yeah, hey, see?
That's awesome. Thank you, Mr.
I
Everything
watched like the
brings
Jetsons.
memories.
I watched the Jetsons and the Flintstones.
Oh, I love the Jetsons.
I
And
was,
the
like,
Flintstones.
I was like Bill Nye the Science Guy, Mr. Wizard.
See, that redhead, blue-eyed thing. My first wife was a redhead, blue-eyed.
Yeah.
One of my
Oh,
favorite shows was Beyond 2000.
Wilma.
And the weirdest part is, check it out, to have and red hair or blue eyes, the blue eyes, just blue eyes alone, is 17% of the population. So it's like it switches roles from 0.17 to then the point forward to 17. So you get the 88.
Only the blue eyes? What?
Yes, I have blue eyes and red hair. Yes, but it's actually white now.
You're in that young
All red hair turns white. Yeah.
My eyes are hazel green.
And through that dream I had this week though too, it also brought me to Pontius Pilate's letters to Caesar about Yeshua, and it gives it's the only letters that we have that give a great description of what Yeshua actually looked like, which he had his beard and hair were the color of chestnut of a ripened chestnut, which is red hair.
Yeah, that's that. My hair's been auburn. I want you guys to check out a woman named Emma on YouTube. She's on TikTok. She is like spewing information like you would not.
Oh, there's been a few that I've been led to. Like today before when I woke up to my phone, and it was like a really deep voice, and like the screen was off. It was under a pillow. I was on the other side of my bed, and it was like. Go to the Father. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Like, I can't tell you. I can't remember exactly what it was saying, but I saved it. And I was like, what in the world? And I just sat there staring at my phone. You know, I'm like, okay. CB radio? Is this what Mr. Tack knows we're talking about?
Hey, we were talking about the CB radio.
Yeah, I had some dreams like a couple weeks ago of them. Like I was waking up and they were cutting down all the trees and bulldozing all the place. And it was just like a constant dream. And then I manifested that I'm going to make sure that that's not going to happen. And then the next day I had a dream and everything was saved.
And when I woke up, as I was waking up, after I got done listening to that, I went over and hit my regular page on TikTok. And as soon as I did that, I could tell, like, Mr. Tackman had just went back live again.
Yep.
And I had came in. And I think I walked away for a second and came back, and he had sent me a request to come up, and I didn't know it, and I was like, oh crud! So I went over and hit it real quick, and like today, like this afternoon, literally all fell in line, like in sequence and synchronicities. Like it felt, and I mean I know when Mr. Tack is right. That is my mentor, my teacher, my.
Yep.
And I know where I'm sent. I don't question. Like I said, I don't question. And the fact that I ride a Harley Davidson that's a 2003, that always messes me up when he says that stuff.
Hey, you know what it is? When you have a dream and it comes true, in reality, then it gives a really weird feeling, you know? You don't want to talk about it with anyone. And when it comes true, what you are dreaming, and then the next day it's becoming true, your dream becoming reality.
What I've got going on?
Then it's a really strange thing, you know.
You know what I want to know? I want to know different parts, okay, of a motorcycle. Why Harley Davidson is different from other motorcycles?
It's the V-twin motor.
It's the what motor?
It's the V-twin. It's like on my bike, on the Harleys, they have it's okay. If you ever look at a chainsaw motor, it has the cylinder, and each cylinder is they're separate jugs. They're split apart. It's like a V.
Okay.
And then both those jugs push down on the single crank. So they're actually it's like V, and then the actual intake is sit in between those two V's where it pulls the fuel in for both to feed both pistons.
Okay.
And I think it's chain. I think it's a chain assembly. It's not a belt assembly, right?
No, it's not a belt. It's a chain. Well,
It's a chain. Yep, it's a chain.
Okay, so the reason I'm saying this is because in the industry of all numbers, right? How they've played these numbers. So they've played these numbers out in different. And I'm just going to be very square about this. Is Chrysler cars are not like the other cars. In my day and age, you turn the key upside down, backwards to everything else that's out there. 5 out of 7 out of 9 dealerships, or 7 out of 9 different kinds of cars. 2 of them will be Chrysler, and the key will be upside down. Or Mack trucks.
Well, Harley also takes a barrel key too. But we don't have keys for it. Like, you don't put a key in it to start it. You just can only lock your ignition, and it takes a barrel key.
That's right.
So I don't know what a barrel key is, and at what date.
Barrel key is like a vending machine key.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay, I like that word. Okay, so when did they start doing this?
Like, I'd say early 60s, maybe late 60s.
That's good. That's good.
Wasn't it
I'm not
Dodge?
sure on that.
What about the Dodge? Because like I grew up, my backyard was the Dodge estate.
Yeah, Dodge, the same thing. Backwards, upside down. Christ is backwards. Everything to do with Christ is backwards. And Buick also. Buick's the other one. Throw that thing out.
And you said about the Harley Davidson, it has the V.
The Harley Davidson is the oddball, but it's the oddball in instead of the oddball out. All the other cars I threw out being backwards. Harley Davidson got it right.
The best way to explain it is I would literally just have to take my phone out and just put the camera on and show you. It'd be the easiest way to do it.
But Forbidden, no, you said that the Harley Davidson engine is a V. The V is the symbol system for the Anunnaki, and the symbols that we see on top of all the things, like the Delaware River's in a V. There's a V notch in the fish mouth.
I don't mean it's a V. I'm talking about that's how they built the cylinders, because that's how they had to make them work back in the early 1900s.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying that it has the V formation of the motor the way it is compared to all the other ones.
It ain't nothing to do with no Anunnaki, brother. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm just saying because I've noticed a lot of the V notch. I found V notch symbols out by Delta, Colorado. There's amazing. There's like a cross. There's a straight line with a side. There's this rounded thing with nothing coming down.
What does V stand for?
What is that?
The wings. Like you would draw, like we used to draw our birds when we were kids.
Yeah.
It's wings. And what those wings stand for is because of the ones they were in the war with.
Because I'm noticing like certain, that they integrated symbol system into some of our mechanical stuff too.
Well, the V is important, or the wing system is important.
Is this it? Is this the wing?
Yes.
Okay, so you know what this is? This is a cylinder here and a cylinder here. So the wing is just showing you that it's exploding in the same area.
Right.
So
can you bring it a little closer to the screen, Mr. Techpants?
Oh, I got to take off this background. I don't know if this is it, but I'm assuming. I'm going to show you a better picture than this.
Yes, that. That's just like that. What it is those are the wings. And with the wings, what those wings are the symbolization of another, like, I can't really, when you try to get into this and then try to explain people, like, when you try to explain the spirituality of or religion or whatever, it's hard to do it because they can't the human mind cannot literally comprehend their origin.
Mr. Techpants, you're on pause if you still know.
I mean, there's some that can, but some they really can't.
Yeah, I'm looking for something in my artwork. I can't find it. I don't know why. I lost it.
You were talking about wings, eh? Wings. And in Dutch we say vleugels, and that's with a V. Vleugels or wings.
There's a reason why when we go back and look at the numbers as well to stamp that birth certificate, it has to deal with Horus.
With what?
Horus.
Horus from Egypt.
Yes, from Egypt.
Well, yeah, okay.
What have I told you guys that I've been going over research that maybe everything that they wrote about the Bible happened here in America?
What if I told you? What if I told you there's things that I know that like I can't share with you yet?
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's just like because I've been watching, I was coming up with these like vision theories the other night, and then I just saw this Emma's video. It came out the next day. I'm like, how does she know? She's like some sort of queen or something. I'm telling you, bro. This you got to check her videos
I mean,
out.
that's why when you get the religious people that talk about like people that see things like that, and they're like, oh, that's evil, and I'm like, so do you understand what a prophet did back then? Do you
That's why we don't talk about it.
She's not religious though.
No, I'm just. Are you listening? Or are you listening to respond?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Well, you have to explain to people when they're talking about like, do you understand what your prophets used to do back then? Like those, that's what they did. They like they get the energy, and the energy like literally it gives them the message, and they're trying to bring the message to the people, but then the people like don't understand it, so they're like, how do you get the message? And like, bro, like I have to tell Mr. Tackpan, and I had to go out the game to get it.
Okay, because every one of the videos that she's posted, I understand everything.
And sometimes you have to be the banker, and you can't be in the game of Monopoly. You play on the sideline. You hand out the money is the message.
Yeah. There's amazing talent. There's amazing people in this world, and it's like, I would have been nice if I could have met them all when I was younger, but
The
I'm
rabbit
grateful to be meeting you all now, you know, and everybody.
in between the ears is the Capricorn or top of the ocean of the rabbit, the halo of the rabbit, and then you got wings. For you.
I like to call this Harley Davidson. I just like to say Harley Davidson.
It's got
Let's
the skull
go.
on it too. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. My Harley's got the wings on it too. My Harley's got the it's a 100-year anniversary too.
Oh yes, right. The heart. Let me look that up. Make it easier.
It's a 2003 Dyna.
Harley Davidson wings.
It's a 2003 Dyna wide glide.
Guess what motorcycle I had that my cousin kind of.
The silver and black one. I've got the motor built to a 110.
The Yamaha 100 twin stroke, oil injected 1972.
And if you like Harley Davidson, Mr. Tackman, I will go out there and I will literally walk out there and I will show it to you and I will start it and let you listen to it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Since the beginning of my project, right, that the Har is a relative to the sun, RAH, right, and because it's HD, I know it's part of the 3-moon cycle. I know it's burnt orange, so it sort of started to tell me a story over time how the system had no choice but to join or to get wrecked. And they were just going to be replaced by others of the same source. So the bikers had no choice but to either join the gang or lose their bikes. They wouldn't be they were going to mix up the rankings no matter what. No matter what they did, they were going to mix up their rankings. Okay, as part of the system, and they just got caught into that system. And then there were those who were, and they everybody has. There's a what's it called that everybody. Nobody hurts anybody. The only people that get hurt is when it's payback. That's it. Otherwise, everything is, you know what I'm saying? There's collateral damage. Okay, that's fine. But it doesn't, it only works by payback. And everybody has to take their role in it. They have no choice. It's like, I don't even know how to say it. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have no choice but to do certain things because it's part of the way the system, they were forced into the system the same way we're forced to pay your taxes, right? They're sort of forced into the system. And yes, we're not forced to pay our taxes, but because of the system and to get out of it. And we ended up in the funnel. Remember, it's a little bit. Oh, just one time. Oh, just one time. We won't do it again. No, and all of a sudden, you did it once. something happened, and now once, twice, three times. What's the difference,
Right.
right?
And that's one thing I'm really glad you can understand, Mr. Tack, because we don't react unless somebody else does something to us first. But we just don't take no shit.
Did you guys ever see the documentary of the beginnings of Harley Davidson against the Indian Motor Company? How they were in competition trying to build back and forth to who was going to
There you
build
go,
the
Mr.
best.
Tack. I built this one from the ground up.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, I've driven an Indian.
That's very, very interesting. Yes, I do remember the Indian bike. Yes, I do know that the insignia for the Indian bike is very close to Harley Davidson. That is freaking amazing.
Oh,
What?
that's
We
Oh,
always
cool.
what's
tell
that? 1903. What does that say?
1903 to 2003.
Wow.
Yes, the 100-year anniversary.
Wow.
And then if you take
Wow.
if you take this is what gets me.
nice, man.
So my life path is the 23, the 2 and the 3. I didn't put this together until I started messing with you, Mr. Tack. It's the 2 and the 3.
Wow.
Not
It's
just
all your
that.
fault.
Not just that. My name, my club name is Rabbit. This is our insignia.
Oh yeah,
Get
that's
ready.
wild. Yeah.
Right.
That,
It started putting
that
everything
almost looks like
together.
Yeah.
that almost looks like the Jersey Devil.
I
Yeah.
like.
It starts putting everything together. Like I've literally built this bike from the ground up, like the wheels, everything. I like the wheels are custom. I actually sprayed them and painted them myself. Like this bike was completely in like shambles when I got it,
Nice.
and like
Yeah,
Nice job. It
I
looks
built
so
it. I built it
beautiful.
to a 107.
I like the purple color.
Are you going to start her up?
Yeah, Mr. Tack. Mr. Tack.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Let's listen. I'm putting my sound up, even if it's I'm at a what time are we? This is wow, this is too cool. Oh yeah.
Nice, man. Wow. It
Nice,
speaks,
man.
eh? It talks.
Very well taken care of.
It's all right.
Don't you hear the horses? Listen to them. It's like horses.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So like when we started talking, you started hitting like key points, and that's why I stayed quiet for a very long time before I said anything, because I was like, wait a minute. He's like, and you're like, well, they said the rabbit's gonna be this, and then you showed the rabbit with the skull on the top of it, and then I'm like, oh no, and then I showed you the 74 in my thing, and then I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah, the rabbit.
What do you like pulled you? I mean, I've got this bike too. This one right here is my drift bike, and then this one right here is my drag bike.
Oh my God. Wow, when you know how to take things apart and put them together, it's oh my God, it's just like, oh my, you know what? You just space out and you get to work on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
And
it's
that's
a
what
hobby, but it's also a gift, eh? If you can, if you know how to put it all together.
Well, and that's what I always thought was funny, because when I broke down motorcycle in numerology and Pythagorean, it comes up to the number 47. So I was like, so did Father come down and whisper in somebody's ear, like, don't call it a motorbike, call it a motorcycle? So it's like, because you got the 47 and the 74, and you add those together, you get the 121.
This is 1847. Mr. Massey Ferguson started putting gold emblems on the steam-powered combines that were bringing out of Ontario, Canada.
Oh, that's what year?
1847. Mr. Massey Ferguson tractor steam-powered turbine. There were combines, steam-powered harvesters coming out of Ontario, Canada. He put a solid gold emblem on the smokestack.
Oh,
That is crazy.
that is priceless at this moment.
Everything is crazy. Wow, that one looks comfortable.
This is the drift bike. This is the one I take to like out to events, and I just like basically roast the tire off of it and slide it sideways anyway.
Oh, you're a tire. You're my friend's son. He's got a burner bike. It's like a Harley that he has. Like every weekend, he's putting another tire in the thing.
Yeah, I mean that's what. But I do competitions with it.
And his dad is like every week he's putting a new tire on the bike for him.
And this one right here is the drag bike. It actually it's about to be it's
And if you do competitions with it, how many tires do you need?
Huh? Say what?
How many tires
Oh, I usually go through about.
Do you need because you do the
I
competition?
usually, yeah, between that on that bike, I go through about in the summer. I run through probably about 6 to 7 a month.
Yeah, what he's done, he's got a guy that has a dealership that has they like replace a tire, so the tire is
Uh-huh.
still kind of good, but they're really good
No,
for burning them out instead of buying a brand new
no,
tire.
I buy the cheap Shinko ones, so it's not too bad. It's like they're like maybe like $100 and something a piece,
I think he
so
pays
it's
like
not too.
20 or 30 bucks a piece for them.
Hey, it's a nice hobby, but yeah, it costs money. But then you have something, you know.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I said too. Like, I mean, yeah, I might be broke, but at least I got stuff to show for it.
Yeah, you got some nice bikes.
It's looking nice, man.
Nice project.
I mean, this paint. This is the paint job that's going on the drag bike.
No, actually, the most impressive is the clean floor.
Oh yeah, I keep my garage clean. Yeah, I do 100%.
Oh yeah, I like that.
You
That's
got
the
the
best
epoxy
part.
paint on there. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta keep my garage clean.
Yeah.
I got to. It's weird if I don't. It's
You,
not too.
you know how fast it gets messy when you're doing a project. Like I hop tools all over. It's like, oh,
It's not too bad.
So where's your blackboard?
not bad at all.
You don't have
I
the
don't have a-
blackboard in the garage because in case you get inspiration, you want to write and your hands are dirty, you have a blackboard, so you pick up the chalk.
Usually goes on a pizza box.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's a good idea. I never had a blackboard in my garage, and I should.
I'm still a bit of a what's it called I'm still a bit of a
Did I saw a motorcycle laying in his bed?
I wish.
Haha, me too.
I know. I had 3 or 4 of them in my house at one point.
Hey, my neighbor had 2 of them.
What was your guys? What was your first motorcycle, Forbidden? What was the first? Whatever was the first motorized motor scooter or bike or trike
that I owned for myself or that I had as a kid?
What you got as a gift or when you had as a kid? First one.
Well, I never got any as a kid. I just rode all my friends' dirt bikes. But the first one I ever bought for myself, I was probably like 14 or 15, and I bought I think it was like an '86 Kawasaki Special Edition or something like that.
Okay. Yeah,
And then I went from that to the CBR F4Is or F3s, and then I went to the F4I, and then I jumped on a Gixxer, and then I went from Gixxers to and then at one point I had the Yamaha, a Gixxer, and a Kawasaki, but I had built my my Suzuki to a 750 off a 600 frame. And I kept the 600, the other 2 kind of stock, and I built the 636 the year that, because I would never allow myself to own a Kawasaki until they won a MotoGP. And then when the year they won a MotoGP, I went out and immediately bought me a Kawasaki and fell in love with Kawasaki right then and there. And then after that, I sold those 3, and then I bought my ZX 1400. When I bought my ZX 1400, I built it to a 1530.
Is she from Honda?
I built it to a 1530, and it was running 243 real horsepower. And then I sold it, and then I bought I bought this Harley, and then I spent a little bit, quite a bit on the motor, on the parts to build the motor, and then I pulled it all apart and built the motor, got it redone, redid all the paint. But I didn't have to paint it. I was actually able to bring it back to life, so that way I still got the original 100-year anniversary pinstripe. Because I know I couldn't find that nowhere else. And once that comes off, it's over with. So I made sure I tried to salvage all that. Redid all the chrome.
But you did it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a lot. Yeah, my very first motorcycle was a little Sears from the Sears catalog with a little motor on it, little like a.
Oh, with the little fat tires on them?
No, it was like a little Sears. It just had like maybe a 3.5 horsepower. It was like a small little Sears one, but we got it because it was like, when I was a kid, they had the Sears book, You're Looking for Christmas. And we got that. It was for like me and my brother. And then like a couple Christmases later, we got an ATC. It was a Honda 110, And my parents actually brought it into the house through the front door, dragged it to the house, and put it under the Christmas tree. It was like, holy shit, they brought that thing inside.
That was awesome.
You must have had a big Christmas tree to put it under.
Well, they got it up, like there's like 5 sets of stairs, like, and then they would go through they opened up the double doors, and then they brought it in the house. You know, it had like the big round tires. It was a 110. It was like
Wow.
the Honda 110. I forgot the.
And I just got my BMW back the other day.
But we had in my house though, where I grew up, we used to have this boulder in the front of the house, and I never knew what it was. And I went back exploring there in the fall, and I confirmed that my backyard is an ancient Egyptian burial mound with a 1600, late 1600s or 1700s to early 1800s cemetery for the Dreamus family, because they were going to bulldoze that when I was a kid. Because I went around and I said, "Oh my God!" I went to the whole neighborhood. I'm like, this whole thing was all mounds, the whole neighborhood where I grew up, and this hill in my backyard, it must go up 50 feet, and it's rounded all the way around. And there was one big oak tree and another big oak tree that my father used to put like a Christmas star up there, the regular, you know, the $100 bill and that star. The same exact one. It would be way up top. And when I went back to go look at the tree, it's been unalive because I guess my dad, the nails in it, you know, and we had our archery target next to it. So we kind of stuck arrows in it sometimes. And that, you know, you do that to a tree, it messes up. It was a big pin oak. Like, I'm telling you, like 6 foot around, 7 foot around. But the other one's still alive. It's just truly amazing that my backyard where I grew up, and that's where I found that obsidian black, like 5-inch long spearhead, which is more of a, not really Clovis, but it's more of Egyptian style spear point. It's like American Indian, Egyptian, really wild. And I found that in the creek bed there, but I had no idea what was there, because when I went up on the lady like let me go there and explore. There was like, I went up on the side of the hill. I said, okay, when they dig the grave sites, they might have dumped soil off the side. There's all artifacts on the side of the hillside. And George Washington had a house on the corner of 46, and then they moved that house around the corner and they put it up on this dead end street, which is just all mound. It's all mound. Now when I go back, I'm like, I'm never going to look at another hill the same, because they are everywhere. It really is amazing how many there are. They're just like, how many times the civilizations between each interglacial. So we had 5 mud floods in the last 420,000 years or so, and there's 5 12,000 year warm periods.
7 times 60, 420. It's a very big number. It's a gateway number. It divides the gates between the cubes. It's a passage. I mean, I see this as Urantia world, and it's like a whole piping and electronic system. I don't know how the whole system's set up, but I see it in Nintendo, Dr. Mario. And then just by reading the Urantia book, I don't really read that much, but when I found this book, if I can find it again, just some of the stuff that was in the book was it's just like too amazing. Listen, it's a little late for me tonight. I don't do these 15 hours as much as I used to. I feel like, sometimes you have to detox through things. I went through a 7-day detox. It started up again. I feel like there's an energy that's missing in the air. I feel it's coming back, but still my own personal mental state of detox, I don't think is complete, right? You know, where you don't connect to the system, where you continue on and keep building. I still have a lot to build. There were a few things I didn't finish today. I wanted to, but I think I'm going to bring it on for tomorrow. Bringing together the Sumerians, bringing together the time period of 25,000 years ago. Again, the rabbit and Earth, that what they have in common is the negative and positive connecting alphabet. The numeric value is 28 and 24, dividing up the black letters with the red letters, just the odds and the evens, right, in rabbit and in Earth. And that 28, 24 is the matrix or metrics in order to equate them together. 6 by 28 is the same thing as 7 by 24. just like 3 by 28 is the same as 4 by 21. 3 and 4 is the same corridor. They make everything match each other. So one works in trinity, 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 3 is whole. 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 4 is whole. 4 balls and 3 strikes. So this is the way I look at it. It's game theory. Does anybody have anything to say before we end this?
Yes.
Go
Actually,
ahead.
I do. I want to show you one thing real quick. Something that I actually did for you that you knew about it, and I was like, and I was like, I don't know why I did that, but I figured out why. Mm-mm.
What?
Why you pull it up? Mr. Techman's methane breaks down to the atmosphere in 8 years. And it turns into water droplets and then it turns into ice crystals in the stratosphere.
There you go, Mr. Tech Man.
Oh, okay, let me see.
Okay, so I'm gonna get
It's
into
nine.
that.
What is that?
It's nine. It's 99999.
That
It
is
comes out
quite
to be.
interesting because 92 is part of Electric Company Waterworks, part of the birth, right? Bringing in duality. 396, that's our rotation in creation. I don't, that's a vibration. What is that? That's your Sophio coming together to create that. I don't know which way it is because when you the 528 and the 147, when you bring 1 and 5 together, create 6. So bringing those two together, so that 369 is how the rotation goes at the seventh gate, based on the system of 6. The 126 is 6363, 126. So again, 3 by 21 is 63. So this can be used. And also, this is a numeric value. 6 by 6 by 6 is 216. And that's the diameter of the moon. And 2160 is not the tetrahedron, but it's 3 steps up. So it'd be the trinity of the tetrahedron. The 7, 11 will be the two reverse sides of a cube. Call it the pole, 7 and 11. The 225 is 9 by 25, born into the double negative world. The 225 degree to the 135 to the split sun. The sun has been split up, and we've been born into the dark world or the negative worlds. And that's the way I see this name. And I guess that's why they call it the Forbidden. There's there are 5 words inside of us. The B and I coming together, right? Meaning twin worlds. B and I in Forbidden, right?
Mm-hmm. And then the 29 or the 92 is also the mirror image of my 29 in my name.
Where's your name? Oh, the 20. Oh, your real name.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And it's at the and they're both at the end.
So our base in coming here in creation, okay, is 29. That's the lowest 11 you can get. The one animate or the one life, okay, that is within this, not looking at 1 and 9. You don't need 1 and 9. It's the one life that comes within the 9. The 2 happens to be Mars. So our whatever it is, I don't know if it's the recipe, but that 20 is the world is built on. I mean, it's not me. The French say when you get to 80, they're telling you about 420s. When you get to 70, they're telling you it's 60 and 10. So when they're explaining to me what the numbers are, I'm understanding that I need 420s, right? I'm understanding that I need 420s and then 10 to get into 90. So this is the way I see the configuration of the numbers. But does anybody have anything else? I know Soulcraft came up. He didn't speak or she didn't speak. So would you like to say something?
I talked to you earlier, remember?
Yes, sure. Of course I
I've been
remember.
following. Uh, Yeah, I've just been following along for a minute. Just
When I
super interesting.
when I look at your picture, because I can't see it, if I tell you how many different things I see,
Cool.
like the final thought of what your picture is, because I don't see so good, it looks
Yeah.
like a dog.
Yeah, she just passed. She was 16 and a half.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
Pit
Wow.
bull. Yeah, her name was Oreo. She was the best dog ever. Everyone loved her.
he's so
Oh,
pretty.
we
Yeah.
want her. There she is.
Look
Yeah.
at
16
Oreo.
and a half. She had a lot of love in her life, I
He's
can
so
tell. 16 and a
beautiful.
half.
Yeah, she lived a
Thank you
long
for
time.
sharing that with us.
I put her down so she wouldn't suffer.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, man. That's
Oh,
terrible.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
really.
it's, you know what, for the dog, it's not so bad. For the human still living, well, that's not so good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
You're not
Yeah.
yeah,
wrong. I
yeah.
mean,
But
But
you
you
know,
I
she
have
watches. She
to.
watches us all, so she's a good
oh
Yeah.
dog.
yeah,
I
they
have to
never
try to
go
do that
away for
too.
sure. Not ever, never.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They
I mean, I
never.
had
She's
to do
living
the same.
inside you for your memories for the rest of your life too. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you guys. I appreciate that.
Oh
And I
yeah, oh
appreciate
yeah.
you, Mr. Tackpan, for bringing us all together.
No problem. It's we brought it all together. I think I don't know. Thank you. I'm just gonna accept it that way. Yes, I'm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
There you go. There you go. You're
Yeah.
good. You're good. Thank you, Mr. Tackpan. You have
I
a
got a
great night,
hard
though.
time with that. You know.
I know. I know. You're a beautiful
So
soul,
let
buddy.
Yeah, you're an
I have to
amazing
put
man,
my
Mr.
dogs out
Tackman. I
too,
want to
eh?
thank you for all your sharing of your knowledge. And I'm
so
learning.
let's see what else we can get this done. Just a bunch of things. You know, something points to black all the time. The house is brown. Everything else points to black. It's just crazy.
You know
Yes,
that
when
the
I see
American
that
Indian, the
door, I
Lenni
put the baby
Lenape,
jacket.
their color was red and black.
Yeah, red. Yeah, and then I want to paint it black.
Yes, it's
Mm-hmm.
all red and black. It's all red and black.
The
And
Lenni Lenape, the tribe that was over the entire East Coast, like northern New Jersey and the Pennsylvania, New York State, and Long Island, Connecticut. Their
and
color was red and black.
what was it?
The Lenni Lenape.
And their
Yeah, I
color?
got.
Lenni Lenape. Lenape.
And what is that? I'm from the Netherlands, eh?
And
So
their
what is
color was
that?
red and black. See, they even have the
Ah,
name in there, the last three letters. I don't want to
okay.
disrespect Lenni Lenape, but that's what I found on a lot of the rocks. The APE.
Hey, do you know what I found in the Netherlands that they don't talk about? I found meteorites.
Oh yeah, it's well. If you can find meteorites, those are worth more than gold.
They are worth.
Yeah, and if you
But
have them
I
with
didn't tell the government.
yeah. Well, the ancient civilizations, they love to collect them. They carve them, especially the ones that the palisite meteorites with the green crystals in them. They're like the
Oh,
rarest ones. There's three different kinds. You got a stony meteorite, then you have the iron meteorite that has a nickel, and then you have the palisite meteorite, which has a lot of the crystals, the green crystals in them, and they're like the rarest ones.
I can say I don't know if that those are the rarest one. Um, I have them, and they include gold, the crystals, the green crystals in them. Yeah, wow.
A friend of mine
And
in Massachusetts found one that was carved, and it's a palisite meteorite that has the crystals through it, and it was all smoothed out to be this beautiful like hand piece. Yeah.
wow.
And I had somebody contact me today. So I'm not going to say where it is, but in Massachusetts, they discovered these massive tunnel systems, these massive rooms all underground in this huge area, and they're
Hey,
all full of crystals.
do you know why I call myself the Wizard of Boz?
What is that?
Because I live in Boz. You know, I'm the wizard, and I'm living in Boz.
Well,
And it's
guess
like the Wizard of Oz. You know.
well, guess what? I found the Yellow Brick Road, the
No.
real Yellow Brick Road that the movie was made off of from, because it's by Emerald City. There, it's all part of it. Like we had the trade towers, the 11 over the water, right?
So does Emerald City have an extension of anything that will touch on the film? Will there be other links?
DC's the film guy here. He's the one that knows all about these. He's
Right,
like,
because if we're going to bring up any subject at all, like at being off subject at this point, that if we are off subject, then because you said emerald and gold and yellow linking to the Wizard of Oz, I'm hoping there's going to be something else so we can bring something of numbers. So because we're looking for more of reference to spread our wings, with learning how in the world can they say yellow, and yellow is like soul, and yellow is like gold, and the soul in the yellow, and how do we have yellow gold, and like what is gold? Gold is a yellow color. So I'm going to look at the soul for gold and say Santa Claus brought the
And the
gold.
gold
not
isn't even
gold.
from Earth.
There's
You
not
know,
gold
it's
in
not.
the
It's
The
not
Yellow
from
Brick
Earth.
Road. Okay, real quick. The Yellow Brick Road is not gold. It has yellow painted artifacts in it as a wagon trail that used to transport gold.
Like ochre. Ochre. It's
And
between
that
yellow
goes
and
up to the
orange.
top of the hilltop where the oaks are, where they showed up with the machines, but I'm doing everything I can to make sure that those machines don't go in there. Okay.
Oh, about the trees you're talking about again.
Well, there was a canal pond that was once connected to George Washington's hospital that came up the Raritan River with the Mars Canal, which they installed later on. There's a 107-mile ancient canal system from the Delaware River into New York Harbor, and they refurbished it in 7 years from 1825 to 1832, and then 3 more years from Newark to New York Harbor. So basically, he went to Newark, and then it took them 3 years to complete a canal to New York Harbor.
Yeah,
But
so all their numbers, it's just so perfect. All their numbers, everything you described has to do with something to do with teaching and communication. 3 years, remove 3 years, then you have 17 years of the teacher. I forget what else you said in there, but it just everything resonated with the. How many years did you say total again?
it's 10 years.
Okay, but you said other thing. You said
Seven to get it. Like they
right,
said,
they're there. 7,
working
10, and
working
3.
in
That's
3 years.
exactly it. That's
Because what I did
exactly
is
it.
the lot. There's 2 lots. The one lot number, it's 201 Route 108. So 201. If you want to write this number down, because it relates to George Washington's
Well,
original.
no, it's just that the 2 and 1 I understand is the cube, and that's the Mayan calendar, and the ten, the 7, and the 3 equaling to 20. 21 is when everything starts over again. So all that, it just follows the sequence of the same timeline. Why it runs that way, I don't know. I know that the Rubik's cube spins around each other 18 around 1. I know that when you do begin, you can't begin until you have a minimum of 2. So that 19, the first beginning of the first cube, where 18 goes around 1, the next cube, it'll jump up to 21. And I know that 19 and 21 are on each side of the seventh gate. When you're going to be talking in gematria, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 is the same thing as going 19, 20, 21. 19 and 21 are on each side of 20, or on each side of what is noted to be the seventh gate, if you were looking at gematria 1 through 7. Or at the same time, I like to call the piano the constellations of the chakras.
When I started doing the discovery, I found that the trees were planted 21 paces apart for 21 yards. And I thought in the beginning it had to do with blackjack, right? But it actually has to do with March 21st, 1856, the first ex-slave to become a soldier and graduate of West Point University's birthday, the spring equinox. Then the lot number is 201, and then the address is 201, and it's 3602.1. So there's a 3, and then the other lot number it's 12. The property address is 12, and it's 3602-9. So
So
it's
you can see full of
369,
synchronicity.
369, 02, and 12. So it's 369 for Tesla, 02 for February, and 12 for February 12th for Abraham Lincoln's birthday.
Nou ja, wow.
And then the other lot has the face of George Washington, and the eyeball is a burning bushes that they planted there. and that's the lot that was 201, and it's 3602.1, which relates to February 11th, George Washington's original birthday on the Julian calendar. Because
Yes. So I just always related George to something to do with the moon. So whatever happened with George Washington coming in, it was a moon association.
yes,
On
he
a moon.
named the Mooney Mountain, any Mooney Pond, Mooney Roads, all the Mooney places, he named them.
Yeah, well, he's a direct contact to that, and coming out in 1776, that in 1775 it was another gateway and moon connection, almost like going through the Vatican doors and moving on, or building or finishing the construction of a moon of some sort. The moons, we have three different moons. So the cycle of moons must be over. Yes, they've been calculating moons for thousands of years, right?
And you're talking about George Washington. Before I even knew he was involved with anything, I drilled into the top of the tunnel system on December 14th, 2022, and he was unalived on December 14th, 1799.
On what day?
He passed on December 14th, 1799, and I drilled into the tunnel system December 14th, 2022. And before I drilled through, I had all the black shadows going through the oak trees, and I had to stand up, put my arms out, and say, "I come in peace. I have to see what's here to protect it." And they all went away.
Had a yellow ribbon to.
That's something I've been trying to tell you too, Chris. Like before I moved to Knoxville, which I've only been in Knoxville maybe 8 months. The town I used to live in Tennessee was named after. Is the only town that's named after the only town that's named after a first lady.
Really, and then this is the wild thing. My wife had filed for divorce on February 12th, 2020, and I went into civil restraints living in my basement for 2 years out of a mini fridge, and I was released from those restraints on January 6th, 2022 with a SWAT team of like 15. Abraham Lincoln's wife used to throw potatoes at him and chase him out of the house. That's the same thing that happened to me with my ex-wife. But she threw pieces of porcelain.
Oh, yeah, that's hurt.
Yeah, one time there was a piece of porcelain that broke. It was like a precious moment. I broke it by accident, and she ended up picking it up and chasing me down the stairs. I got to the bottom flight of stairs. She reached over the railing and threw it as hard as she could and sliced the back of my neck and smashed into the ground. If I was a split second slower, I wouldn't be here today.
Well, then we wouldn't know the story.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
That's why you got. It's like the video game, right? You don't want to lose your shell this time. You got to.
Was it Chinese porcelain or other porcelain?
It was like a precious moment that has a pretty hard porcelain.
Chinese?
It was the head of one of these porcelain dolls, right? And it was like the size of it's smaller than a baseball, a little bigger than a racquetball, and it had a broken edge on it because it was broken on it. The neck broke off, so it had a sharp edge, and that sharp edge hit the back of my neck and sliced it right down the back of my neck and hit the floor and smashed into a million pieces.
How's the doll doing?
What was that?
How's the doll doing now?
Oh, that thing was just pieces. But what it was is I went through a lot. And it just so happens to be that when I got my first metal detector, inspired by Garrett on Oak Island, I went up on top of this hilltop, and I was up on these big rock piles, and I found an Abraham Lincoln penny, right? And I went back to that spot, and inside is where I found giant bones where the skeletons are.
Oh, man.
Underneath of where the penny was.
Wow.
It's like these things, these spiritual things that bring me to these places. It's truly amazing. I love my life so much, and everybody I'm meeting, it's wow.
I found meteorites. I found crystals. I found many, many, many other things. Many don't know, many people or person. I hate people, you know. I only love beings, you know. I love beings.
Yeah, but I understand now that these tombs, I don't take anything from them because I want to protect them. Right?
Yeah, they are talking to me in some kind of way, and that's why I'm
I find it,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm not
found one
talking about
crystal.
many.
I
Oh,
found
you
two
know,
stones.
I have so many crystals here in my house, in all kinds of shapes and things, and the meteorites I talk about. It's worth more than my whole house.
Yeah,
Yeah, what I'm
I
gonna
haven't
do with it,
meteorites.
I'm
I've been
gonna keep it.
searching for them, but I believe that they took most of them and they melted them down. You know, because they needed to make cannonballs and stuff.
Oh, like the church bells, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's all a hoax, if I can say it like that, because of the vibration of the bells, you know, they were hanging in the streets and the corner of the streets, and they cling, klokje, klingelingeling, klingelingeling, all on a row, and they just took it away from us, because they took away our vibration, you know?
yeah,
So,
yeah. I
They
know.
just took it
It is.
away.
It
But
is
hey,
what is. The past is the past, but we can make a better future for.
we are gonna get it back.
That's what we're doing. We're making a better future. Yeah.
Yeah.
what has to go on to the things that we have to do that we can change things personally that will change things, our way of thinking, our knowledge. We know 100% everything is wrong, but we cannot repeat it to ourselves, that we end up, and I know James is the best at this, that we end up going, oh no, I can't get anything done, we're ruined, we'll be trapped forever. Oh, golly gee. No, we can't live that way. We got to know that when we're going to make choices, spend the extra minute to take a look at things around you. When you're buying food or groceries, make your choices where you're going to go. If somebody in your family says to you, why are you going there and why are you doing this? Maybe you give them the right answer. Maybe you don't, because people are going to start saying, oh my God, I can't believe you're thinking like that. Well, you're going to see the people who are awake and asleep at this time. But right now, asleep is where I'm going. So I want to say thank you very much to those who are on the
Thank
panel.
you.
Thank you.
And if anybody that has a question, somebody was talking about in the comments about comparing zodiac signs. I didn't get to say anything. I'm not sure who they were talking to, but I'm going to bed. Hey Ken, what's up tonight? I'm getting off. I am like I can't see. These used to be what they call eyes. They were like right now they're like I can't see anymore. Peace, everybody.
I
Have a
can't
good
see
night.
anymore.
Forbidden, Wizard, Chris,
Mwah. Much
James,
love.
and look at that. I'm gonna say the rest. Kenny, Katie, Juice, Muckers, Solo, Mark, and White. And I'm going to say like this. This is the way the orchestra goes. It's not like this. It's not cut and finished. It's not cut and finished. Isn't that what they do? You know, cut and finished.
Oh wow, I never caught that.
Now, yeah, cut and finish, I never got that.
Yeah,
That was a good one.
the Trinity, the cross that the Catholics do. He's like, yeah, I see what he did there.
It's
That
a
is
theater.
wow.
We have to use theater mode. You know, I see it. It's coming. They're going. They're coming. They're going. They're going. They're coming. I don't know. From above to the side, they're going. They're coming. You know,
Yeah,
first
yeah,
they were
like
going,
Mr.
then
Ed.
they were
Horses,
coming, and
horses,
I don't
horses,
know.
horses,
Oh my
horses.
God!
What was
I
it?
love you,
Well,
Mr.
There
Ed.
there was one movie that this kid was like he said spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
Did you see that?
What?
Then you have to go to the spectacle doctor. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your moments, and much love from the Netherlands.
What program was that? Like goofy? Like I always didn't like my ears, but I want them a little bigger now so I can be one of those characters on TV.
Laura and Hardy?
No, one of those goofy boys. You know the
we call them the
air. You know
Oh yeah,
this.
I know. We call them I know from the black and white.
This happens to be how I look at the swan or how I look at Trump. This
Oh,
is how I look at Trump.
and that's the duck.
Yeah, that's Trump.
That's funny.
Yeah, yeah. I can't say it out loud, but uh, we are all effed, and if we don't do anything about it, we are more effed.
Well, you know what? It's no matter what we do, most of everything has to start with ourselves about
Yeah.
waking up. That's why I do the numbers. The numbers are back to, and I know I've been off of it tonight, but for me, the numbers again, the association of the numbers are telling me these stories. 1 and 6 creates all the seventh gates. The letter P for parking is going to be all the seventh gates. It's going to be part of that creation. So when I can prove it and show you, look at this, look at this, look at this, look what it says. People are going to say, oh, you need a computer to tell that story. I go, well, computers were created before. And then when people start to wake up and see that, that's when we unhinge ourselves. When they start to see, hey, this is fake and this is wrong and that's wrong, we don't have to run into the streets.
Yeah,
We have
but
to do.
afterwards we don't have to. Uh, that they say to us that we are right. I don't have to be right in this lifetime, you know. And but I love you. I really love you. What you are doing, and with the numbers, I get you. And thank you. I can say fuck you, but thank you. So fuck you, thank you. I don't know. It's your language, not mine. But
It's
I
very
really
funny.
appreciate you.
Because I know somewhere in Ipswich, somewhere they have a town called FU, you know, and it's like the FU word is like a sword. It feels like a sword. Maybe that's why they don't want anybody to say it. You know, there's certain words that when you say certain words and you repeat them, why do they harmonize? Why do we want to hear it? Why don't we like to hear it? You know,
You
and
know,
it also depends on how we say it. Like if I'm going to say, "Hey, everybody, come over to my house," or I'm going to say, "Hey, everybody,
The
come over to
original,
my house."
the original
no,
word,
the word thank you. Thank.
the
It's in
original,
Thanksgiving.
the
It's
original
part
comes
of
from
the thing that happened. And I'm going back to trying to use the Wanishi instead of saying thank you because thank you is part of Thanksgiving. And that was not a good time of what happened to those people, right?
the
They
word.
put it in, they put it in our word for thank you, Thanksgiving, thank you. So I think it's the same thing that they used in there, but we're saying it, and it's really not a good, you know. After this, what I've learned, Thanksgiving to me is no more the same.
The origination of the
Oh,
word "fu" is comes from the word comes from pluck hue. The archers back in the old days, that's what they used was the hew wood to make their bows out of. So they would call it plucking hew. But now, so when they would get captured or something like that, they would take them and cut their middle finger off, so they couldn't pull it back and use the arrows no more. So that's where the saying came from. So they'd stick their middle fingers up, like if when they were beating you, they'd stick their middle fingers up and say "pluck you." So it turned into sticking your middle finger up and saying "f you."
And you see how they uh, make the words and the meaning of words. They changed it all over the centuries, so we don't even know it. But while I'm talking to you or to all of you, with my words, I'm cursing and putting a spell on you
What?
because they changed the words, the meaning of the words through all the years. You know?
Yeah, because thank you in Lenny Lenape is Wanishi, Wanishi. I think it's Wannisi. Wanishi is thank you in Lenny Lenape.
Yeah, but
Right?
in Dutch or in English or in whatever language, they changed the words uh, about the meaning. You know? If I say
Yeah.
thank you, it means maybe 1,000 years ago, I don't know. It means don't go F yourself. but I say to you, thank you. So we are putting a spell on each other, even though we don't know it, because they changed the meaning of the words through the centuries.
Yeah, I think
It
what
can-
I'm getting a feeling is of like download is that thank you relates to Thanksgiving and what happened during they made up the story that it was like we all sat down, we got together, we had turkey and okay, that's not what happened.
There's a whole plethora of information in the palm of your hand. If you go and look online, it'll tell you where it came from.
I like figuring things out on my own by discovering them and actually like figuring them out like a puzzle. I don't like going online to cheat or get information that could put something in my head that could be wrong. I'd like to find it in physical form and pieces.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do it because you have. I don't know about you, but I got to do it. I have it in dreams, and I got to verify if it's real or not. And then when I find out it's real, then I can start putting intuition to it. That's like if you look at the Veronica. If you look at the Veronica Veil, if you go and look up Veronica Veil, and then you do then you do then you do the what's called our numerology on veil and the word beard. They're the same word. Then you go back and you look at the crucifixion, and you see if they hard to say they literally there you go. And then if you go back and you go and you go back and you look at the picture, you can see it. It's almost there.
I have a very old statue made of oak.
We need to let Mr. Thomas know, though.
And
I'm going to let you guys talk it out until it stops by itself.
okay.
I'm gonna be here, so just so I'm just gonna be on the side for a few minutes. So
Okay, I only have to say this little bit. The crucifixion or something like that. What's the proof that it ever happened? Because I have a very old statue made of oak, and when they were the schandpaal. I don't know how to say it in English. You get caught on a pole. Yeah, pal. I don't know.
Can you do you not? How do you say Yahweh?
Ooh, Yahweh.
Yahweh, huh? Yahweh.
Yahweh. Yeah, I know.
Yahweh.
But he was chained on a pole, on a let's say on a tree. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like they used to do to what they said were witches in the middle of the streets, right? When
yeah,
they did that stuff to the people that were awakened against.
and throw with stones and things like that. You know.
Yeah.
Yep, you
But
guys
they did a
ready?
lot
We don't know
down there.
what the truth is.
On the dark note, I'm heading out. Peace.
All right. Well, you have a great night.
Peace out, eh?
I'm gonna drop down too.
Yeah,
Thank
me
you,
too.
everyone.
I thank you for a lovely evening, or a lovely night from here. So I'm talking to you from the future, and yeah, I wish you all the best. Take care.
I'd like to see some of those meteorites. Send me a message, bro, and I'll give you my email.
Oh, hey, I have a meteorite on my I don't know how to say it. I have one on my I don't know. I
Well,
have a
speaking of
picture.
meteorites, when I started my discovery, there's a guy in the museum. He has the largest meteorite collection on the East Coast of America, almost all the United States.
Wow.
And he has them all in this vaults up in this museum, like down in this crazy vault of this ancient mine. In the mine is the Franklin mine where you go inside and they have all the black lights and all the walls are all lit up with all the different colors.
Yeah.
Because I believe it was an ancient mine, and then when we came here, we utilized it, and then we turned it into what is it called? So, but otherwise, the live's going to end. So, you guys have a good night. Send me a DM though.
I will.
All right, you guys have a great night.
Like this. Good night.
Love you all.
Love you.